Alright. What's it called? Back again, continuing Tales from Toyotoki. Wednesday? Yeah, it's Wednesday. I think, what's it called? It might be like 3 or 4 total streams, maybe? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it's not too short a visual novel, it seems. At least we won't be done today, at least. Plus, like, once again, it does feel like the game is structured around, what's it called? I guess like chapter based with like, yeah, right now the focus is on Akari. So then we'll see like how they do, like we haven't met this character yet. And we'll see if we end up like if she ends up getting her own chapter or not. And also him as well. Well, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But again, we spent like, what was it? The prologue was like a good chunk of last stream as well. But yeah, we're not done with Akari just yet. So let's see. I'm looking forward to see like how it turns out. I mean, it'll probably turn out, it'll work out probably. But like how we get there. And also just like, yeah, nice to see, what's it called? Not nice to see, more like how we go about this, let's say. We shall see. Mind you of Roger, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay, one moment. One moment. All right. But yeah, what's it called? Probably gonna be like 3 or 4 streams. I can imagine. Well, I mean, to be fair, there's also just naturally taking longer, just because of like streaming it. So, maybe potentially even pushing 5. Maybe we shall see. We shall see. Potentially even pushing 5. Okay, hold on one moment. Okay, let's go. Let's see how this pans. Alright, where were we? Here. Okay, yeah, the following day. After, like, what's it called? Lilin actually, like, well, yeah, Lilin's magic is, like, legit. And it's like, yeah, cool. We actually summon, like, not demon, but, like, it has, like, vibes of, like, demon summoning ritual. But not a demon, though, in this game, so to speak. But then also, like, what's it called? But now Lilin is, like, gonna take, what's it called? Akari's place, while Akari goes to her audition in Tokyo. Let's see. Let's see how things pan. The following day, Lilin attended the tonsure ceremony as Akari. It was conducted in the Kimi Narai Palace Garden. Kanjuna priestesses circled around the hall of worship called Kami Asaj 7 times while chanting prayers, then sang divine songs at the hall. During that process, Lilin was taken deep into a forest to a spring, where she was bathed and dressed in white robes. When he returned, the ceremony began in a Tami room. They prepared for the occasion. Lilin wore a wig stolen from the butler by Akari to the ceremony. This was designed for men. It definitely would have looked weird, but since her perception was being altered, it didn't seem that way. The plan was to make it look like Akari was losing hair at the same time as the wig being shaved. Was the ceremony a success? The two of them had been on the phone the whole time during the ceremony. Okay, even like, what's it called? Can just like alter perception enough to not like look like you're on the phone. Magic BOP. Then again, it's like, what's it called? We'll see like what more Lilin does with her magic then. Also, I think I put too high the volume. It's too low on stream. Hold on. It's a bit low from Toho last time. I think about there's fine. Yeah. That was how we got through the first day. The switch had been a success. We made it past the first obstacle. Well, look at the time. Before we knew it, it had gotten dark. Since we were inside all day, our sense of time was off. Let's make some dinner. Anything you want to eat? Okay, cool. Yeah, this gives us like some like time with more time with Akari. We'll see like whatever the heck is going on with like Akari knowing Hikaru, right? His name is Hikaru in the past. We'll see. That part hasn't been expanded on yet. Also, we'll see like how it turns out, how it ends up being when like Akari gets her audition and stuff. It's like, does she just leave the island permanently then? I mean, she probably has to. I don't think the elders will be like, yeah, cool, it's chill now, whatever. We give up. Hands in the air, we give up. So I can imagine Akari like being out of the story after her chapter, but I hope not. But we'll see. I like Akari. But I can imagine the game going for it where like Akari is not in the story anymore, or at least like not actively in the story, because for one it's like her chapter's done, and then also like just like I guess like she could still be like on the other island, just not on Toyotoki. We'll see though. We'll see. Honestly, it was more like she was taking refuge. When Nilan was posing as Akari, she couldn't be seen outside. So until her audition, she should remain hidden at my house. You can cook? Steins Gate Reboot came out? Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen it around. It's more like, it adds like, what? A drama CD scenario into the game or something like that. Plus like, there's like one like post-credits kind of like type scene I've heard around they added. But yeah. I don't know if you know, so I'll avoid spoiling it. Well, I don't even know the details, but I know, I guess, like, the implications of it, I guess. I'm aware of it. Okay, yeah. Also, like, what's it called? I did see the profiles for like the characters when I was like looking for the sprites, at least like sprites to use for thumbnails. Well, they have like on the official on the website. It's like, okay, yeah, Akari's like 15 and like Hikaru's 16. So like, it made it seem like from like Hikaru's like inner narration, he made it seem like Akari was like vast, like much younger than him. It's I don't know, it gave that impression. But okay, they're like barely apart in age, essentially. Apparently the post-credit scene is connected to the bigger series. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. There's like something to do with the whole side adventure stuff, but yeah. One sec. But yeah, it's like I got like the Steins. I want to play Steins Gate on stream, more like one day to myself again. I haven't even played Zero, but like I got it like a while ago on a sale. But yeah, a timeline view where you can see what events take place on which world line, which is cool. I see, yeah, just to make things more clear with that sense. Okay, that's kind of cool. At least. She was full of confidence. Can I ask you to cook then? I'll show you around the kitchen, let you know where everything is. We were standing in the kitchen. Given that she talked about her extraordinary skills, she was much better than me at using a knife. I was getting her the necessary seasonings and stuff, so I ended up being there the whole time. And before I knew it, it was done. Tonight's dinner was ginger fried pork. There was also miso soup and even salad. I normally only had one dish per meal, but so I was moved that this one came with sides. It was time for the taste test. It's delicious.
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。あかりは両家のお嬢様ですからね。勉強ができるだけではダメで、あの手この手の技術が
That is good with a knife. Ha, ha, ha. To be fair, she's like 15. So, what's it called? Teenager by this point. You're more than welcome to keep on complimenting me. Akari popped out her chest. Yeah, you're good at cooking and you're so cute. You're the best, Akari. That stream would be cool. Oh yeah, that's the thing. It was more like because also like the Hikaru's narration made it seem like what's it called? That she was like vastly younger than him, but it's like it's only like a 1 year gap. Stream would be cool. I don't know. Majors, especially with their side venture stuff, is pretty whack on their streaming stuff. Streaming guideline. Well, they're like hunt you down type deal. It's like I played Steins Gate years ago. I just want to replay it one day. Why'd you go all quiet?
面と向かって可愛いと言われるのは照れますね。ですが甘いですよ、西目さん。そんなことを言ってもあかりは落とされませんよ。Nishime, that's it.
What are you talking about? Akari was strangely excited. But as I thought that, her face suddenly went red and she hid her mouth with the bowl she was holding. As I tried to figure out what I did, Akari looked at me with upturned eyes and said something. Was it like that? It's just that the non-stream laws are pretty much Japan only. Yeah, true. There's that. Unless they have like, what's it called? The whole like copyright thing based on images as well. Then it's like, yeah, cool. The rom-com protagonist part of my brain suddenly got a nosebleed. Akari, who's always joking around, was showing me her shy side. On top of that, she was looking at me with upturned eyes and hiding her mouth with a bowl. She's good at this. So what? Do you think I'll try to do something? As I explained myself, it felt like I had been thinking about it. Did it seem like I was rushing to hit the mark? I honestly just wanted to do your best, so that's why I would never do something that would make you upset or anything.
はい。それは分かっていますよ。西目さんはそういう人ではないということくらい。ただ、その西目さんの態度が思わせぶりというか。
Sorry, I didn't. Oh wait, did it play it? I don't know. It didn't finish her voice line. Sorry, I didn't realize that. I was just acting how I usually do around Lilin. Okay, yeah. Accidentally suggestive there.
でも、リルーさんとはいつもあんな距離なんですか?
Apparently, I'm pretty good at digging graves for myself. A small kitchen, though, yeah. I can see it also just being a small kitchen. Thank you for the meal. It was so good. I'll start doing the dishes, so you can take a bath first. I stood up quickly. As I carried out the empty dishes to the sink, Akari's eyes turned an even darker shade of red.
お風呂に入れということは、そのあかりは別にそういうつもりではないと言いますか。いや、リルーさんと比べられると胸のボリュームが足りなくてがっかりされますよ。
Alright, thanks, Akari. It looks like she misunderstood something I said. What should I do? I don't have enough life experience to defuse a situation like this. Before I realized it, my face was also red. I created some expectations. Akari's voice is familiar. I can't place it if it's something I heard elsewhere. I didn't look to see the voice actors in this. It's all over. She was too different from Lilin. For one thing, she didn't involve herself with housework. Plus, we've been living in a way that we don't interfere with each other. That's why Akari's age-appropriate cuteness was making me dizzy. No, I couldn't let it get to me. That's right, don't forget the plan. You dummy. But we'll see like how the game goes. It feels like, what's it called? The game is more like I guess like romantically what's it called? It's more like Lilin and Nishime, to be honest. But I'd be willing to get surprised, but I don't think the game is gonna go in like either like I don't know. It doesn't feel like the game's gonna go in like an open direction or like how to say. I don't think I feel like it's gonna be Lilin and Nishime. I think if the game does have the whole romance stuff, like I'm not expecting to be surprised otherwise. I gave her a chop to the head. I don't think it's a harem. Yeah, I don't see the game going in that direction. I think it does feel more solidly like Lilin and Nishime. I feel. I'd be willing to be surprised, but I don't think the game's going for that. But we'll see. But once again, like Lilin's like big thing will be later, probably the end game essentially, with like what's it called, to help her with whatever the hell she's doing in even on, we don't even know why she's here on Toyotoki even. Gave her a chop to the head. Why would I have some kind of desire for you? If anything, Lilin's more my type anyway. Alright, right on cue as I said that anyway. Right on cue. But we'll see like what childhood friend type deal Akari has with Nishime. Akari seemed a little sad as she left the room. I watched her leave and let out a sigh. While I was relieved at making it through the situation, the regret over my words caught up to me. What I just said wasn't true. I basically just declared that Akari didn't have any charm or appeal. And it'll be hard if they told that. Yeah, thanks, dude. But in a situation like that, it's better to be blunt than lead someone on. Fair play, fair play, fair play. Just be straightforward about it. But yeah, as I said, it's like it does seem it's more like Lilin and Nishime for like any romance stuff. But hurting people isn't the answer wouldn't come out. Was I thinking that this was Akari we're talking about? She probably hadn't thought about it, so there's no need to panic. Yeah, that's probably true. She had to know I was just joking around. She's always strangely aware of things like that. As I was reading manga in my room, Akari showed up. Probably was it because it was right after her bath, her cheeks were pink. She was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. My eyes were drawn to her slender legs, probably because her shorts came up to her knees. Despite living on a southern island, her skin was pale. Staring like this was rude, so I quickly left the room. I instantly made my way to the bathroom and took off my clothes. When I got in the bath, there was a nice scent in the air that I'd never smelled before. Can't find a cost list. It's on the Steam page, I think. It's on the Steam page, I think. No, it's not. It's on the website, I think. Let me just double check. I think I did see. No, okay, not on there. I think it's on VNDB. I think VNDB. Probably. But I mean, I think VNDB does have spoilers for like tags and stuff. Let me see. No, that's it. Yeah, so it's the Japanese name Ihanashi no Majo is the one on thing on the Steam on the VNDB page. Okay, yeah, Akari Kokonoe Nayu. Do I know her from anything? I don't recognize her name that much. Okay, yeah, she's not in like a lot of things. Like on VNDB, it's only on one other visual novel, at least. Otherwise, I don't see her in like another role. In another role, rather. There's like a Japanese wiki, but yeah, not like in a lot of things. Anything else? No idea. Okay, there's a website, but has he done anything else I'm aware of? Okay, the dialogue is like voice samples for hiring. I don't think there's a discography. Well, there is a discography here, actually. Okay, yeah. It's in Japanese though, so it ends up like sounding a bit, not sounding, ends up being a bit mangled for like actual names. Okay, a couple roles, but I don't think much in like for English translated games. I almost thought I'd gone into my neighbor's bar by mistake, but the source of the scent was from some shampoo I'd never seen before. There was some conditioner and body wash. After looking around, I noticed some pink things sitting around the bath. In the rest of the bathroom, I found makeup, pink comb, and a cup of a bunny pattern. I started to feel uneasy, since Lillian was the type to not have any personal items that had been a weird conversation in its own way. I never minded, but for instance, having a girl's toothbrush next to mine, it made me feel restless for some reason. For no reason. Calm down. So what if they're there? We were living together, so having things around was normal. Akari was a normal girl. I couldn't treat her the same way I did to Lillian. Same way as Lillian. Okay. I took a deep breath and headed to the living room where Akari was. I planned to make small talk with her, but she was concentrating intensely on the TV. The TV in the living room was the only device in the whole house that displayed images, whispering lines from what she was watching. She looked very serious, so I stopped myself from saying anything. I figured I'd go and make myself some tea or something. I left the living room and made my best to not make any noise. One night, a phone call came from Lillian. Why are you calling me? Something happened? I think she's taking a bath. Is it urgent? Okay, they're catching on, potentially. Let's see. I don't know how many days were passed, though. Let's see. We don't know how far we are into the audition. I sit on the line and I walk over to the bathroom. I knocked on the door and called her name. There was no reply. Thinking about it, would knocks on the bathroom door be audible from where the bath is? I wasn't sure, but I carelessly entered and bumped into her. If I carelessly entered and bumped into her, that would cause a huge problem. Then I had no choice, I could knock on the door. It's like she could hear it. She was rushing me over the phone. Jeez, no other option then. Hey, I'm opening the door. I announced it and opened the door to the bathroom. A folded change of clothes on the floor, next to that in the laundry basket were the clothes he'd just taken off. I did my best to avert my eyes and went over to the door to where the bath was. Her silhouette was visible through the frosted glass. Okay, it's a bit loud. On my end, at least. This food there was a naked cutie. Ha. On the situation alone, we were in a late night anime for sure. Actually, experiencing this firsthand made me super nervous. I was scared that my intentions would be misunderstood. When I knocked one more time, the sound of the shower stopped. A scared voice came from the other side. My chest tightened with guilt. Lillian called with an urgent issue. Could you hurry? She replicated with a seemingly relieved tone. Replied. What the hell? Replied. I felt the same way. Akari came out of the shower and about 10 minutes later. She talked on the phone as she dried her hair. Since the call was on speakerphone, I could hear the conversation even if I didn't want to listen. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, Kiriko, that's her name. Because, like, what's it called? Nishime keeps calling her Goldilocks, so it's like, cool. I don't get to learn your actual name. Created a clone... Not really clone, just like disguise. Okay, yeah. Kiriko does care, even with the whole rivalry thing going on. But it's also like I do wonder, like, if we can save Kiriko as well. It's like, damn, she got shaved off, and then it's like, cool. Do we save her as well? We'll see. You haven't really spent much time with her, so to speak.
この私が一緒にいて差し上げますもの。あなたは昔から寂しがり屋ですものね。もうほっほっほ。
Ah.
ところで、今晩電話とかできます？
Oh, okay, yeah.
書いてあるわ。
Kiriko wasn't ruining that Goldilocks girl. While she came off as confident, she seemed lonely too.
連絡ありがとうございます。キリコにはあかりから電話をかけます。
She shrugged and started fiddling with her phone. Okay, cool. We got a CG with what's it called? With Akari now finally. I wanted to put Akari in the thumbnail, but I'm saving like the sprites just in case I want to do like the last thumbnail as like everyone's there kind of deal. But like we didn't have any Akari CGs yet for like the last one, so I just used like the other portion of like the main art, the title screen art, for the thumbnail. She laid down on the couch and began drying her hair as she made the call. So this was how she relaxed at home, huh?
もしもし、あかりです。
Oh, alright, she's voiced as well.
髪を乾かしているだけです。
Okay, does she know? Does Kiriko know that Akari is like doing her plan and stuff?
髪を乾かす？剃髪しましたのに？
She stepped up already. I broke out in cold sweat.
実はお習字をしましてね。箸を乾かしているんですよ。
One awful lie.
髪ではなく、髪だったんですのね。
Your hair, not your... Ha! I see. Wait, let me just hear how it is if it sounds phonetically similar.
髪ではなく、髪だったんですのね。紛らわしい。
I guess. Goldilocks. Ha. Apparently it worked.
で、わざわざ電話するほどの用途は何ですか？
私、ノロとしての自覚がいまいちなあなたに、少しお説教をして差し上げようかと思ってますの。
Alright. I do hope we can, like, help her as well. Help her out as well. It's like, Akari would be nice to obviously, like, be able to, like, escape these elders that are pushing this on her. But then also her as well. We'll see. Unless, like, Kiriko's chill with it. But we'll see.
それはありがたい話ですね。
Like, if Kiriko's chill with it, then it's like, okay, sure. But then again, we do know, like, Kiriko is, like, a lot of pride in her hair. So, we'll see. Akari responded, not sounding truthful at all.
そっちはサバサバしたものですね。
No child left behind.
特に未練もないんですよね。
Ha. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. You sound really no longer attachment. Okay, let's see.
ノロというのは対名ですわ。これほどの退任、君左殿では数十年ぶりのこと。私にも夢はありましたが、
Okay.
お役目を果たすことは分家として
Unless,
の
like,
義務ですもの。
Kiriko is, like, what's it called? Meant to be a parallel for Akari where, like, what's it called? If Akari had no help. Or, like, if Akari had no one to, like, help push her along for what she wanted to do. But we'll see. It's gonna be the crop version of the photo, yeah. I don't think it was even I don't know if it was even cropped. I think that was like the full picture. It's just like it's just poetic with like how it ended up being taken. I don't know if it was cropped or not. I think it was like that's the actual picture.
そうですか。それは熱心ですね。
その言い方、私を侮辱してますの？
まさか。あかりは純粋に心の底から尊敬してそう言ってますよ。普段は呼吸をするように嘘をつくあかりですが、今の言葉に関しては嘘ではありません。
持って回った言い方を。
Jump is cropped from photo. Oh, okay. In that sense, fair, fair, fair.
夢もなく凡庸な日々を送っていただけなんですもの。ノロになるにあたって捨てなければならない夢もない。
Okay, I guess yeah, Akari just hasn't talked about her dream to like anyone really until Nishime and Dylan. Akari didn't respond. Only Dylan and I knew about the voice acting, so it's natural that Goldilocks wouldn't know. He wouldn't know that Akari would have to throw away or what she was prepared to do. Akari let 5 seconds or so pass before responding in a weak voice.
まあ、そうなんです。と言いたいところですが、様々な事情
But
が
we'll
あり
see.
まして。
It'd be a bit of a shame. I don't know. It'd be a shame like if Kiriko just chill with it now, despite giving up her stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. She suddenly strengthened her tone.
あかりは諦めませんよ。
諦めない？何を考えているんですって？
様々なことと言ったではありませんか。キリコでは到底理解できない深いことをあかりは考えているんです。
それは私の経営学よりも本気なんですの？
ええ、そうですよ。人生をかけてます。
A short silence. Wouldn't they suspect she was running away now? I started to worry a little. But I mean, Kiriko, I think, like, Akari trusts her. Like, despite the rivalry, I think she can trust her to not, like, snitch.
ま、あなたのことだからどうせまた
Okay, just say,
適当な
just think she
嘘を
just
ついている
lies.
んでしょ？あなたそんなことばかりしていると友達をなくしますわよ。
はいはい、気をつけますって。
When Goldilocks replied with a light tone, Akari responded in kind. That was the Akari I knew. She continued to reply neutrally. After continuing for another 30 minutes, the call finally ended. She buried her tired-looking face into the couch. Original Polo did have the part. Ah, I see. Fair. Fair. Looks like you were able to deceive her quite well.
ごまかしてよかったのかはわかりませんけどね。普段通りを演じるのがこんなに辛いとは思いませんでした。
Okay, yeah, you were just putting on airs. Goldilocks pictured a future where she, along with Akari, threw away their dreams and became normal priestesses together. But Akari had denied that future. True, I don't know. I do hope that we can, like, help Kiriko out as well. It's like, yeah, cool. Akari's able to live her dream now, but like, well, maybe. But then it's like, yeah, cool. Now she's left behind. We'll see. Akari had denied that future. Instead, she was leaving the island and auditioning to be a voice actress. If she passed, she would run away from home. She would neglect her duty to become a priestess and live in Tokyo. Yeah, it's like, I can see Akari being out the story afterwards, but we'll see. Only Goldilocks would walk the path expected of her. She would get Akari's half of the work pushed onto her. Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. I don't know. It'd be sad if it's just like, yeah, Kiriko just like, that's it. Like, all she is just like a mirror, or like, not parallel, but like, just the foil? I don't know, words. Just to show like Akari if she had like given up. If she claimed betrayal, she'd be right. But being forced to become a normal priestess was the awful part to begin with. Really funny if only Akari was voice acted. Ha! Just one character. Not even like the main girl. Just Akari. Nothing wrong here, so don't worry about that.
西目さん、あかりは悪いなんて思ってませんよ。キリコは何と言っても敵ですから。敵を生贄にのし上がれるのなら、あかりは躊躇しません。
Fair play. You're that determined. What a cold-blooded response. Her heartlessness was in full force. I wasn't foolish enough to not see through her tough act. Okay, yeah. Just like trying to like keep up airs. No matter what anyone said, these two were childhood friends. It would take nerves of steel to see someone like that as a stepping stone. But Akari had definitely prepared herself for what was to come. Do your best out there. She speaks very clearly. I patted her head. I wasn't opposed, nor did I have anything else to say. Fulfilling your dream was draining. It was really hard. That's what I thought. Just like that, a few days had gone by. With each passing day, the communication between Lillian and Akari had decreased. It was proof that we were able to lead stable lives. Oh, true, yeah. Lilin doesn't need to like keep like asking Akari for help. Then one day, the choices didn't have an independent story. Can skip without any consequences. Okay, cool. It's just like if we just like want to get extra info, sure. Yeah, can we get? Let's see if we can get that elaboration. One night, Akari was watching TV in the living room. She had been practicing during the day and spending her time freely in the evenings. I asked her something that had been on my mind for a long time. When we first met, you said we met before, didn't you? Was that really true?
おやおや西目さんはあかりとの出会いエピソードが気になるのですね。当ててみせましょう。結婚式でお二人の出会いはどこですかと聞かれて、二人が違う答えを返したら、それは気まずい思いをするのが嫌で聞いていますね。
Thanks, Akari. I think it's like also like, I don't know, I think it's also like having Akari around helps give like, I guess like levity in a sense, or just like something like, I guess like a different edge, I guess. Because like with Lilin and Nishime, well Lilin's pretty like, aloof, let's say. But she kind of like force the issue, but like, she's also like pretty aloof. So like Akari brings in like a kind of like fun dynamic into the group. Whenever I see that message, I think those kids would be very mad at you if you knew how to read. Ha ha. Became a VA for this game. Ha ha. I have no clue what you're talking about.
答えを言いましょう。本当のことですよ。あかりが4歳だったので。西目さんは5歳だったのではないでしょうか。
Okay, 4 and 5. Then that means I had been to this island a long time ago.
そうなりますね。
If it was when I was 5, it was the year my parents died. If I came to this island, I wonder if I was brought by my parents. That mean I stayed at this house too. I don't remember at all. And I couldn't remember my grandfather's face. It was a reasonable story.
本当に思い出せませんか？あかりと西目さんは二人でホタルを見たんです。山にはホタルがいっぱいいて、とても綺麗でした。
Okay, what, alongside the Firefly Festival?
でも、あかりはホタルに夢中になるあまり、大人たちから離れてしまって、どこにも親はいなくて、急に心細くなって、そんなあかりの手を握ってくれたのが西目さんだったんです。
Akari remembered me from a time when we got lost in the forest. We left behind in the forest. I grabbed her by the hand and led her back to where all the adults were. Huh. I turned out to be a hero in the story.
いえ、西目さんも普通に泣いてましたよ。二人で泣きまくったら、大人がやってきてくれたんです。
Okay, fair play. Just emotional support. I wasn't useful at all then. Why would you tell me about the part where I grabbed your hand?
そこだけは救いになったと思います。
Okay, yeah, emotional support still be support.
そもそも5歳児が一人でどうにかできるはずもないですしね。
You're being strangely realistic. We started talking about the good old days, about how Akari's father and my grandfather were gardening associates, and our families built a relationship together. We got carried away chatting and continued until late in the night. It was the first time I had such a long conversation with someone. I didn't know what talking could be this fun. It'd be nice if we could have a long conversation with Lilin too. Ask if again. Can we just do we just repeat the cutscene? I imagine it's just like how it loops around, because like just how it's structured. Yeah, cool. Guy just got amnesia. Okay, yeah. Oh, well, the ceremony. Recursion, for real. The phone that never made a sound began to ring. I answered, thinking about how unusual it was to receive a call. It was my grandfather. May I receive a call in? I ain't got one. I figured something might have changed or something. It was quite a story for him to have made an intentional call. I guess I should think of it as him being worried about me. Nothing has really changed here. Sometimes I go to work, I'm eating and stuff. What about the Osato family? Those people are still going about as usual? Gorika stopped me from scamming all the options because I can't read. Ha! I think my grandfather would bring up that name. I didn't know he was acquainted with them or anything. Nevertheless, it suddenly became the topic of conversation, as though he wanted to know something. While thinking it was suspicious, I mentioned how the Noro priestesses were going to be initiated. I had no clue if I was right, but from what I thought my grandfather wanted to know, must have been related to that aspect. No priestesses have been chosen. That's awful. Means trouble's coming. All of a sudden, my grandfather's voice got lower. Even though he was a type to let out a laugh every 30 seconds or so, no hint of joy or anything of that sort from him. Instead, I felt negative emotions, like impatience, or a sense of danger from over the phone. That's awful. What's awful about it is being selected, right? Just the fact that they have to be selected is awful. Why? I don't follow you. No need to understand. If there's any updates, give me a call. After he got out what he wanted to ask, he hung up on me. While feeling a sight chill down my spine, I hung up the phone. If no priestesses had been selected, it meant something bad had happened. As if to say it was some kind of reaction. From what Akari had said, the priestess initiation ceremony was a way to preserve culture, but considering that, my grandfather's reaction was strangely dramatic. Time for Eldritch Horror? We'll see. We'll see if, there's, something funky going on with, the gods in this sense. We'll see. Was it awful for it to be preserved? Why? Was it awful to be cornered into a situation where you had to preserve it? Why? I didn't have enough information to continue thinking about it. For now, I decided to forget about the call. Okay. Okay, I'm just checking to see, nah, it's nothing. We just go through the same thing again. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's move. View change Akari. Okay, back to Akari's POV. A few days had passed since Nishime took me into this home. It was a lifestyle I wasn't used to, but I finally settled in. That night, I gave Lillian a call. I had said I wanted to talk about the Switch, but my real intent was to apologize. The voice on the line was Lillian's real one. Apparently her magic and stuff didn't have effect on the phone. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. I think they mentioned that earlier as well. But yeah, even Akari's previous segment pretty much helped solidify the whole Lillian and Nishime thing going on.
Position?
I was trying to talk to her about her and Nishime's relationship, but Lillian didn't seem to understand. It's yeah, these two are just unaware. When I talked to her like I did with my classmates, she didn't always understand me. I understand that she's from a foreign country, but even though we're in the same age group, I thought our cultures were completely different. It doesn't seem like they're dating, but it was a role that someone always played. They added to the jokes when the boy makes fun of themselves, or they went with them when they're talking about taking out the trash. Some of this is unspoken, some of this is more apparent. There are many different ways of going about it, but it's a position that girls don't want to give up. If you step into someone else's place, even if it wasn't your intention, it's normal to apologize. I mean, I don't know if Akari even knows how dire, Lillian's situation in her home country is. It's pretty grim. The middle school in Toyotoki was small, so maybe that's why we have these stories. I just exposed myself as a total country bumpkin. It's a little embarrassing. Okay, yeah, a slight what's it called? Lillian realizing her feelings slowly type deal. Lillian said wistfully, hearing her talk about these things with a trace of bashfulness was another reminder of her foreign heritage.
自身の秘めたる気持ちに気づいてし
Okay,
まい
yeah,
ましたね
Akari is pretty much like
やはり
helping
西目
push
さん
it,
ラブなんです
push the
ね
two along.
よろしければあかりが西目さんに気持ちを聞いてまいりましょうか
Perlica in Fortnite now? Oh yeah, yeah, like last week or like a couple of days ago. Just out of curiosity, like it's actually a pretty good model of Perlica. Out of curiosity, or rather, it was the role I always played when discussing crushes with other girls. That of the big mouthed pseudo Cupid. Oh, okay, yeah. Like Akari does have like a self-awareness about her. Okay, yeah, she knows he's playing Cupid essentially. Of course, I was also interested in the outcomes of these love stories. However, when I'd involve myself like that, my friends would usually give me annoyed looks and say they never trust me with those things again. That was fine. It was a little unfortunate, but I do take most of responsibility for that. That's why Lillian's response shocked me big time.
お願いしてもいい？
え？
私、
Okay,
多
yeah.
分ヒカルが好きなんだと思う。
Alright, yeah, Lillian's actually getting there. And Antonius,
Oh.
what's up?
え
At that moment, I felt like some unladylike noise came out of my mouth. There were noises of a fool who, with no way out when they asked something as a joke, but wasn't taken as one. At the same time, I felt a sharp, heavy pain in my heart. Oh,
この
okay.
間、あかりに考えろって言われて、
Oh, games call.
それ
I
から
see.
ずっと考えていたの。
More there. Okay, yeah, I think Akari maybe has feelings for Nishime. It's just that Nishime doesn't have it in kind. Like, I'd be willing to be surprised, but... Or rather, I'd like to be surprised. I like Akari... I like Akari the most so far in this game. So it's like... What's it called? It would be nice to be surprised, but I just don't see the game going in that direction with like what's it called? It feels as much more Nishime and Lillian for romance over Akari, let's say. I'd like to be surprised, but it doesn't seem that's the direction the game is going in, or even implying. That's the thing. Like, there's no implication of it another way. Like, straight up, Nishime says that Akari is not his type. Lynn's the final girl, essentially.
意外でしたね。まさか本当に好きになるなんて。
わからないわ。好きじゃないかもしれない。
Okay, yeah.
自分でもよくわからなくて。
Unsure of your own feelings
確
type
かめ
deal.
たいだけ。
Or rather, don't know how to process your own feelings. All the others are red herrings. But to be fair, there's only like one other girl we've properly interacted with. Like, Kiriko barely counts as interaction properly with Nishime anyway. And then we don't even know this other character yet on the title screen.
ヒカルには言わないで。知られたくないから。
Okay, yeah. We'll let it come out. Akari will let it come out naturally.
ええ、あかりは秘密は守りますよ。そこは安心してください。
I tried acting as if everything was normal, but I was struggling to keep myself composed. Why was I so upset? Was it because Lillian had said was so unexpected? Was it because of the words "I like Hikaru"? It might have been that. If he said them, and if she didn't actually like him, I'd have been surprised. And if she didn't like him, weird. For some reason, I was having a hard time breathing. Okay, Akari is not fully aware that she has like some feelings for Nishime. My head felt like it was covered by a heavy haze. What's going on here? Was I sick?
あかり？聞いてる？
I think it's like I'm biased towards like what's it called? I guess it's like the more like active fun type, I guess. In this sense, whereas like yeah, I like Akari the most so far in this game.
あ、はい。なんでしょうか。
Been raining practically non-stop since Sunday. Yeah, it's cooling down now in general around the place, but yeah, it hasn't rained yet, but it's forecast to be rain here as well.
ヒカルに聞いてみるの。お願いねって話。
あ 任せてください。
Now I said it, there's no way out. First of all, I didn't need one. What I had to do was ask him, and that would be that. That's why the pain I was feeling in my chest definitely had to be some kind of mistake. I decided that next day I'll talk to Nishime about it. When I saw him return home, I made my way to the living room. Oh, Lilin? Good timing.
はい。
Oh, it's you, Akari. Never mind. Right, okay. Hikaru Nishime just has, like, the habit of, like, thinking Lilin's at home.
何ですかそれは。
I responded quickly, but I was hurt inside.
この家にいるのは超絶可愛いあかりちゃんなのに。
Okay, yeah. Aw.
どうして別の人と間違え
It's
るので
nice
しょう。
that we do get Akari's POV. Just to, like, have a more clearer look at how she feels about things. Sorry about that. Force of habit.
では、いつもの癖で何と言おうとしたのか教えてもらおうじゃないですか。なぜ、あかりならじゃあいいやになるんですか？
Don't get mad. This is about the laundry. Lilin always gathers the wash, so I just want to give her my clothes.
その話ならあかりに任せてもらうことは不可能ですね。何せ、あかりは自分で選択をしたことがありませんから。
Don't get snobby with me. I thought you were taught of with exceptional skills.
選択は含まれませんよ。手料理を作ってもらったら西目さんは嬉しいでしょ。でも手洗濯してもらっても嬉しくないじゃないですか。
Your standards are all over the place. How do you plan to do your laundry? You don't want to wash it all together, right?
嫌ではないです。勝手に決めないでください。
Even I thought I was being unreasonable with my anger. I couldn't stand being seen as a bother. Nishime, having just yelled at me, had an astonished look on his face. I was starting to wonder if I'd done something wrong. When I thought I was responsible for his expression, I started to feel annoyed at myself.
嫌ではないですから。西目さんにお任せします。
Oh, you're telling me to do it?
そうです。よろしくお願いします。持ってくるのでお渡しします。
What about your underwear?
それくらい。
I couldn't declare that it didn't matter to me if you saw them. That would actually be the worst. I didn't want him to see them.
やっぱりあかりが洗います。西目さんの服を出してください。後で洗濯機の使い方を教えていただけると。
For honor and
あかりは大変
mid
喜びます。
oh chat off by default. I'd not seen a single person who've been enabled in 4 days. Ah. No one wants to talk anymore, huh? In that game. Okay, I don't know what happened, but sure.
それと西目さん。
Yeah?
リルーさんのこと好きなんですか？
Why did I ask now? The timing didn't even make sense at all. But I felt this was the only time I could say it, coming off all that from earlier. What are you talking about? You... His face went red and was absolutely and blatantly flustered. It was a completely different reaction than before. That's how it is, huh? The pain in my heart came at the moment I realized the truth. Why? I didn't like him at all, so why did I have to be in pain? You don't understand what it means to like someone, huh? It'd be good to start with knowing what love is. Even if I had given that advice condescendingly. Even if I had taken pleasure from the affairs of others. Okay, yeah, she needs to understand it herself still as well. What's wrong?
何でもありません。
She did mention
少し疲れたので
something to that
休ませて
extent
ください。
earlier as well, actually. There was no way he could see my tears, but my tone of voice was shaky, so he might have noticed. When I remembered his blushing face and got all frustrated, he didn't need to get flustered. Or perhaps could it be that he liked me? If I had asked him that, would he have reacted the same way? Wait. What was I thinking? There was something I had to do right now. I took a deep breath. I had to forget about everything. These feelings were all lies. I had to accept that. That's why I had to get rid of them. Ah! There was nothing there now. I would return to the Akari everyone knew. And I would treat Nishime like I always have. This is fine. This had to be fine. Concentrate. The time was something that Nishime and Lilin had given me. My job here was to pass my audition. I wasn't thinking about anything else but that. I immersed myself in practice until night fell. And from that following day on, I would focus on my goal, leaving no room for idle thoughts. It used to be nice and now it doesn't feel so distant. Ah. Damn. Okay, well, she's just like locked in now to focus on that. Ah. I know, I do want to see like if there's some resolution to this, but I don't know. Even that's just more of like just Akari now focuses on the audition now. Ah. But then once again, it's like, I don't see the game going in that direction with like anyone else other than Lilin and Nishime. I just don't see the game doing that. But it's like, pain. But I think it's like, I do have like an inherent bias, though, to be honest. Before I knew it, her time was up. Her audition was tomorrow. And so my time living with Akari ended today. It was a shame. Since things had been going so well, I felt relief and loneliness. Even though the maelstrom of emotions, it'd been a fun week.
あかりも楽しかったですよ。協力してくれたのが西目さんでよかったです。
We talked about the trivial things as we stood in the kitchen. For the day's meal, we were having gyoza. I hadn't made them since my home economics class. Like you to be so normal. Hope the ocean waves don't get rough.
おっと、楽しかったと言いつつ、不吉なフラグを立てるのは本当は楽しくなかったという遠回しな嫌味ですか？戦争ですか？我が軍の汎用人型決戦兵器は強いですよ。
There's the wild girl I know.
そうですか。わかりましたよ。西目さんは超絶美少女のあかりがいなくなって寂しいですよね。
I guess it's just like then Lilin would just escape anyway. Afterwards, anyway, it's like, yeah, cool, bye. Leave the and then Akari's already gone to Tokyo, or like not gone to, but like already like left, run away from home. Keep dreaming.
おー、今のは聞きました。愛を感じます。
If you felt that loving that, you must be an extreme masochist. We finished making gyoza while we were chatting away. We ate them with the rice we'd prepared rather. Given that we were on the island, we topped it off with minced fish. The small fish called double-lined fusilar had a strange taste that was quite delicious.
そうだ。西目さんにも念のためこれを渡しておきます。
While we were eating, Akari took out a tablet.
あかりの予備のタブレットです。これでリルーさんやあかりと連絡を
Okay,
取ることが
Akari's going to
できますよ。
Tokyo by herself then. I thought he would be going with her. It was like tickets for two to Disneyland, so I guess she's just going by herself. Hold on, how many tablets do you have?
数までは把握していませんね。とりあえず新しいのが出たら買ってもらいます。
Fair play.
あかり的には Wi-Fi なしでも使いたいので。
Okay, yeah, that kind. I don't get any of that, but I do get you're rich. I played around the tablet. It was the same model as the one Lilin had been using, so I understood the gist of how it's used.
後で試しにあかりのスマホにメッセージを送ってみてください。
Gotcha. I'll try it out. If I told her I didn't know how to do that, she'd have made fun of me, so I just nodded. If I ran into trouble, I could just look it up. I could do that at least. Okay, just hopefully doesn't like come back to bite you. I just had to Google it, right? What's wrong? Akari's movements had tensed up. After calling out to her, she raised her head with a start.
あ、いえ、なんでもありません。水着でお風呂に一緒に入ってあげるなどのお詫びが必要かもしれません。
What? She returned to her usual self. Okay, yeah, she's like masking a fair deal. Maybe I just imagined it. She looked like she was deep in thought, but that was delicious. After eating, we cleared the table, took our baths, watched some TV, and headed to bed.
おやすみなさい。
Okay, the day before the audition, rather.
はい。頑張ります。
Good luck tomorrow. Akari headed to Lilin's room and I went to mine. We left the living room and went our separate ways. I got in my futon and when I thought I could read some manga before bed, I noticed the tablet sitting at my side. Ah, right. She told me to try and send a message. I picked up the tablet and looked at how to do that. Okay, back to Akari, cool. Unless we see, like, her view, of, like... Okay, well, it's still the same day, but okay. Right as I closed up the door to my... Or rather, the audition, but okay. I immediately hit my limit. I dropped into my futon and started crying silently. I didn't understand why. These unpleasant feelings I couldn't do anything about were filling my heart. I was probably just scared about tomorrow. I was going to be sneaking off the island without permission and heading to Tokyo. In the end, I wasn't able to tell my parents my true intentions. Tomorrow, I was going to betray them. I understood that they'd done their best and cared for me, and just as they had cared so much for me, that made their expectations just as big. If I really had a problem with them, it would have been better to honestly tell them how I felt. If I'd opposed them, then I could have tried to persuade them. I completely avoided the path of reason I should have taken, because I was weak. Ah, Lizzie and Lillian were really great. Even though they weren't different in age from me, that much different. They both had left home and were leading independent lives. Ah, okay, yeah, works out. True. Those two are pretty much like, yeah, here's like our independent lives. True. It was a greatness that I couldn't even imagine. I had been supported by both of them. I was able to work towards my dreams. But even now, thinking about the audition, I'm so scared I'm even shaking. Even if I betrayed my parents and came over this way, even though these two helped me get this far, why did I be so scared? I can't believe I've been so selfish. How much trouble must I bring onto people before I'm satisfied? No, that's not what I want. So I have to welcome tomorrow with a smile. Embarking on my journey with a smile on my face and passing the audition is my obligation. Don't be scared. Don't be dependent too much on others. Smile. Even if I couldn't even do that, how could I be a voice actress? Aww. Nevertheless, I was afraid of the tomorrow I couldn't see yet. I was really weak. Suddenly I heard an out-of-place sound. My phone was telling me I had a message. I was shocked when I saw it. When I go for a short walk, maybe it's just my imagination, but you look like you're about to cry, Nishime. Aww. But back to him, though. After I sent the message, I found myself wondering if it was a weird thing to do, and I regretted it. I noticed that Kari's mood was a little off, but considering she was nervous about her audition, that was to be expected. I wrote that she looked like she was on the verge of tears, so I expected a response like, "You're quite far from the mark," or something. Well, I already sent it, so no news worrying about it now. I mulled over that and got a response. "I'll join you for a walk. I'm at the front door." It didn't seem like she was ridiculing me. I wasn't sure if she was pleased or not. I got out my futon and headed to the door. Okay, yeah, she's like, what's it called? With how she jokes around too much. It's like, he's not sure how to take her sometimes, to be fair.
西目さんこそパジャマにパーカーを羽織っただけでどこに行く気ですか？夜は風が出ると寒いですよ。
Well, where were you thinking of going?
山ですよ。ハブに気をつけてください
Okay,
ね。
the firefly. Let's see. The mountain? Well, if it helps her calm down, I'll definitely accompany her.
では行きますよ。
To my surprise, she walked out first. I hurried after her, shuffling in my sandals. We walked in silence. There were no signs of anyone else around, just the two of us. Looking up, the starry sky stretched above us. It was a sight that I'd completely gotten used to, a night sky I'd never seen in Tokyo. We walked out the village, and just like Akari said, we reached the mountain. As we continued the sidewalks, we began to hear the sound of the river. After a moment, dimly glowing green dots spread out before us. Okay, the fireflies again. This is amazing. The luminous specks would appear and disappear. When they weren't as dazzling as the night sky, but they were a lot closer.
ここなんですよ。私と西目さんが昔
Okay, yeah.
一緒に
We
ホ
have
タルを
it.
見たのは
It gets reiterated, but yeah, good thing we asked about it. Oh, like you told me the other day, right?
その顔どうせまだ思い出してないんですよね。
My bad. Akari and I met only once when we were little. From what she told me, we watched the fireflies here and got lost together. For better or worse, this was the place from the memory, but I didn't recall anything sad.
少し口に付き合ってもらってよいで
If you don't mind talking to me. We sat down on the bench by the river. She started speaking little by little about this unpleasant feeling she didn't understand. These words came up a few times while she was talking. She was being tormented by these terrible emotions whose origins herself she didn't understand.
キリコに叩かれたんです。漢字名を目指して努力している人だっているのに、ノロになりたくないとは何事かって。
No priestesses were decided based on lineage, so not just anyone could become one. And even if a zealous outsider became a Kanjuna, they would never reach that rank. For someone with that lineage to throw away a position that outsiders would forever long for was something she couldn't forgive. Okay, yeah, Kiriko's a lot more, like, devoted to it, though. Apparently Goldilocks said all that to Akari and socked her. That explains why you're so down the other day. The struggles of those with entitlement. Rich people logic was totally alien to me. Okay, Kiriko's a lot more chill about it, to be fair. Like, there's still the giving up dreams part from that she mentioned, but then it's like, she's a lot more chill about it compared to Akari. But, we'll see. I guess, like, yeah, this is like, he's, like, it seems like Kiriko's moment to, like, just show Akari if she didn't, like, if she chose to become a priestess. We'll see. Not chose, but accepted. And, well, I guess, like, kind of wanted to, but, yeah. This is one of the negative aspects I saw of the world Akari lived in. The more you receive, the more they ask. She was basically being asked to give up half her life in exchange for the wealthy life she'd been living. If they demanded results, the demanded results matched what they asked for, they could probably be happy. But if not, it'd just be a curse. Ah. But you're still going through the audition, right?
はい。やめるつもりはありません。お二人にここまでしてもらったのですから。ただ。
Akari trailed off. There was a break in the clouds, bathing the area in moonlight. That's when I noticed the traces of tears on her cheeks. But what?
戻れないのが怖いんだと思います。
Yeah.
あかり、家を調べたんです。どんな家がいいかなと思って見ていたんです。おしゃれで可愛い家がいっぱいあるサイトを眺めてウキウキしていました。東京の街も調べて、青山とか渋谷とか絶対行くぞって気持ちになったりもして。でも一人で暮らすために必要なものを具体的に調べていくうちにどんどん怖くなってきたんです。何が不安なのかもわからなくて、ただ不安で。
Anxiety toward the tomorrow she couldn't see. The fear of not knowing how things would go on your own. I felt the same way when I first came here. I felt it the whole night in the sugarcane fields.
うまくいくかわからないのが怖いんです。
Akari put the core of her emotions into words. Everyone auditioning tomorrow is probably feeling the same, right?
はい。だからきっとあかりは進むしかないんですよね。
That's probably true. This might not also be true. There was no reason to purposely go down the hard path, but Akari had chosen the hard path. To go somewhere she'd never been, alone, perform for people she'd never met, be evaluated, and get decisions that would make or break her dream. That's the world Akari will be heading to tomorrow. I'm proud of you, Akari. That's how I really felt. To have a dream, persevere and put it all on the line. At that point, it was too bright for me. That was something I couldn't do. That was something I could never have. Okay, because like we don't really have like a big goal with Nishime. It's like he just lives to survive and live, essentially. Words like dream had never been relevant to my life, not even once. The world Akari was living in was too far away from mine. That's why I couldn't relate to her anxieties and fears. It was sad, but that was the reality. But I wanted to help her out. I want to see the moment that a dream gets realized. Looking back at my middle school days, there wasn't anyone who worked as hard as you are. That's why you're great. Frankly, even I look up to you. If things get rough, you can count on me. I want you to do your best. I'll be here for you. What's with that look?
そんなことを急に言われると照れると言いますか。大体ですよ。あかりは親にも嘘をついて、今日だって明日が不安で行きたくないなんて思ってて。何ですか？急に優しくして。あかりを手ごみにしようったってそうはいきませんよ。
Since I'm talking with a beautiful voice actress with a promising future, I figured I'd get a jump on recruiting you. Akari's face went red and she stiffened. Just a joke.
まったく、こんな時に何を言ってるんですか。ところで、西目さん。
Yeah?
西目さんはオーディション受かると思いますか？
She was clinging on to me with her gaze. I responded with a single emotionally loaded phrase. You dummy. Of course you can. I hit Akari with a chop. She spoke with a sigh of relief as she held her head.
そう言ってくれると思いました。そろそろ帰りましょうか。あかりもいろいろ話して満足しました。あかりがこんなにエッチになってしまったのも西目さんのせいなんですからね。
There's barely a logical connection there. And if it's a joke, I don't get it. We descended down the mountain and returned home. Akari walked half a step behind me, holding on to my pajamas the whole way back. Aww. It was sunny the following day. The ferry was also running on schedule. The one in the morning was bound for Hisaku Island and another going to Naha. Then from there was a flight to Tokyo. Oh right, had to fly there, right. The audition was later in the afternoon. Akari would make it there in time this way. I carried her overnight back to the ferry boarding area. That's all I could really do for her. The rest came down to her. Okay, we'll see if there's a POV switch, or if it's like, we just hear from Akari when she gives us a call. No worries, just come back with the part. We had 15 minutes before departure. Boarding had begun. People were starting to leave the waiting area. I would see her get off from here. All I had to do was wait. All I could do was wait. It was frustrating. Akari made her way into the boarding area, her bag in my hand. Every now and then she looked back at me, which was cute. I couldn't go home with her looking at me so much. Not much else I could do. I could at least wave at her. I raised my right hand, then some older man rushed down in front of me. Oh. Miss Akari? He had a hair that had been meticulously... Oh, it's the butler, for fuck's sake. A suit that had nothing out of place. A small moustache. It was Akari's butler. What was that man doing in a place like this? Before I could even be surprised, he rushed over to Akari. Even though your hair was shaved, your head. What on earth did you do? The butler was confused. Understandably so. Akari, who was supposed to be at her priestess initiation ceremony, was attempting to board a ferry. Not only that, but the hair was supposed to be shaved off, had only grown back. It had to be an anomaly to him. But in other words, he hadn't shown up on the port to look for her either. Him stopping by the port was a total coincidence. Since there was only one ferry departure, it would be inevitable to run into someone else who's also leaving the island. Our luck was way too awful. The god of fate was really bullying us this time. What about the ceremony? There was no way she had a good response ready. Okay, unless the butler could redeem himself and be like, okay, fine. I support you, my mistress. We'll see. Like, the butler was like being an ass during the idol competition arc. So we'll see. Maybe he can redeem himself. There was another Akari who was attending the ceremony. That excuse wouldn't work. Anyway, please return to the head family's residence. The ceremony has already started. What would they say about this? The butler grabbed her by the arm. Naturally. There's no way he'd know he switched the real one with a fake. He tried to shake his hand off, but he was also desperate. It had developed into a small scuffle. At this point in the process, what are you... Please, behave yourself. The rest of the people at the wharf was looking at what was going on. It would been good if it stayed that way, but people who understood the situation wanted to help the butler appeared. Old people. The terrible thing was they seemed to believe from the bottom of their hearts that Akaru needed to make an appearance at the ceremony. If they took her away now, she wouldn't make it on the ferry. She quickly glanced at me. The look in her eyes was asking for help. I wanted to help if I could, but there was nothing I could do. Would I rush into the area filled with enemies? Okay, come on, don't do something for once. Or rather, like, yeah, there's no Lilin to, like, punch people out, so do something, Nishime. That'd be meaningless death. It'd also be bad if we fought and it turned into a commotion. If the police were notified, things would get out of hand. But not doing anything wouldn't be good either. Come on, let's go, dog. She would be forced into the car soon. Our time was almost up. My options were limited, but there wasn't anyone to take the lead. What should I do? Nah, I already knew. Only thing I could do was act. Okay, he's getting there. He's getting there to actually do stuff. Oh, I didn't even know if this would accomplish anything. I took a breath. I took a step forward. I focused on my power into my gut and screamed. Okay, yeah, this primal scream. Ah! Oh, okay, I'm not gonna scream out loud right now. I charged the group, taking Akari. He looked at me, wondering what was going on. That's the outsider. You see, Mr. Akari. Don't let him get close. They gave an exact order. At that moment, everyone in the wharf became an enemy. All the seniors, without hesitation, came to grab me. Before I knew it, I turned into a scuffle. You have some nerve deluding the young Akatsumi girl, don't ya? Out the outsider. Seniors Association fight. Okay, cool. We get like our confrontation with them now as well. I don't like his face the moment he looked at me. I was being attacked for a variety of reasons. Well, of course, there was no way I could be beaten so easily. They wanted numbers, but also the age gap. Ah. I continued my relentless resistance. I succeeded in impeding off some of the seniors who jumped me, but I was clearly outnumbered. Before too long, my arms were locked by seniors who seemed to know some martial arts, and I was finally wrestled to the ground. My limbs were completely pinned down and I couldn't move at all. Whilst all this was going on, Akari was being dragged away by the butler. If she was put in the car, it'd be game over. Her dream would end here. You gotta be kidding me. She hadn't even made it to audition. She worked so hard and did everything she could. Whether she got the part or not, she had the right to audition. All of you with your so-called good intentions are destroying her dream. Don't you understand? Even as I vented my sweating anger, I still couldn't move. Okay, unless like the delinquent guy helps us or something. I don't know who else will come and help us. Unless we get like, I don't know, that homeless guy, for his name. Sachan, I think was his name? I can't remember. Let's see. I couldn't do anything. It was frustrating. That's why I was yelling. But no matter how much I did, it did nothing to change the situation. It was so frustrating. Why did I have to be so powerless? And that's when I heard that guy's voice. Okay, yeah. Cool, we got the delinquent guy helping us. A deep menacing voice came out of nowhere. The group pinning me down loosened their grip a little as they looked from the source. The voice carried weight, and echoed with a sense of danger. I bent my neck to look upwards. It's the group of delinquents. Okay, yeah, thanks, dudes. Okay, the whole group, actually. Leading them was Undercut. I recognized the other four as the usual lineup. Who are you? One of the seniors came out to the front. As he was walking, someone pulled his shoulder. The delinquent grabbed him by the collar. He brought his face so close to his, they were almost touching. No, that's... The senior started to panic. It was a natural response to being threatened like that. There was a group of delinquents on Toyotoki to begin with. There wasn't, rather. The islanders wouldn't be used to people like this. Okay, redemption arc for him now. The islanders being glared at looked bewildered. I also couldn't understand the situation. Why was he... What for? Okay, he does know about the audition himself, though. I think. All I understood was that he wanted to pick a fight with the islanders. I guess they target anyone and everyone. But we'll see. Enemy of my enemy is a friend, right? Undercut walked and stopped in front of the butler who's holding Akari. He'd been standing ready. Before he knew it, Undercut's group had surrounded him, cutting off ways of escape. Yo! What are you punks doing? You dare defy me? What? What are you delinquents planning to do with Miss Akari? Okay, who hired you? Let's see. Your boss, who? Well, I'll pay you twice as much as they are. You, I'll call the police. Alright, we bring out the one-liners again. He delivered his line in a straight right punch at the same time, making a preemptive strike against someone who just did calling the police. What a delinquent move. Akari came running to me, having found a gap in the commotion. He helped me up to my feet. Nothing major. I'm fine.
でもおかげで助かりました。
Seems like my resistance didn't accomplish much in the end. We were able to escape our predicament thanks to Undercut. Of course, these guys weren't necessarily our allies either, so we couldn't get careless. But right now, there wasn't any time to think. Already past departure time, hurry. I was pushing Akari from behind. Just then we heard a blaring horn. The ferry had already pulled up from port. Okay, cool. Even the whole, like, jump on the ship type deal. It didn't show signs of stopping, even with Akari waving her arms at it. Okay, she didn't make it. Okay, damn. Unless, like, we can have, like, Lilin... I don't know. How do we solve this, then? Unless it's, like, we go down the route of, like, actually convincing her parents, like, yo, don't freaking do this. Like, I don't want to... Like, don't force Akari to become a priestess. It's like Akari, like, having her monologue earlier about, like, yeah, I'm just running away, but, like, oh well, we've committed to this. But let's see. The cruel reality came crawling up to us.
Yeah,
Okay, how are you gonna make it? Unless you have a speedboat. Before I knew it, he was standing behind me. Alright, cool. He spoke to us in our panic. You have a boat? What the hell are you talking about? Unless, like, Kiriko hired them. Because, like, her family does have, like, it's like the boating company. So, like, they have a spare boat, probably. We'll see. It could be Kiriko. He stood in front of Akari, guarding her. Undercut laughed as he continued. You are? Take her off the island. If that was true, it definitely aligned with our goal. Who requested that? Oh, okay, yeah. It is Kiriko. Okay, yeah. Aww. There's only one currently bold girl I know who goes by that name. The client was the self-proclaimed enemy of Akari.
どうしてキリコがあかりを？
She'd been on the side of making Akari go through the ceremony. She had appeared on the day of Hisaku's Got Talent in a black car and took her away. On the same side as the butler. Okay, yeah. Unless, like, Lilin talked to her or something, we'll see. Or if that would just be trust that. Not trust, but, like, yeah, Kiriko just has her back. She knew something. That Akari was aspiring to be a voice actress? Nah, she hadn't told anyone that. Goldilocks couldn't have known. Was it because they were arch enemies? Might be something there. Because of that, she guessed that there was something behind Akari's selfishness. She could have crushed our plan. She could have taken Akari against her will. But instead, she chose to set her free. Why? That was something I didn't know. It was something only the two of them could know.
逃げるなって言ったくせに。
I do hope we get, like, a bit more time with Kiriko. We'll see, though. Akari was squeezing out her words.
立場を考えろって言ったくせに、あかりを叩いたくせに、敵だって言ったくせに。最後の最後で、どうしてこういうことをするんですか？キリコは30歳まで出られなくなるのに、一人に押し付けるなんて。
Aw. And either that or, like, the whole priestess thing gets cancelled because Akari's not there. We'll see. I do hope, like, we get to spend some time with Kiriko. We'll see. They might have been enemies. Being told that one-sidedly might be getting tiring. However, it didn't seem like the relationship between them was hostile at all. And that's exactly why she can't forgive herself for sending Goldilocks to be sacrificed alone.
できねえんなら帰るか。契約違反だが嫌なら引き返すぜ。
帰りません。あかりは島を出ます。
Akari yelled at her reply to Undercut's suggestion. With teary eyes, she glared up at him, as if she was criticizing him for saying something absurd.
なら歩け。遊覧船だから足が遅えんだ。
Okay, yeah, it's like, yeah, her parents' company boat. Undercut, who had been stared down by Akari, didn't say anything, turning his back to us. I took the now crying Akari's hand and followed him. When I looked up at Mount Nenupar, Undercut's client Goldilocks would surely be at the Sato's ceremony site up right now. She'll be taking part in it. Her hair will be shaved again. She'll be wrapped in a white robe and she'll become a normal priestess. Once all this was said and done, she wouldn't be allowed to love or to marry until she was 30. Being bold the whole time. It will not be forgiven for those in the lineage to abandon this obligation. The girl younger than me who said that was now offering her life. I would never be able to guess how much determination it would take to go through that decision. But something I could understand was a desire to help out your close friend. Okay, I guess like what? You can return and make your final goodbyes. Like you already got the role and it's cool. You can make the bold look work. Yeah, you can, yeah. It's just, I think it's more just like for what the boldness represents. It's like complete dedication to it, essentially. Plus, like, to be fair, like, Kiriko did have pride in her hair, to be fair, as well. Make it happen. Coming back with the part would be the best way to repay the favour. The boat had also been part of Goldilocks' master plan. The company our father operated possessed boats. Perhaps he had borrowed one for the day. I couldn't help but be in awe at the power the daughter had to use boats for free, transport one person. We arrived at Hisaku Island. There are worse things that this implies than being bold. Yeah, essentially. I mean, really, they mentioned, yeah. It's like the bold thing is pretty much more like the icing on the cake of like being forced into this whole deal. It's more like the icing on the cake than like the big main issue. We read at Hisaku. The ferry to Naha was now boarding. Just wear a cotton hat. It was quite a journey, huh? They'll give you all. But I don't really see like that many like I guess like bold Japanese women though. Like, there's like a few like bold actresses around. But I don't really see bold for like Japanese women though. At least like, you know, like celebrity voice actors, that sort of deal. Because it's also like a pretty like public facing job. So I haven't really seen bold for Japanese women at least. They do talk about it. It seems like being bold is the worst thing imaginable. It's more like for what it represents. Plus, like, it's like once again, it's the nail in the coffin essentially for like the whole situation. Because like obviously also like it just takes a long time like it takes a long time to grow back, depending. At least like it's a significant amount of time to grow back. I put my hand on Akari's head with the intention to pat her as a gesture of encouragement. But as I did, she suddenly gave me a hug. Aww. What are... You little... Yeah, this is how she is. Akari slowly walked away. She climbed the steps and boarded the ferry. The horn blared. It was almost time for her to leave the port. After a few hours, Akari would throw down in the match she was betting her life on. I hoped that the environment she would be performing in would let her do her best. That was the most I could do now. Okay, just to see more detail. Okay, yeah, cool. I don't know why you'd skip it though. I don't know why you would skip it. It's just more like extra stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you'd skip it. When I got off the plane, everything already felt like Tokyo. There were so many different loud sounds, smells, man-made things I couldn't describe. All around me were things I'd never seen before. Even though I was relieved that the conversations I overheard were in Japanese, I had to clutch my chest to keep my hopelessness from spilling out. From Haneda, I'd gone the monorail and travelled to a huge station. According to the route I'd looked up beforehand, I had to get on the Yamanote line that departed at 12:35. It's speedrun because people speedrun visual novels. I've seen like that around, yeah. But it's more like a meme kind of deal though. It's like, yeah, hold control and just like speedrun. However, there were 4 platforms for the Yamanote line, not just one. When I told the station staff which train I was looking for, they told me where to go with a pleasant smile. I was told that it would arrive in 5 minutes, so I didn't have to worry about the time. I rode the Yamanote line. I transferred to the subway line. Then finally I made it to the audition venue. After talking to the people at the reception desk, I was led to Studio 2. Even though it was 30 minutes before auditions were set to start, a lot of people were already in the waiting area. I wasn't able to hide how much this shocked me. In Okinawa, people just didn't get to places that early. I took a seat in an open chair and looked at the other candidates. Some were in high school, some seemed my age. Hey, hold on, let me just double check something. Oh, okay, I see. High school is 15 to 18. She's 15, but she's on the older end of middle school then, in that sense. They were all intensely concentrating on scripts. I was overwhelmed by the heavy atmosphere. I decided to do the same. I dropped my eyes to the script and went over the words I had read countless times. It would have been a good way to say things out loud, but my throat wasn't cooperating. After a while, people who seemed to know each other were chatting as they made their way here. They said this was an recruitment for specific roles, but something was up with the script. Super obvious, huh? They're not even holding auditions at an office. It's a studio, right? Oh, I know. They're going to have sounds, right? It's already in production, isn't it? They were exchanging words that were impossible to understand. Something with the script? What did that mean? Did they know something I don't? And what was different between a studio and an office? I guess it's for like the leading role. Let's see. My eyes weren't registering the words in the script at all. Before I knew it, I was fully focused on the conversation as my eyes moved over the text without seeing anything. It was a waste of time. I was confused with the score classification. It said that grades 1 to 4, 5, 10, 11, 12. Bland? But yeah, for me, I imagine high school as being like secondary school. But let me just see what's the American high school one? American high school is, what's it called? Okay, 14 for high school. Because with secondary school is blank school. I see, yeah. Because with secondary school, in this country, it starts from age 11 up to 18, 16. I think 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, yeah, sorry. 11, 16 is high school, or rather secondary school over here. So when I get confused when it comes, not confused, but more I just assume in my mind it's the same age range when they say high school, but then it's okay, it's different in Japan, America, essentially. Well then, everyone, the auditions are about to begin. We'll start calling out names, and when you hear yours, please come inside. The staff member voice brought me back to reality. I had failed to read the script right before they started, but I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Because I had prepared myself really well for this. I had practiced the script enough to recite from memory. See, the first line was... Huh? How did it start again? If you translate to Lithuanian, it's Akotstoji Mokila, which refers to college. And I see, yeah. I see. Okay, high school in there is much older. Like, yeah, college, university age instead. I see. Huh? Akari Akatsumi, please come in. My name had been called. At that moment, I tightly gripped the script in my hands. It made a crumpling noise, and a staff member looked at me with a puzzled look. The other participants did too. As I thought to myself I need to act more confident, I felt my body tense up, except for my knees, which were vigorously shaking. They're going to laugh at me. As I started to feel that way, my face began to sweat. In that mental state, I was brought into a room I'd never seen before. A long desk with people standing behind it. There was a chair in front of it, and I was asked to take a seat there. Okay, I'm feeling like the nervousness. Like, damn. Not cringe, but like cringe, but in the sense of like, yeah, damn. The feels. Okay, please introduce yourself. The direct question came flying at me. I suddenly couldn't get any words out. I wanted to cry. Okay, let's see how this pans out for Akari. I thought I could at least sit up straight, and when I went to lift my head, I bumped against the wall. Thud. I suddenly got the urge to run out of the room. Could you please incinerate me alive? You dummy, of course you're gonna pass the audition. Grade 12 is referred to as middle school. I see. Yeah, different terminology across different countries, for real. At that moment, for some reason, it felt like Nishime bopped me on the head. When I Lilin, I couldn't see grip my face. Even if I couldn't see her, I could feel her mercilessness. Of course I do. Aw. Okay, yeah, everyone, her friends are here in like spirit. They were my reassuring allies. Nishime was kind, and Lilin was the strongest person I've ever met. They took care of everyone in the way. Was interviews looking doubtfully at me wouldn't stand a chance against Lilin, right? Power of friendship, yeah. Introduction.
これは失礼しました。まずはあかりの音楽的素養を示すために、ジョン・ケージの4分33秒を演奏していたところでしたが、伝わらなかったようですね。
Okay, yeah. 433. It's that music piece that's like silence, no music at all. And it's like, it was like some like, I've got the intention behind it, but yeah, it's that complete silence track. I think you can like even stream it on like music platforms. What's that? We don't need anything like that.
いえいえ、今回のオーディションには歌唱力という重要な要素が抜け落ちているようですからね。
Okay, yeah, Akari can now like just break the ice and like play her way around.
つい先日、地元ののど自慢大会で優勝したあかりの美声を知らしめる必要があると感じたまでです。
No. There isn't any singing in John Cage's piece, right? I mean, there's no sound. And the viewers forced to smile as they pointed that out. They probably thought I was a kid who's hard to deal with. I was probably fine with that. Because in a sense, was who I am. I regained my composure and responded to the interviewer's question with a response that was rich with wit. They especially loved my bit about the traffic light. When I said I had seen enough traffic lights to last me a lifetime in Tokyo, they looked at me like I was some pitiable person. Well then, have you performed some lines in the script? Now the interview was over, it was finally time for the script reading part. I was guided into the studio behind some really thick doors. Okay, yeah, really soundproof room. It was strange. It felt strange to be in such a soundproof room. A big microphone, and I had seen before. And one of the walls had a glass window, through which I could see the room we walked in. We were just in. One staff member came up with me and adjusted the height of the microphones for me. Microphone. It was a space that I wasn't familiar with in the slightest. Due to my nervousness, I could feel the fear creeping in. That made me think of Kiriko. Okay, yeah, even now we get to see her in spirit. And when I did, the version of her in my mind was very unlike her, cheering me on. It looks like we're starting, so can I ask you to leave? You're actually starting now, so... I sealed Kiriko my mind away. I focused my thoughts on the script. I had already had an image of the character in my head. The comments I heard in the waiting room, the hidden motive of the script, whatever characters or staff liked, had nothing to do with me. I'll just perform in my way. Okay, yeah, no like trying to play the system and all that. Just do it as you are. They counted down as the recording started. I took a deep breath and...
私、あなたのことが好き。
Okay, yeah.
だから、行かないで。
You have... Okay, yeah, you have range. Damn, fair play. In this moment, I become the character, and the character had become me. Throughout the recording, I hadn't looked at the script, over staff members on the other side of the glass. Before I knew it, I'd read through the whole thing, without any reactions in particular, took me out the booth and told me the evaluation was over, and had a staff member guide me out. I was at the ABBA Museum when I was in Stockholm. There was a soundproof recording booth there. We have to sing or talk when you can't hear yourself. Ah, you can't even hear yourself? Damn. Fair play. Anyways, you can't even hear yourself in that kind of situation, or like some setup style like that. Hold on. One interviewer is called out to me. I've got to ask you your favorite anime. What kind do you like?
ロボットアニメ全般です。
Ah, for some reason they all nodded. I thought they might continue the conversation, but that was it. With that, I left the studio behind me. With the audition over, I could say that it was a bit underwhelming. But I felt a bit underwhelming. I felt, or rather it was. Hold on. I could say that it felt a bit underwhelming. But my heart was brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Nishime, I did it. Change others. Oh, okay, cool. We just get like a POV switch to like just the staff members. Okay. What an interesting girl. Every now and then we get some strange kids, but she was broken by design, wasn't she? Yeah, you're right. It hurts when it's natural, but that one was broken in a way that wasn't bad. What do you think, Mr. Enjo? Gurren Lagann VA Real. Ha. Her way of performing was questionable. Nowhere near an innocent, pure love heroine. Or rather, the way she performed completely disregarded the way her voice is. The way she was saying her lines felt forced. Yeah. It was definitely giving me Common Harn vibes. Common Harn. Is that even a reference to something? Oh, I see. Gundam. I haven't watched this one. Okay, this pink-haired character. Mobile Suit Gundam. Oh, antagonist in Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. Okay. And as well as Gundam Double Z. Okay. I haven't seen. I'm not too versed in Gundam, but I see. You involved a script for a girl of pure love. No matter how you saw it, she was forcing it to be something mecha. A common Harn who would see the boy she loves at a train station. I love it. What do you think, Mr. Enjo? I don't like it. From the perspective of an idol, it's important to evaluate based on their appearance and singing ability. But for voice actresses, if you don't produce work based on the type of voice you have, there's just no point. That girl is inexperienced, an uncut gemstone for now. If her skills were polished, she would shine. Surprised to hear you compliment something like that. I also never heard something like that from you before. That wasn't the way I meant it. You're so hot and cold today. You wrote pass on her sheet, didn't you? So did I. Ah, Orvi had done the same. Along with the words conditions apply. Okay, yeah. 10 hours had passed since she left. I was on the ferry heading back home. Had Akari made it to Tokyo safely? Had the audition ended by now? Did she mention when she would get results? I thought she said they'd tell her right away. I wonder if that was the kind of thing that could be decided on the spot like that. I wasn't the only one. I was the one who auditioned. I can't help but feel anxious. I mulled over the feelings the whole trip back. What's going on? There's a tense atmosphere at the harbor. I mean, yeah, it's like you beat up these old people and it's like, cool. There was scattered groups of huddled in islanders, all sternly discussing something. On Toyotoki, where nothing big ever happened, it was rare for them to get so concerned over anything. I mean, what'd you expect, dude? But today was a bunch of people exchanging opinions on something, serious expressions on their faces. I had been away from the island for most of the day to go see Akari off. At the time, something divisive must have happened. A situation requiring discussion had arisen. So then, it's really true that the Yamadoni's domi's been lifted, eh? Don't know what feigning means, but it looks like they cancelled that. Okay, cool. Okay, it's to do the... Let's see then. Because it's like... The grandfather was like implying something. Like they had to get the priestesses out for some reason. So we shall see. We shall see. As I paid closer attention, I heard a fisherman's loud voice carried on the wind. A Yamadoni Domi was a period of purification through abstinence that was observed through right before an important ceremony. Okay, they cancelled that, huh? Praying at Utaki, another place of worship, fishing and logging were all prohibited. Akari told me it was believed that breaking this abstinence would bring harm to crops, so the islanders completely followed the rule. Okay, in that sense. Okay, they cancelled that then. Okay, cool. Let's see how that pans for Kiriko. If the Yamadoni had been lifted, it meant the ceremony had ended. Akari had been told the ceremony could end in failure. You'd seen that this was what happened. Realizing I might know why, I broke out in cold sweat. That girl, had she been messing around or something? I was running around my best to gather some intel. The failure became a talk of the island. I walked up to one of the groups and eavesdropped on their conversation. I heard bears attacked. Ridiculous, you think there are bears on this island? We're in a case of sudden illness? Dr. Kinjo seemed panicked. I heard parts of the mountains collapsed. The trees in the area were swept away like a whoosh. Like whoosh. No, I heard some demons attacked. You can see fallen trees from Mount Unupar. The bears did that, eh? Sudden cases of illness, mountains collapsing and bears attacking. I couldn't understand what was going on at all. Then it hit me. This wasn't my way of gathering information. I could just ask Lillian directly. I quickly took out the tablet. I received some messages. They were from Lillian. Things went smoothly here. What about your end? The difference in awareness was remarkable. The story that ceremony had failed was a hot topic, but I gathered all my energy and responded. The people are in a panic. They think bears attacked and the mountain collapsed. Did something happen? Bears did attack, but I chased them away. Trees collapsing with collateral damage. So bears really had appeared? On such a remote island? There was no way there were bears here, not so how big the forest was. Well, did you use magic? Did they find out about the switch? A little, but it didn't seem like anyone noticed. I chased them away as Akari. How? I cut down the trees and used them as weapons. I quietly put the tablet away. This was Akari's heroic origin story. That was all I could say. I ordered Lillian to keep everyone around her quiet. That's all I could do. Time to go home and rest. Okay, cool. Akari's rep is like all over the place now. It was the day after the audition. Akari safely made it back to Toyotoki. Her face was peaceful like the calm sea. She looked burned out, but also like it all went as suspected. How'd it go? I guess in a sense, but it was still awkward at the start. That's great to hear. What is it? Well, let's see. It seems like she's under, like, consideration. It was just one thing after another. What time is it now? After looking at the clock, it says 5:30. Okay, still, yeah, it's early morning. It's like, yeah, cool. Yo, it's, like, not even breakfast time. Time to, like, here's your results that early. That would be a weird time to hear from them. Unless you mean 5:30 or you mean 5:30 p.m. Now would be a weird time. Okay, unless you mean 5:30 p.m. Then sure, yeah. It's like, it's already past office hours. Nah, people don't just call in the middle of the night like that. You're oddly calm about this. It was scary as someone who was just watching. It's like a biography. Ha! Everything was being decided today. If her dream would come true or not. If she had the talent to become a voice actress or not. It was all in the hands of someone else. I didn't think I would be able to keep cool in that situation. You're not putting on a brave face, are you?
本心ですよ。
You get the piece of loose concrete.
あかりはやりきったんですよ。だからもうあかりにできることはないんです。もちろん怖くはありますが、ジタバタするのはやめようって決めたんです。
She's being really philosophical about it. She seemed different somehow.
人はそれを成長と呼ぶんですよ。あかりは最終選考というものを経験して、大人の階段を登ってしまったのかもし
It's
れ
pretty
ません。
nice. Like, what's it called? We do go from like up and down in terms of like the grimness of like, yeah, cool. Lillian's home country is like grim as heck. And then it's like, cool, then here's Akari's fun times. And then it's like, oh crap, Akari's now taken away and like has the whole thing. And then now it's like, now it seems pretty like okay again. But it's a nice time. I'm enjoying it. Because I guess it's that whole countryside vibes as a whole for the game as well. Not when you're that short. It's a joke I could have made, but I didn't. This Akari actually seemed a lot more grown up.
ところで西目さん、儀式は無事に終わりましたか？
About that, it seemed it was postponed or cancelled. I asked Lynn about it, but she avoided my question. The Sato's had also kept quiet. It became quite a situation. I'd done my best to gather intel, but the details were unknown. Between goodbyes and depression, yeah. Let's see where this game goes though. Like, it does have like the whole like, yeah, like Lillian's backstory is grim. Like, it's grim. So we'll see how the game goes. All I've been able to get was vague rumors.
ルーさん、何かやらかしましたね。後始末が大変そうです。
I told her I was sorry. We headed home as we exchanged information. Without warning, the phone started ringing. It was Akari's. We returned to the ferry waiting room so she could take the call. We wouldn't need to worry about the sound of the ocean here. We'd also be able to hide our excitement. Akari brought her phone to her ear. Oh, the audition, right. When her other hand gripped mine, she was suddenly agitated, but her hand held tightly. I held her hand tightly.
赤積です。はい、そうです。おっしゃる通りです。
To respond for a bit. I couldn't hear the voice of the person on the line. I also didn't know who they were. A tense nervousness was in the air. She gripped my hand even tighter. I responded in kind. With a goodbye, she ended the call. She sighed. Who was it?
オーディションの偉い人でした。
Okay, they called like at like 5:30 p.m. Damn. Just kept waiting the whole day. Then again, it would be pretty rough they called during your flight back. So what they say? It's a simple question, but my voice came out higher than normal. My knees were also shaken. I was scared to hear the results. One sec, BRB as well. Moment. Alright, let's find out how this went for Akari. I was scared to hear the results. Akari took a deep breath before replying.
合格でした。
Yay, we did it. My whole body was filled with extreme emotion. I got chills and slapped my knee up thinking. But Akari's expression darkened. Okay, what is it? A minor role or something?
ただし、条件付きです。
Conditional acceptance. Okay, what's up? Conditional?
はい。条件さえ満たせば最優秀新人として扱われるそうです。
And if you don't?
不合格です。
Okay, what's up, Akari? What are they?
親権者の同意を取ること。
Ah, okay. Now we gotta confront the parents. It makes sense, to be fair. It's like, yeah, cool. We're gonna hire like a random ass 15-year-old just like that. I mean, I know there's like the whole like child idol stuff here and there, but like even then I imagine the parents must be like giving consent. Even then. In other words, to become a voice actress, it wasn't up to Akari, up to her parents. Had nothing to do with them though. This had nothing to do. Easy enough to say that. But I didn't have the right to decide something like that. What are you gonna do?
親に話すしかないですね。
Okay, yeah. Now we actually get Akari's actual confrontation with her parents. But I mean, she didn't say like it was to like force the issue though. But let's see. That was true. Thinking about, but it's also like it's just funny like if they just wave off the whole like, okay, yeah, I thought you were bold. Never mind, don't worry about it. Like, I mean, to be fair, the butler already confronted Akari, so like they must know like something's going on. But it's like, just don't look into it. Don't worry about it. You have hair now. We won't think about it further. Well, let's see. Let's see. She had to scrap her plan to run away from home. Oh yeah, she can't just run away though, yeah. Are you gonna do it?
わかりません。でもやるしかありません。
Akari made a fist.
話をしている間、一緒にいてもらっても良いでしょうか。
Okay, yeah, emotional support, Nishime. It's something I could do, but I have some conditions.
エッチなことはアイドルになる身としては NG なんですか？
You gotta do it now. Call them right now. Not face to face. I feel like face to face would be better. In their eyes, she also used a tree as a club. True. So it could just be like, yeah, we've lost our minds already. Whatever. This happened. I don't care anymore. Things are weird. So it's like, yeah, sure. I believe you. I wasn't gonna let her delay this conversation. I mean, I feel like face to face is better. I don't personally. I don't like discussing important things over the phone. I prefer like at least like face to face or like at worst video call. I don't like just only if it's important like that. I wasn't going to let her delay the conversation. I was going to talk to them. It had to be today. It had to be now.
わかりました。
She nodded, steeling herself for what was to come. We called Lillian and brought her to speed. She told her to understood before hanging up. The sun was setting. Like an omen of bad weather, the wind started picking up. A car stood in the... Oh, okay, fine. Fine. They come here to talk. A well-dressed couple got out. They were Akari's parents. Okay, it is face-to-face. Not in the sense that just call them and tell them to come here. Her father was nearing old age, and his hair was completely white. On the other hand, her mother was more youthful. Glasses gave her more of an intellectual appearance. Akari's shortness probably came from the father's side, huh? There's almost no difference in their heights. Akari and I left the waiting room together. When her parents saw us, their expression hardened, because their daughter was with me. Her mother in particular looked at me with vigilant eyes. What happened? You called us so suddenly. Her father asked, completely ignoring my insistence.
大切な話があるんです。あかりの将来に関することで。
If it's about becoming a Noro priestess, you don't need to worry. Her father replied as soon as Akari began talking. You have received permission from the head family to pass on your priestess initiation. Study to your heart's content and continue on to college. Okay, just like, okay. Your father bowed his head and begged over and over, and he finally accepted our request. Her mother added, okay, so they're both chill about her not being a priestess at least. But let's see. They placed a hand on Akari's shoulders, trying to encourage their daughter. But to me, the actions came off as something else entirely. We're placing huge expectations on her. Alright, they said like study. And it's like, nah, I have something else I want to do now. Expectations that were way too heavy. Aw. Something you want to do. Her father tilted his head in confusion, like he was hearing about this for the first time. Oops. Okay, yeah, but now she's in a better position now. She has the role lined up for her now. It's not like completely hopes and dreams. She actually has like something to show to them now. It was a quiet but strong declaration. It didn't seem like it had resonated with her parents at all. Their faces showed signs of confusion. Voice actress, audition, past. It didn't seem like they understood what the words meant. They don't get it. They don't get it. There was a huge difference in moods. I didn't think I had the role to play, but I decided to chime in. Voice actors do have the job of applying their voices to anime or movies. Akari has watched anime since she was a kid, and that's what she wants to do. Okay, yeah, just having... Okay, they just don't get it. It's like, huh? What's that? just old. Hearing my explanation, her parents seem to have a better grasp of the situation. But just because they understood doesn't mean they'd mostly come to an agreement. So, what'd she do? She went to an audition. It's the gateway to debuting as a new actress, and Akari was able to pass the audition and landed the role. In reality, she wanted to talk to YouTube before taking the audition, but she wasn't able to find the timing to do so. I don't understand. Her mother aggressively shook her head. I became the focus of her anger. I have talked to Akari about her future, and we decided that she would do her best to get to college. What is this voice acting? First time I heard of it. I gave her angry mother the same explanation again, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Okay, just no comprehension. I tried my luck and asserted that perhaps the only reason they wanted Akari to go to college was because that's what they wanted her to do, and their reaction was dramatic. What the hell do you know? I heard Akari had some good-for-nothing friends. I didn't realize they were this bad. Her mother was exasperated and pulled on Akari to try and get her to come with her. She completely ignored her daughter's resistance. Because she believed she was correct and didn't doubt herself, she even resorted to force. Parents really are a nuisance. You don't understand why Akari... Don't really realize why Akari didn't talk to you about it, do you? It's because she can't trust you at all. She can't trust us. What kind of stupid... Suddenly pulled Akari close to her when I provoked her. And she just liked me than whatever, I guess. She probably thought she could trick Akari into staying away from what she wanted to do. Don't you think that you put too much pressure on her? It's overwhelming, to the point that she can't even talk to you about anything. Well, isn't that normal? Parents have to think about their kids. Is there something wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that, but like I said, it doesn't mean you can force them to do what you want. Who do you think you are? Akari's mother let out a sigh. She seemed to pity me, a young boy who was opposing them for reasons they couldn't understand. Even your parents have told you to study, right? I bet they were thinking of you when they did, because your studies would pay off in the future. They're dead, lol. I wish I had parents to tell me that. Where are your parents? Both of them had passed away. I was taken in and raised by my aunt, but she ran off in the night abandoning me. She looked uncomfortably at me. I didn't care and continued. Of course, I'm envious of those with parents. Being able to go to high school and get money from them for college. Those are dreams for me. I think about that sometimes, looking at Akari. Like, why would I be in high school if my parents were still alive? Why would I be? Or would I be able to not work? If I'd have to worry about paying my electricity or water, or if I'd have to, but I don't have parents, and those are just meaningless fantasies. That's my story. Akari's different. No matter how good someone's circumstances are, it's not the life they want, they'll be miserable. Maybe it's a waste, but we're different, so I can't help but think that. Who wants Akari to go to college? Did you probably discuss it? I know this is obvious, but if you died, you don't even have to talk things through like this. Halfway through, I lost what I wanted to say. I doubt I have to say what I had to say means anything to them. Yeah, I gave them my life story. My face reddened from embarrassment or because I felt pitiful. On the other hand, her mother, who was just cutting into conversations, I listened until the end. Maybe she thought the kid was telling before was worth having a conversation with. If that was the case, maybe it was worth going through all this.
ごめんなさい。あかり。
Okay,
全然
yeah.
わかってませんでした。
Yeah, Nishime hasn't really told Akari about his whole situation either fully. Akari was suddenly crying.
しめさんは
Ah,
大変なのに。あかりのわがままに付き合わせてしまって。
hey there, welcome.
無神経にこん
Welcome.
な話なんかをして。
Her mother caressed her back. Apparently I'd somehow made them care, whether I wanted to or not. Not that I really minded. You. Could it be your Nishime's grandson? Okay, yeah, fine. Yeah, cool, yeah. She mentioned her father was friends with his grandfather, so we could use that connection as well. Or we'll see that connection, rather. Could it be your Nishime's grandson? Akari's father broke the silence. Thank you for taking care of Akari. That's not really how it is. Do you really think we're in the wrong here? Yes. I quickly responded. I had to. You have some nerve to quarrel with people you're unfamiliar with. That's not how it is either. I responded emotionlessly, but on the inside, I was in a cold sweat. Wasn't Akari's father a prominent figure? I might be driven off the island now. Tomorrow. Akari, is what you said true?
はい。ずっと言えなくてごめんなさい。
Akari lifted her head and looked at her father directly. Do you understand that you have gone behind our backs and betrayed both your mother and me? She was being hit with harsh words, but Akari didn't flinch.
もちろんです。その覚悟を決めてオーディションを受けました。
That was very selfish behavior.
はい。
Do you understand our expectations of you?
はい。大学へ行かせて。
Oh,
社長を
okay.
継がせる気なのだろうとは思っていました。
Just having the whole life set out for her, though. Either way, either priestess or that. And you're not satisfied with that future.
はい。中学に入った頃から。
This ungrateful daughter of mine. It was so sudden. Without warning, he hit her. Damn. She staggered and looked like she was about to fall. But she stayed on her feet. She raised her head and bowed deeply one more time.
お願いします。私はどうしても
Alright, let's
声
see.
優に
I
な
mean,
りたいんです。
they should probably
期待を
relent.
裏切るのは申し訳なく思います。でも私は夢を諦めたくないんです。お願いします。
Even though she was told to cut it short. Sorry, what? Cut it out. She kept her head down. She was so serious that it made me question whether I should go and plead with her. But nevertheless, her father's attitude didn't change. Come on, darling, we're going home. What are we doing about Akari? Let her be. She needs time. Okay, cool. How do we solve this then? Because, yeah, stubborn parents and all that. But, oh, so darling, cancel Akari's cram school classes. I'm sorry? Okay, fine. Do you give permission now? Her father looked back just once. He said one thing to Akari, whose head was still bowed. Akari, are there any supplies the voice actress needs? Akari looked at her father with a look of disbelief. Okay, so I guess, yeah, Akari doesn't need to leave the island, per se. Or, run away from home. Now. So let's see how this goes with her. Her mother and I had the same look. I was sure it was all over. But what he just said, if there's anything you need, tell us. If there's something we can provide, you'll have it. But I guess, she still lives in Tokyo, though. It's kind of asked to go to studio back and forth from Toyotoki. We'll see. Lillian to come to their home and rip their door and rolls for intimidation. Ha! I think it's fine, Bona. But I guess, they just accepted whatever weirdness happened with Lillian. Yeah, my daughter has hair now, sure. It's all things are a whack now anyway. Don't worry about it. Akari bowed her head once more. There was no way he was completely convinced. Her father nodded with a bitter expression. Okay, he's like, I'll trust my daughter type deal. Honey, is this okay? You've already begged the head of the family to let her go college. No need to worry about that. I'll just go back and plead with them again. But, Akari, we're going. We'll talk about this more at home. As her father got in the car, her mother reluctantly followed. They drove off, and after a while, we couldn't see anymore. Akari and I watched it disappear. When it was fully gone, I felt some emotions suddenly swelling up within me. Well, we did it, right? I stroked her head, and as I did, she leapt into my chest. She was warm, like she was a bundle of heat. It also looked like she was crying a little.
はい。でも、あかりは悪い娘でした。
But yeah, at least they got their they got their confrontation though. That's true. I mean, they did beg you to let you quit becoming a normal priestess. Like, yeah, I guess we do see that her parents were looking out for her. Even if they were putting expectations on her, they still looked out for her to avoid the whole priestess deal, at least. If they had pressed over expectations on Akari, her parents were thinking about her well-being. That's why they begged the family head to stop her from becoming a priestess, and started making preparations to let Akari go to college. I'd be lying if I said they didn't trample over my feelings about them. There's no use talking about what's happened. Make sure to tell your parents everything this time.
はい。これはあかりが今まで黙っていたのが原因ですから。本当に申し訳ない気持ちでいっぱいです。でも、今になって分かったんです。
What?
親がどれくらいあかりを
Okay,
大
yeah,
切
we
にして
do
くれてい
see
たか。
that. They do care, but they're also like stubborn, or like they think. And also expectation wise, it's not like perfect, but it's also like we're not like completely like bad. We're not even bad even. It's just like how it is with parents. I see. That's generally a good thing for sure.
西目さんのご両親もきっと同じでしたよ。
Not that it means anything if they're dead. I interrupted Akari, who looked like she wanted to say something else, but grabbed her bag. I'll walk you home.
ありがとうございます。
Once I did and I headed home myself, I found another Akari waiting for me. It was lit in disguise.
どうだったの？
She passed. Her parents also seemed to approve.
やったじゃない。
I got a slap in the back. It hurt like hell. 3 days went by. I got a call on the tablet I was still holding on to. It was from Akari. She told us her parents had given her consent to be a voice actress. That's great.
西目さんたちのおかげです。ただ、問題もありまして。
Alright, what's up? Do you have to move to Tokyo? Let's see. What is it this time?
声優になる許可を本家に取らなければならなくなりました。
The head still. How are you getting that?
あかりは来週、本家と分家が集まる会合に
Alright,
出
gotta
席
like
し、アイド
give
ル声
them
優と
the
は
full
何かを
rundown.
見せることになりました。長老がずらりと並ぶ座敷に送り込まれ、表情キャラを演じたり、主題歌を歌ったりするんです。
Alright, the full showing. Audition 2 essentially. The thing about it makes it sound scary.
そんなわけで、また手伝ってほしいのです。できれば、リルーさんに緊張しない薬など作っていただければ。
I don't know such a thing exists. Plus, should you really be relying on a potion?
急に正論を。ところで西目さん、今から会えませんか？
Why now?
いえ、顔を合わせて話がしたいなと思いまして。
I don't really get it, but okay. We hadn't seen each other a lot recently, so not meeting for 3 days felt like a long time. Lillian threw a tantrum since she also wanted to go, but she still looked like Akari. Oh, okay. Wouldn't it be good if we created doppelgangers situation, so I had her watch a house. I headed down to the shore by myself. The waves were gently washing up the sandy beach. Aside from the trash that was washed up, there wasn't anything else. People didn't really generally come to the east side of the island, so it was always like this. I was sitting in the breakwaters, spacing out when I felt a tap on my shoulder.
お待たせしました。こんなところまで恐縮です。
Geez, you always treat my precious days off so previously. Was it this time?
そこまで重要というわけでもないですが。
Despite that, she looked uneasy. Since I was sitting down, I was looking up at her. There wasn't anything, especially in the chest region, obstructing my view, so I could see her face. She looked better than before.
担当直入に伺いますが、西目さんはあかりのことが好き
Okay,
ですか？
cool. Just settling her feelings about this, huh? Well, we know I don't think the game will go in that direction, unfortunately. It's more with like Lilin than anything. It feels like. What did you say? Do I like Akari? Why? Did I do something unconsciously that would make her think that, or that would be embarrassing? Okay, yeah, we know like you don't feel that way towards her though. Unfortunately. Okay, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's like the reaction from like us being asked, "Do you like Lilin?" versus "Do you like Akari?" is like vastly different. So it's like, yeah, damn, it'd be like that, unfortunately. But that's not how the game's gonna go. There's no like, there's no even random hopium. It's just like, yeah, Nishime doesn't see Akari that way, so it's like cool. Unfortunately, we can't get our hopes up on that front. When I started getting worried, Akari delivered the punchline. What? Where was the joke in that? What's it even supposed to laugh at? Okay, Akari just like plays it off now. Huh? Hold on, who are you? I was talking to her as if she was Akari, but before I knew it, her voice had become someone else's. The way she's talking... Wait, you're Lilin. Oh, okay. Okay. But I guess, like, okay, we progressed the Lilin relationship then. Let's see. He sees her as a younger sister, essentially, yeah. Like, childhood friend, younger sister. I don't know about sister, like, he doesn't really mention anything, like, sibling-wise. Like, the only sibling thing he mentions is, like, his cousin that's, like, that he hates. From his aunt's side. But yeah, it's like, it's at least that. It's more like, at least, like, the vibe of, like they're friends, but like they're close, but not like he doesn't feel that way towards Akari, unfortunately. That's when I realized a series of events have been planned. Akari called out to me, and Lilin agreed to stay behind at home without any fuss. They were accomplices. Okay, yeah. How are you doing? You're the worst. Okay. Lilin goes right for it. Where did that come from? Okay, cool. Now Nishime has to like properly confront these feelings. Lilin was doing what she wanted. She laughed, seemingly satisfied before quickly leaving. I was left on the beach. Okay, yeah, Lilin's got a bit more of an edge she got from Akari at least now. Who this was set in fantasy Japan and siblings. Ha. How was that just now? Lilin likes me? That was simply a surprise, but her telling me that looking like Akari, I could make sense of it right now. Yeah, you just get like shell-shocked. Not shell-shocked, just confused. Could it be true? Was he treating me so harshly? Was she always saying my cooking was weird? My heart was full of such doubts. Oh, okay. Thanks, Akari. Thanks, Akari. Akari just double bluffed. Lilin looked like herself appeared. Hold on, you just look like Akari. What happened? Oh no. Just a bit ago. She said that so casually. What you said earlier, how much of that was true? You know what I mean. You said you like me. Huh? Okay, cool. Akari just like... Akari playing Cupid. Again. While it pertains to be Lilin in disguise, I quietly stepped away. After that, I climbed onto the breakwaters and looked at the sea before letting out a sigh. Looking back on what happened, Nishime's reaction was too much. He didn't need to look at me like that, did he? Hearing that's such a beautiful girl like you, going all red and starting to see your response, all that panic is a promise. If that was the case, then maybe I haven't given up either. What was I saying? It was something I knew already, wasn't it? He didn't have feelings for me. I mean, once again, it's more like, yeah, the childhood friend loses. But once again, at least, like, to be fair, the game is clear, like, that he doesn't feel that way towards her. So I can accept it, begrudgingly. Even though, to be fair, it's also more because, like, I like Akari the most. I just like Akari the most in this game, so I can't help it. He didn't have feelings for me. It's strange. Even though this was closer to being rejected, it didn't feel painful or sad. Was it because I had focused so much on becoming a voice actress? Was it because I could go to Tokyo without any regrets? If everything had ended, Eva would be okay. I took off my shoes and made my way to the beach. I went to the water, kicked away the waves, lapping up against the shore. I kicked them over and over, not caring that I was getting wet. I loved him. I loved Nishime. I just pretend not to notice. Pain. Pain. Because I also liked Lynn just as much. Ah. What should I have done? If you fell for someone you liked, it would hurt someone else you liked. I was a fool. I didn't have to think about that much, did I? Because the answer had been there the whole time. Nishime and Lynn had been making a world for themselves. One is for them. Pain. Pain. I mean, once again, I think it's more like, it's more like, it's partly because like I like Akari the most, and it's like, pain. But at least like the game is like direct about this, where it's like, yeah, it very much is Nishime and Lilin as like the romance that develops further. Seemingly that's how it's gonna go. But it's like, pain. The pain. Shit. Nishime and Lilin have been making one for just themselves. It wasn't a place for me to set foot in. Polygamy save us. Well, that's once again, that's not where the game's gonna go. But it's like, yeah, polygamy save us. But even so, even if I knew that, why did I fall for him? I had made a mistake. I would say hadn't. I need to forget him completely. All these things were just lies. No matter how much I kicked and kicked, the waves kept coming to the shore. I wanted to break them all, so I kept at it. Before long I got tired and couldn't lift my legs up. I tottered back to the edge of the beach. My body felt like lead. My whole face was covered in sweat and I was out of breath. I wanted to collapse onto the beach. I wanted to lie down. But I resisted those feelings and lifted up my head. The merciless sunshine, the clear, almost fake-looking sky. It was the scenery I had seen the most on the island where I was raised. I'll never get used to this. Get over this, rather. Be dragging these feelings along my whole life. I mean, yeah, you can't just, like, cut out your feelings like that, I think. I feel. But this was me. All I had was myself. I had to keep living the life I had. I wiped away my tears. I inhaled deeply and caught my breath. As I climbed the breakwater looking for Nishime, I heard the sound of arguing. Lilin was standing next to Nishime. Apparently the real her had shown up after I pretended to be her. But you were the one who said it, that you like me, right? Well, you know what? Forget I said anything. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Akari playing Pseudo Cupid, as she said earlier, as well, works out that way. What does that mean? Well, it's not like I dislike you or anything. You tell me. I've had it with you. What is all this? Do you understand how much trouble you'll cause me? They were going at it, and it was safe to say it was because of my unsolicited confession. These two are quite irritating. There was no mistaking it. The situation called for a super ultra cutie Cupid. The two was playing matchmaker. True. There's that as well. That works as well. It's like, pain. But once again, it's more because, like, Akari's my favorite character from this, it feels like. But yeah, pain. Damn, I think it's like I like the characters that like bring the energy to the group essentially as well. I can't help but like them. And it's like, damn. Plus it's like the classic childhood friend always loses type deal. Oh well. Once again, I appreciate the game being pretty upfront with like there's no copium I could have, let's say. Like unless like I don't think like there's no copium I can have regarding this. It's like it's Lilin and Nishime. There's no copium I can have. Like we go through Akari's own feelings about this matter, and it's like it's pretty clear cut. I can't cope because the game makes it pretty clear cut. I approached them and yelled at Akari. They jumped in surprise. They both had the awareness to know that this wasn't the kind of situation you wanted to be caught in. Both of their faces went red. You, how long have you been there? By the way, earlier was that... Okay, yeah, Akari just... Yeah, playing matchmaker Cupid. Okay, then that means earlier it was Lilin who came over? Oh, so Lilin does know that Akari knows about her. Well, I think... I gave him a serious look. Perhaps because he had connected the dots, his face turned serious. There we go, that's it. The rest was up to you, Nishime. Anyway, having gone off my chest, it was time for this annoying bug to quickly fly away. I know. I do get it, like that's how relationships are. I don't know. I think it's like, I don't know, in the sense that... What's it called? Like I do get it, like it's the world of for the two of them essentially, with like relationships, but it's like pain. I get it, I do get it, but it's like pain. Anyway, having gone up that chest, it's time for this annoying bug to quickly fly away. I clasped my hands behind my back and slowly walked away on the breakwater. When I took one last peek over my shoulder, Nishimi had turned to Nilin with a gracious look on his face. I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I didn't think it was something I needed to hear. I walked to the end of the beach and looked at the ocean. It was shining and sparkling, bathed in the sunlight. From this moment on, I would live my life looking forward. That's what I decided. Of course I'm grateful to them. I thank you both for everything you've done for me. Hikaru. Back to him. It was the day after the embarrassing incident. Akari visited the house early in the morning. But yeah, like the game is like clear cut with it. I get it. I get it. It's just more like pain. Akari visited the house early in the morning. She was carrying her overnight bag. It looked like she was going on a trip. Where are you going? Alright. We'll see if like you're just gone for the rest of the game then or not. We'll see. Come again? Yeah, you told me. But you're leaving already? That's so sudden. It wasn't even 30 minutes until the boat left. Wait 1 second. I was to call Lilin. He just told me right now. She argued as we changed our clothes before heading out. We headed to the port together with Akari. On the road, we made conversation as usual. What happened yesterday quickly crossed my mind, but Akari didn't touch on that at all. Just look forward. I thought the day she left might feel special somehow, but it didn't. It was just another morning. Lilin and Akari were chatting sadly. Sadly? Oh, like sadly, yeah. Akari hugged Lilin and she gently rubbed her back. I wasn't a fan of the gloomy mood, so I forced a cheerful tone when I spoke up. So, did you get a house over there or something?
ホテルを取ってますよ。
Okay, hotel.
もちろん事務所のお金で。
That's amazing. Since everything was happening so quickly, they got a hotel room for her. From there, she went to search for a place on her own. Oh, okay, she's gonna live there, yeah. I guess like she doesn't have to like avoid the island though. So we'll see if I hope she comes back. I like her a lot. I like Akari a lot. Life in Tokyo, I kind of knew what that was like, but I wasn't sure about living alone there. I knew how to harvest sugarcane, how to efficiently pack it to bags, things like that. Akari was really good at cooking and doing her laundry, so there wasn't anything I could give her advice on.
西目さんもありがとうございました。
I mean, I didn't really do much, but
何を言うんですか。西目さんにはすごく助けられましたよ。
okay, yeah. Just wrap your
惚れかけちゃいました。
wrap your true feelings with jokes. Hey now.
冗談ですよ。
Ha. Pain. The pain. The pain. One that wasn't good for my heart at all. I gave Akari her overnight bag, which I had been holding. My second time doing this, but this time I wasn't sure when I'd see her next. Pain. As I thought that I started to feel lonely. But there was no way I could let it show in my face. I had to stay positive as possible as we were seeing Akari off.
じゃあ行ってきます。
Good luck out there.
元気でね。
We saw Akari off from the wharf. The ferry horn blared and it slowly pulling away. We looked out into the ocean until it was just a speck on the horizon. As it faded in from sight, my gaze shifted to the sky. Don't cry now. Well, if it was okay for all of America to cry. Yeah, that's probably a reference to something. But I can't place it.
はあ、毎日お肉を食べられたあの頃が懐かしい。
Hey, don't complain. Eating meat on what we earn? A dream within a dream. Oh right, yeah, you mostly do fish otherwise. A week had gone by since Akari embarked on a trip. You can call her though, you have your tablet, at least. We continued our life as usual, eating fish and going to work. Our work hours didn't line up, so we only ate dinner together.
私、あかりの家の子になりたい。
Oh, be quiet. You don't see me eating meat, so stop thinking about yourself.
じゃあ、あんたをあかりに変えてあげようかしら。おいしいご飯が毎日食べられるわよ。
You really think I'd turn into a girl just so I could eat meat? I've been having free time after work lately, so I've gotten really into cooking. I also bought a frying pan using certificates we got from Akari. Oh right, yeah. We have like decent money for that for like island stuff now. Well, gift certificates. We were well off now. It was nice. And yeah, I felt like the time I put into cooking was in vain. What was this feeling? It was similar to how it felt when you used to use like your favorite eraser. We make weird metaphors, but I guess that's how shallow my life was. I was completely immersed in my thoughts. Just then the doorbell rang. Akari? Who could that be at this time? A door-to-door salesman? No, there's no way. We were on the normal island row. I prayed that it wasn't some neighborhood dispute or something. I'll be right there. Hi Akari, let's go. Woo. I never could have guessed who I'd find.
やあやあ、お久しぶりですね。
It's been a week.
娘さん
Yo. I mean, to be fair, yeah, once again, it's like
お土産を持ってきましたよ。
Akari is now fine on the island. She doesn't have to run away entirely, so yay. Akari's back. Woo. It was Akari. It took me 2 whole seconds to react. What?
そんなに驚くことあります？
Wait, but didn't you go off to Tokyo?
行きましたよ。そして帰ってきたわけですが。
Welcome home. Welcome home. Why'd you come back?
なんですかその言い草は。あかりはこの島の子ですよ。どうして帰ってきてはいけないんですか？
Yeah, she's chill to come back.
何騒がしくしてんのよ。あかり？どうして？
Lynn had shown up and the confusion intensified. Akari put her head on her chin.
もしや、
On her chin.
お二人ともあかりが東京に引っ越したと勘違いしてませんか？
Okay, yeah, not yet. Cool.
あかりは契約手続きをするために向かっただけですよ。父と一緒にフェリーに乗ったのを見てなかったんですか？
Oh, your dad was there? We didn't even see him. He didn't even say hello. It's like, yeah, cool. Bye, Akari. It was really a dumb punchline, but it left me completely flabbergasted. He didn't tell us anything.
まあまあまあスーパー美少女が帰ってきたんだから素直に喜ぶべきでは
Yeah, I'm haps. I'm haps. Good to see you again.
お土産までありますよ東京バナナです
I'm not in the mood for that.
いいじゃないくれるって言ってるんだから上がってけば
ナイスです
Oops.
リルーさんあかりはその言葉を待っていました実はあかりも東京バナナがどんな味なのか気になっていたのです
We moved to the living room. Lillian quickly unwrapped the box of souvenirs. What was this feeling? I felt like I'd been tricked, but I was also happy. Well, whatever. Welcome back, Akari. Aww. Aww. She responded with a smile.
はいただいまです
Okay, yeah, even the whole Tadaima. I'm back. I'm good to be home. Type deal. Damn. Aww. Aw. Okay. End of Akari's story. Okay, yeah. Let's see how this game is structured. Well, I think it is. Like, we have, like, someone else be the focus next. You changed Lillian. Okay, Lillian's POV. Okay. Now we get to see her then. I only told one lie, but I thought it was a necessary one. If I hadn't, it would have caused a huge fuss, but still something that Hikaru shouldn't know about. That day, I attended the ceremony as Akari. Okay. I was told it was going to be a big moment for me, but it didn't seem that way from how Akari's family was acting. I'm excited to see you fulfill your role. Akari's mother said that she gave me a big hug. Sorry, what? But as she gave me a big hug. I could see tears in her eyes, and she looked like she was carrying something painful. I didn't notice anything about her, but it didn't seem like she was happy about her big daughter's moment at all. Akari's father was acting the same. Even though I heard that they were very critical, they rarely said anything that when I was at the house. Okay, what did you? Okay, you lied about something that happened here. Let's see. Something you lied. Let's see. Let's find out then. Only one lie. A necessary one. If you didn't, it would cause a big fuss. Okay, let's see. I wonder why Akari had to come to that conclusion about them. Okay, it's more the expectations is the thing that weighs down Akari with her parents. It's like it's there, but you won't notice it at a glance. It made me suspicious the whole time I was there. My sense of discomfort grew stronger as the day went by, but it didn't change what I had to do. I spent the day quietly pretending to be Akari. After finishing a gloomy breakfast, I was taken to the Osato family. I was led to a tatami room where I applied my makeup and changed into white robes. The girl that Akari claimed was her enemy was in the same room changing. Her name was hard to remember, but I did recall her strangely styled blonde hair. As I walked to her room, she clicked her tongue unpleasantly.
機会を差し上げたのに不意にしたんですのね。
Oh, okay.
それとも覚悟が決まったとでも？
Okay, yeah. Kiriko doesn't know about the two Akaris. I don't know how it would have worked, but like I guess like she would have thought that Akari would escape into the night or something like that. I mean, she doesn't know about the whole two Akari situation going on. I didn't understand what I was being told, so I gave her an ambiguous nod. When we finished our expectations, ex-Goldilocks and I made our way to the side of the ceremony. It was deep in the forest. I could see a building through the trees as we followed a narrow winding path. It was made of wood and raised off the ground. Judging from its appearance, it seemed different from the others that I'd seen. There's a group of Kanjuna priestesses wearing white robes waiting in front of it. In the middle was an old woman wearing a crown of fern leaves. From what Akari told me, the Osatos were a lineage of great Kanjuna priestesses, but her appearance reminded me of a lot more of a shaman. I had all the ceremony's procedures memorized by heart. First, those becoming Noro priestesses had to prepare themselves to pray to the gods in the front of the garden of the palace. The preparations began with a lower rank Kanjuna called a Hokama, and a high rank one Nikimi Narai, marking the candidate's cheeks with his red seal. Making the candidate, marking them was a declaration from the Kimi Narai that they had been accepted to become Noro priestesses. Then the palm leaf fan in her fern crown and holding colourful ones marked to the moon, peonies, the sun, and the phoenix, she'd pray at a hole. The hall of worship was probably the building in front of me. The high rank Kanjuna was like an old woman with a fern crown, and the rest of them must be lower rank. At any rate, none of them at the ceremony possessed mana. If they did, Hikaru would have more experience than them. I was optimistic during practice, but there was possibility being some meaning. There being possibly some meaning to all this. And now I was here, all that evaporated. It was evident that this was all complete farce. Ah, okay, that's the angle we're going with regarding this tradition. It's not real, in that sense. It's not real. I will now conduct the Noro Priestess initiation ceremony. It's pure tradition. There's no, well, seemingly at least, there's no we know the magic from Thingamabob. Lillian's real, but then it turns out this one is more just tradition for the sake of tradition. There's no actual spiritual, or rather, I guess to be fair, the people involved wouldn't know if it's real or not. But it's just that in universe, there's no magic going on with these guys either. The ceremony started with the old woman's announcement. Without even looking at us, she began moving slowly along a set path. The preparations ended without any issues, and the Goldilocks and I made our way to the hall of worship. Cool. No one wants to call her by Kiriko. None of them do. None want to call her Kiriko. Except for Akari. Everyone calls her by her hair. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt a strange sensation. What was that? I felt as if I was being watched. Okay, maybe there is magic for going on then. Or at least the god stuff. Let's see. Ex-Goldilocks, who had walked ahead, especially turned to face me. It seemed like she hadn't felt that chill just now. After being disguised... Sorry, I read disguised from the name part. And it was on the tip of my mouth. After being rushed, I continued deeper into the hall. Brown in Persona 1? I haven't played Persona 1. I played a bit of it, but not in I never finished it. I played a bit of it, but never finished it. Okay, that guy. After being rushed, I continued down the hall. The hall of worship was a perfectly square room. There was a stand shaped like stairs. There's a stand shaped like stairs directly in front of us. Resting on it was the source of light for the room, a single candle with its flame swinging faintly. Looking around the room, I noticed the talismans had been placed on the four corners of the room. I felt an indescribable discomfort, but Goldilocks lost her temper at the sight of me not moving and forcibly pulled me along. Everyone calls him Brown. He says, Icy. I think that's his nickname, yeah. His nickname. We kneeled on the floor cushions that were there for us and lit the incense sticks on the stand. We then returned to the stand and scattered rice and alcohol over them. I was told this was the sign of communication with the gods. The sign of communication with the gods had begun. No way that was real, but I followed the steps I'd been taught. Well, we'll see if it's real or not. If it turns out to be real, because it is similar to the whole thing that Lillian was doing when she summoned her god thing from before. Next came prayers. We started by praying to the fire god, then earth, followed by water. Just like how we began, we finished by scattering rice and alcohol over the incense sticks. After this, we would dance together with the rest of the Kanjuma priestesses in the garden we were just in. Just as she was about to extinguish the flames, Ex-Goldilocks spoke to me.
何がですか？
私たちは島で暮らしているのに、大地の神に祈らなければならないんですもの。神様といえば、普通は犬間だけだと思いませんこと？
Now that she mentioned it, it was a reasonable point to make. In my village, it would make sense. It made sense to pray to the elemental and light gods, but praying to the earth god in such a small island was fine, but weird. True. I guess like water, to be fair, as well. Like you're surrounded by water, so. But I see. It was weird, and there was the atmosphere in this hole. For some reason, I felt like I was being watched. I'd experienced this before, recently too. Oh. I came up with one possible explanation. This place was a makeshift temple. There wasn't an overflow of mana here, but the talismans on the cardinal directions were prayers to the elemental gods. For holy fire we had the candle. For holy water the alcohol. This building elevated off the ground was an altar, and the step-like thing we were sitting on acted as the stand for the offering. The moment I realized all this, I found myself in a fierce cold sweat. This was a ceremony summoning a being of power. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. It turns out it's the same thing. That's it, being of power, that's it. Okay. The building's style and the details were different, but there was no mistaking that this was how the situation was constructed. Right now, this space was acting as a makeshift temple. Further, the spell was normally chanted from the outside of the temple. If that wasn't possible, the person casting the spell would become the offering for the summon. Currently, the Kimi no Rai and the lower rank Kanhuna were outside. I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought they all liked mana, but there's no way. Alright, what actually went down during the ceremony? Let's see. Unless they're like, what? What's the issue, yeah? What do you mean? Okay, sacrificed, yeah. Okay, damn. Okay, Lillian saved their lives, essentially. Is that line still there, though, with... okay, it's all the way back. It's too far back. But I guess, like, it's a bit too grim if it turns... for Hikaru to know that Akari and Kiriko would have been sacrificed instead. But let's see. Let's see. Just then I felt the presence of mana. Some great power was drawing near. Rather than explaining, I went into action. I grabbed her by the arm and jumped from the altar, right after something fell onto it. I pushed her from behind and turned around to face whatever was calling out to me. It was a demon that gave off a sinister energy. Okay, yeah. The building was a makeshift temple after all. The circumstances of the ceremony weren't clear. Rather that the inhuman thing was summoned. It wasn't just a sacrifice. The pact had been... If it wasn't a sacrifice, the pact would be broken. The beings being under the sway of darkness weren't satisfied. They were flesh and blood. So it wasn't surprising when it, which had fallen on the altar, jumped at me. I envied the dark arms and had come at me and jumped out of the temple. Normally the beings that are summoned can't leave a temple. Even shadows were hindered by a reason, and an invisible barrier was preventing them from leaving and entering the hall. Every time a dark shadow raised, the hall shook violently. What's happening? Is there something there? The Kanjuna who had waited outside, waiting in the garden, looked up at the hall. Hadn't they been casting the spell? Despite that, they all looked terrified, including the Kimi no Rai. Were they the ones conducting the summon? Okay, what? Even these guys don't know the whole, like, sacrifice stuff going on, huh? If it wasn't them, then who? At that moment, the sound of explosion roared behind me. Whoa, the temple entrance had been destroyed. There was no way I should have been able to go outside, but the being of power had suddenly gone beyond that and was coming closer. I told the Kanjuna priestess to run away, but none of them moved. On the contrary, the priestesses that were surrounding on the Kimi no Rai got down on their knees. Ooh, great. Kuro, Tizuri, please, your anger. Please quell your anger. Oh, okay. They think it's like something they worship. I don't remember the name. What was it? Is this the fire one? I'm bad at name. Is that the one you mentioned? Okay, we're way too far back. Oh, is it? Hold on. Oh, no, yeah, we're way too far back now. Before Kiriko even mentioned the name of the fire god. Or Earth, what? I can't remember. The remaining young priestesses were observing the scene with a look of bewilderment.
何をしているの？さっさと逃げなさい。あれはニエを求めているのよ。
Even though I yelled, there weren't any signs that the women were going to raise their heads. Oh, so yeah, we go from like one tone shift to the next. Like, yay, Akari's back. And also audition passed, and yay, she's back home. And now it's like, yeah, cool, here's the demon again. To be fair, it's not like out of place tone shift. Like, the game got us used to like the tone shift going on. Plus, like, we did see the being of power from earlier when Akari and Lilin did the whole thing to help Akari. Even though I yelled, there weren't any signs that the women were going to raise their heads. Meanwhile, the shadow leapt from the hole and revealed its full form. It caught a human-like shape out of the shadow. The overflowing miasma indicated it wasn't an ordinary presence. It would take very strong magic to chase the being away, but normal humans wouldn't be able to wield that. According to folklore, beings under the sway of darkness were weak to the light of the sun. I hoped it would stagger, but the forest was so dense that there were places where the sunlight didn't shine through. Dark shadow began to get closer to us.
黒手釣り様ってどういうことなんですの？何が起こっているか説明してくださいまし。
The frantic ex-Goldilocks began interrogating the Kanjuna priestesses, but the older one remained kneeling, not showing any signs of moving. If you would, please call your anger, our great Ikigami. Please protect our island. The old woman and the other priestesses continued their prayers. I wasn't sure who they were praying to or for what. At the very least, I could tell it wasn't to the elemental gods or the god of light. Might be some heretical religion. Oh, okay. Why would there be a group of heretics on this remote island? I had endless questions. All these rituals were because it was a cult. Who could have seen this coming? Ha! Ha. This wasn't time and place to think about that. Damn it, this was supposed to be some farcical ceremony, but it turned out to be real. I ordered Goldilocks to go search for an axe. Sunlight was the only way to handle this. I need to cut down the surroundings. Oh, the tree. Ah, okay. Okay, that's what. Okay, that's the whole tree being felled stuff going on. I need to cut down the surrounding areas and let in the sunlight. I channeled all my mana into my magical items, and my body strengthened by earth power as I'm to evade the dark shadow attacks. I jumped at the axe that was thrown my way. When I got to work cutting down the trees surrounding the hole of worship one at a time. As I did that, the Kanjuna didn't move in the slightest, but for some reason the shadow began to target me. Probably because I was the only presence that possessed mana in the area. But that made my job much easier, as there wasn't anyone else that could stop me. I proceeded to cut down trees in a 32-foot radius around the hole. No matter how much I strengthened my body of magic, the exhaustion was intense. But the results I got matched the effort I put in. The shadow was looking at me reproachfully from deep within the forest. It seemed like it couldn't get any closer to us, as we were bathed in sunlight. Okay, forest haunted now, damn. The forest is haunted now. Now, if we provided another sacrifice, it would finish the ceremony. At least that's what should have happened, but the shadow disappeared without taking another sacrifice. Alright, we don't know if it's like still there or if it's like, maybe it's just gone, we'll see. Compared to the violent way it appeared, it had melted away. Is it gone? Why? I prepared myself for its next attack, but there was no sign of it anywhere. Ex-Goldilocks ran over to me. I was prepared to question my real identity, but she just asked if I had injuries. The shadow didn't show itself a second time. Okay, yeah. Cool. Those were the events that transpired that day. The shadow vanished, taking any danger with it. On the other hand, I was fully prepared to be denounced by everyone. But no one pressed the issue at all. I was just asked if I was hurt. Okay, that's why everything is got overlooked. Okay. The Kimi Narai completely overlooked my actions. Since I had used my magic, they had to have known I wasn't the real Akari. Although it was a bit eerie that no one brought it up. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, the game does like bring up like, yeah, it's not getting brought up at all. No one's like questioning anything. From what Hikaru told me, there was no way that witches exist in this country. That's why I was told to avoid using magic in front of people. Why was the Kimi no Rai ignoring the fact that I used magic? I didn't believe they hadn't realized what happened. Those girls knew what I was after. That was the only possibility. The Osato family. I decided to investigate them further. Okay, yeah, we got this whole mystery now with the Osatos going on as well. Insurance agent story unlocked. Okay, new focus character. Okay, new focus character. Insurance agent story. I'm guessing is this woman there. 2 days until the incident. Middle of May. The rainy season arrived in Okinawa earlier than usual. Rain fell relentlessly and the humidity increased in tandem. I asked my life Yasan, sorry, not Sachan, Yasan. I asked my life coach Yasan for advice on how to deal with the high humidity that worsened each day. According to his wise word of wisdom, keep dehumidifiers on at all times. Oh, true, that would work. Huh, true. I don't have one. But that would make sense. It's like most of the heat is just from humidity a lot of the time. Well, I was scared to imagine how that would impact my electric bills. True, yeah, also electric bills though. I was told that negligence would lead to mold. True, there's that too. Especially in like a wooden house. Unconvinced, I peeked into my closet. The futon had turned an unseemly colour. Cue the awkward moment where I had to carefully bid farewell to my bedding. The month of May so far gave me a rude awakening. Okay, I'm going to Tokyo now. I knocked on the door after Akari dropped me off. Oh no. I told the okay. Akari just helping us along with like helping. I use us. Well, he Nishime, but I do that sometimes. Okay, yeah. I told a female worker the purpose of my visit, and I was led to a room further back. I found myself in a small meeting room. A table that could seat around 6 people. I vaguely remembered that the spot at the end of the table was the seat of honor. But the question was which end? 50-50 chance, huh? I pondered, and the lady directed me to sit in the seat furthest to the back. I sat down in relief. Today I'm here for an interview. I stopped working for the sugarcane mill back in April. Sugarcane was harvested in March. Oh, okay, yeah. April, it got processed to raw sugar. It was always going to be a seasonal job. That meant I had to find another one in summer. I looked through several job listings, but most were recruiting in Naha. According to Yasan, companies tended to welcome new employees in April, meaning most would stop recruiting by the end of the month. It seemed like there was no hope, but Akari reached out to me. He proceeded to take me to Hisaku Island's top resort hotel. They didn't have any job listings, but apparently they were always on the lookout for long-term hires. Compared to working in the sugarcane fields and mill, this was on the opposite end of the spectrum labor-wise. I would be signing a contract and following strict and systematic labor regulations. This would be my first job that felt like a job. Proper job. Not to mention my first interview. I didn't have the slightest clue what kind of questions they'd throw at me. There was a knock on the door. It was soon followed by an older lady who burst into the room. Hi there! She looked like she was in her 40s. From the sheer volume of her greeting alone, I could see that she was the powerful and energetic type. I'm Suzuki, the manager. Great to meet you! In one swift motion, she took her seat and greeted me. All of her movements were sharp and exaggerated. It took me by surprise, and thankfully, I had some experience and could handle some pressure from women her age. Thank you for meeting me today. I tended to match her energy with my response. Sure thing, could you hand me your resume? And right off the bat, the interview had begun. I took my resume out my bag and handed it over. Hikaru Nishime, huh? So why'd you want a job? This job. I had to get by. I was working at the sugarcane mill, so I had to leave by the end of the month. That's no good. When we ask you that, you have to respond with why you want to work at the hotel specifically. Okay, yeah. Don't just say, I need money, lol. It's more like, why are you here? Type deal. Oh. That's no good either. It seems like you're not even trying. Have another go at it. It didn't seem like I was trying. Should I be kicked out in here and there? But was pretty much done for, but she gave me another chance. Which left me pretty confused. I want to work at this hotel because I followed her instructions to restate my reasoning. I couldn't come up with a proper reason, and settled with the mentioning that it seemed cool. Was that still no good? Rather than not being any good, you sure are crafty. You were quick to come back for a new reason, but I didn't feel any insincerity in your answer. Understood. You're improving already. Let's try again. Okay, she's just helping him along. Pretty chill interview. Suzuki tossed my resume. He didn't even take a peek at it. I worked pretty hard on it too. More importantly, I had no idea where this interview was headed. The job don't usually play out like this. What was he trying to test me on? A sense of doubt welled up inside me as I continued to give my reasons. After about half an hour, Suzuki let out a sigh. This isn't promising. In the end, it was all for naught. It looks like you have a good head on your shoulders, so let's give it a try. I was given a chance after all. Really? I'm not sure what to expect though. Your broodiness leaves a bad impression, but you seem clever, so I'm sure you'll grow as you learn to lay yourself bare. She gave me her final thoughts. Our conversation not only made no sense, had also turned into some personality test. Broodiness, huh? That kind of stung. I mean, I see where she's coming from. Handed me a bunch of paperwork. Documents required parental consent. Could I call my grandfather about this? Asking Suzuki would probably open a can of worms, so I kept my mouth shut and nodded along. Alright then, be sure to turn in all paperwork tomorrow. Let's wrap it up for today. The interview was over. I only had a brief moment to let relief wash over me before Suzuki led me to the meeting room. I had to run to keep up with her rapid pace. Oh, there's the owner, make sure to bow. We stopped in front of the corridor. A dignified man entered our vision. He was clad in a dressy suit and wore a greedy expression on his face. Based on previous experience, nothing good came out of getting any sort of attention from the wealthy and powerful. I followed Suzuki's example and bowed respectfully. I did my best to stay as still as a statue. My eyes then drifted to the person standing next to the owner. Our eyes met. Oh! Okay, Kiriko here. Her hair's back though. Good day to you. Okay, the person standing by the owner was a girl. I recognized her trademark curl. Okay, her hair grew back. Cool. I guess like she's fine now as well. After the incident, and it's like, yeah, cool. We'll drop this now. Don't worry about it. We'll see where it results though later on. Then I guess it's a slow build up for like whatever the heck is going on with the Osatos. It was the pitiful girl who had initially shaved her hair to become a normal priestess. As that fell through, she left with a bald head in vain. But somehow it all grown back. What's up with her hair? Oh, a wig. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Just as you recover from boldness. Fair play. Okay, she didn't like fully give up. She had like a bit of hope that somehow things would come back around. Huh, that's pretty impressive. If she knew that in advance, then why is she shaving in the first place? Do you know the owner, Nishime? Just curious the question. Told you wigs exist. They exist, but like, what's it called? You have to have it prepared. Like, she prepared like one exactly based on her hair, proper. So yeah. There's no way I was going to do something like him. Not at all. What do you mean? Okay, she owns the hotel. Cool, we're chill. Nishime, yay. Nepotism. You're joking. Didn't you turn 15 this year? Fair play. But I guess it's like that's how Akari knows about the hotel as well. It's Kiriko's hotel, in essence. You're kidding. I showed Suzuki a dubious look. Miss Kiriko's indeed the owner. Better behave yourself. He wasn't kidding. A hotel is a birthday gift. Rich people sure are on a whole nother level. Goldilocks asked haughtily. Suzuki responded without flinching. Yes, I still have my doubts, but we've hired him. But okay, cool. I guess like we'll see if like Kiriko gets. I guess like to be fair, we've seen Kiriko more of her in Akari's story as well. To be fair, But we'll see if like she gets any more further focus. The overbearing Suzuki from the meeting room turned meek and obedient in the owner's presence. I opened my eyes to the strict hierarchy that I abided by, and I would be added to the very bottom of said hierarchy starting tomorrow. I would obviously be Goldilocks' underling. That's a sour taste in my mouth. That's society for you. Ha! We live in a society, for real, for real. I stiffly left the office. Akari greeted me on the way on the front desk. By the front desk.
そうでしたか?
I got a job for now.
よかったですね。
Okay, yeah, yeah.
オーナーのコネですから。
Akari brings it up as well.
不合格にはならないでしょう。
Oh, okay. I guess that's why the interview was like pretty chill as well. Looks like you knew about her all along.
もちろん。というか、オーナーに声をかけたわけですからね。
Okay, yeah. I guess like Akari and... Well, I guess like obviously Kiriko directly helped out Akari for her audition. So like by this point, like they're like arch enemy, but like by this point, like it's pretty clear cut that they're like besties. You should give me a heads up.
人生にはサプライズが必要ですよ。何にせよ。
Oh, okay. You still begged for it at least. Well, you could be joking. That's Akari for you. Wait, did you really go that far? Okay, yeah. It's Akari, of course. She wraps her stuff in jokes. But okay, yeah, in this case, yeah, fair, fair. Was it really okay for my employment to be decided over something so trivial? Okay, yeah, yeah. To be fair, yeah. It's the whole, like, close-knit community type deal anyway. Where it's like, yeah, everyone knows everyone anyway, so it's like, yeah, no biggie.
人が少ないだけに頼まれたら断りづらいですし、知らない人間なんていませんからね。
They seem to be a natural part of their culture. It was a far cry from how things were in Tokyo. Yeah, Tokyo, big city, no one knows anyone.
そんなことより、超絶恩人であるところの美少女あかりちゃんにお礼の品はないのですか?
You did help me out. I don't have any cash on me, so let me know if there's anything you want me to do.
では、男の子になってあかりのメイドをしてください。
Hard pass. I delivered a swift chop to her head. One day until the incident. Okay, cool. Whatever this incident is. Lynn said between mouthfuls of breakfast. What's up? Sound like a big deal. Okay, your investigation, I guess, into the island. I don't see why not. That was her decision to make. Okay, yeah, they literally like talk like a married couple. It's like, yeah, once again the game is like pretty like solidly with Lilin and Nishime. I'm going to cutting back that much. Besides, what are we gonna do instead? Okay, yeah. Come to think of it, she's acting as an agent of some sort on behalf of her country. Come to Toyotoki on a mission. He prioritized Akari's audition and left it on the back burner, but she still needs to accomplish her goals to return home. I guess you did hold back for a month or so. Yeah, because we don't know what exactly Lilin's here for still. More housework, huh? I was moved to see her acknowledge our shared communal life. When I first met her, she was insistent on shouldering the responsibility of providing food for herself entirely on her own, even cooking and eating snakes whole. Come a long way since then. I think that's a good idea. Works for me. One of us would work, other would do chores. Fair division of labor. Conversation took a confusing turn. Okay, yeah, just casually bringing up the whole, like, slavery thing going on in your home country. Like, damn. I fumbled over my words. Just drop that casually. Wait, how'd you come up with that? You don't make any sense. Good afternoon, hey there. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Stop throwing the word around already. I didn't miss anything too severe in the 3 hours, clueless, essentially. We got the conclusion to Akari's story now, as well as like pain. well, not pain, but like, how to say, like, damn, pain. In a good, it's more like, it ends up, it works, good, but more like there's still pain, sort of, to say the least. Relationship pain, let's say, but otherwise, yeah, things it turned, yeah, pretty much Akari's like conclusion essentially. And now we're on to like the next chapter, where like, what's it called? Well, now it's like Hikaru Nishime just getting another job now. But we'll just see, like, there's like a slow plot developing in the back, well, not background, but like on the side, with like, it also ends on like, let's say a big incident that happened, with Lillian while she was acting as Akari, let's say. But yeah, it seems like we'll see how that plot point pans out. But for now, we're back to like casualness again. It's like the game goes back and forth on like, what's it called? Being vibes, and then also like, okay, whoops, not whoops, but like, damn, stuff. It goes like dark, not dark, but like, well, I guess dark, but serious. But yeah. I think like Akari is my favorite character though. Still, not even still. I think she is my favorite character, in this though. But yeah, looking forward to see where we go next with this. I think it's gonna be that other character that we haven't met yet in the title screen for this chapter. Is the vibes. We shall see. Have I started to think I was keeping a female slave? Sorry, what? If people started to think I was keeping a female slave, I didn't mean to be taken in handcuffs. But yeah, enjoy the backlog when you get to it. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. Stop saying like it's normal. Instead, use something like, how about maid? My limited vocabulary was made painfully clear. Yeah, there's better ways to put that, but as well. The shock of hearing those words made my heart skip a beat. This well-endowed beauty was my maid. I don't have time to watch the Sifrin suffering arc yet. Oh, okay, you're gonna go back to Isat. But yeah, whenever you wanna watch, works out. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I think we're fine with all that. Those were skills that regular people had no need for in modern Japan. I'm enjoying this game a good deal. Well, the story, rather. Well, I guess still playing it. Thus, our shared house began to operate under these new rules. I transferred my cooking, shopping, and cleaning responsibilities to Lillian. In exchange, I took around 80% of the food expenses and other daily necessities. Lillian had been taking care of the laundry up to that point, so that wouldn't change. It may seem like my expenses would increase, but I think it wasn't that much. Backgrounds are a vibe, yeah. Yeah, I don't like. I saw people like complain about the backgrounds in like reviews, but it's like I think Brenda's not used to like the whole like photo based backgrounds in like low budget visual novels. No, low budget and like older visual novels, essentially. Well, both really. It wasn't actually by much. Though that was because Lillian didn't spend money on anything other than food. I was under the impression that girls usually like buying makeup and other knickknacks. Weren't they usually particular about the shampoo they used? But considering circumstances that Lillian was raised in, she probably had no interest in such things. Regardless, she was now in charge of all housework. Oh, hi, Akari. You're still here. Or rather, it's nice. You still come around to the house. Yay. More Akari. Let's go. I returned home from my first day of work to find Akari's shoes at the entrance. Meanwhile, Lillian was in the kitchen, knife in hand. It appeared that she was learning a few things from Akari. Hard at work, I see. Oh, is it ready? was exhausted from my first day of the hotel, which was full of tasks I had no experience with. At the moment, nothing seemed better than a bath after a hard day's work. I headed towards the bathing area and I saw my pajamas were already there. It was like a guest at a fancy hotel. Okay, already like got the whole home life vibes going on. I submerged myself in hot water and reflected on my day. The proper greeting, the angle of my bow, the correct way to smile. The entire day was spent on training. Suzuki told me my experience level was exceptionally low. Therefore, I had strict practices of the service industry drilled into me from the first day.
盛り付けも大切ですよ。見た目が豪華だと美味しく感じられますから。
By the time I finished my bath, Lilith and Akari were putting the final touches on our meal. Today's menu consisted of pork fried ginger. Okay, meat again. They placed the steaming pork on the top of some finely shredded cabbage. This was a curry specialty, which only increased my anticipation. I felt very fortunate. The bath was ready when I got home, a cooling glass of water right after I bathed, and 2 beauties had made dinner for me. Life seemed bleak at first, but it seemed my luck was turning for the better. Or so I thought. I saw the food was placed at the dining table, but couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion. What's this? The plate before me had heaping piles of paint. At least that's what my eyes registered. It looked like a curry or stew was painted over the primary colors.
夕飯よ。
Okay, cool. Just multicolor, like mock-up foods. What's this dish called? Is it a local dish from where you're from?
豚の生姜焼き定食よ。
I looked at Akari.
申し訳ありません。あかりが
Oh,
少し
okay.
目を離した隙に
Random
何
ass
らかの
magic.
魔法が行使されたようなのですが。
Is that so? See, probably should have cast spells that they do in maid cafes, which led to this piece of art that probably could have got Picasso's seal of approval. Yep.
美味しいわよ。
Lynn had already begun to dig into her portion. I still my resolve and took a bite of the paint soup. It tasted like regular pork with ginger. It was weird. It's good. It's actually good, but why does it look like this?
私の故郷ではこういう色が好まれていたんだけど。違う？
Alright, you guys just eat the whole rainbow then, huh? Perhaps they thought using unnatural colours on food elevated the dish. This is the same logic in some countries in the West have, where they prefer to use more experimental colours on the desserts. Let's go, Red 40. I prefer the dish as is.
そう。なら次からそうするわ。
和解ができて何よりですね。共同生活は最初からうまくいくものではあ
But
りま
yeah,
せんから。
Akari pretty much just plays matchmaker Cupid for these two now as well. Not now, but like he also plays that role.
カップルでもご飯の食べ方や味付けで喧嘩することが多いそうですし。
Pain. Comes to fight over how they eat or season their food. Ha.
今回の魔法もリルーさんなりの心遣い。美味しくすることは愛情を
Okay,
伝え
yeah,
ることになり
Akari
ますからね。
helping push these two along as well.
愛なんかないわ。
That's way too blunt. Please put at least some love in the food. Maybe fold it into some dumplings as you wrap them. The day of the incident. Okay, what the hell is gonna happen here? Hikaru Island had an anime event. Go Miss Wingman, essentially. But it's like pain. It's a bit pain personally, but it's like, yeah. I mean, the game does address it regarding Akari, how she feels, but it's like pain from earlier. It's pain. No, it's not bad, but it's more just like part of its pain for me. Hisaku Island had an anime event. While the island was quite large, it was very much the countryside compared to the city of Naha. So hearing had an anime event was surprising. Akari wanted to check it out, so Lynn and I decided to tag along.
ふん。かなり人が集まってるのね。
Lynn looked around the venue. It was the same place as Hisaku's Got Talent. Benches lined the area around the large stage. People had been gathering since early in the day, filling up most of the seats. Food stalls had also been set up nearby. Whenever people would gather, food would sell. Despite being a summer festival staple, they even had cotton candy. Children were sure to want some if they knew was available. I mean, we're like in May? April? May? May. So it was like almost summer anyway. In this game, rather. Okay, cool. Alright, now we got the other character that we see. People were even selling insurance here. Wherever people gather, insurance would sell. I guess anything goes here.
どの辺で見ましょうかね。
Before that, I want to ask you something.
何ですか、西目さん。トイレは混み合うので、出かける前に済ませておいてくださいと言ったじゃないですか。
Well, why are there a bunch of preschoolers? I looked over the seats placed in front of the stage. They were lined up with kindergarten-aged girls. Oops. They were lined up with kindergarten-aged girls. And the audience was very different from what I imagined for an anime event. Keyboard sounds, yeah.
日朝なんですから。
Sunday Moringer. Is that industry lingo?
日曜の朝にやっている
Oh,
アニメ
okay.
です。
Okay. Morning anime, Sunday morning anime. Anime in question seemed to be a magical girls show and not children. They explained the roles of anime girls. What? The roles of small girls who gathered. It was different from what I envisioned. Are you really gonna do this? You won't reconsider?
第2のビッグバンが起こる確率程度にはないですね。
I probably faltered a bit, but it seemed like her mind was set. We took our seats in the back row to not block the view. It felt so out of place, but I couldn't help but try to make myself as small as possible. I guess like what? Like Precure, that kind of deal. I guess like, yeah. That one's like, the latest one is like kind of popping off. I see around. Lynn on the other hand looked completely fine. Well, she doesn't know, to be fair. We'll see if we see that delinquent guy again, actually. We don't even have his name yet. Just delinquent guy. Or undercut. She had a heart of steel. When the show began, the venue was filled with cheers from the audience. A magical girl made her appearance and defeated the enemies that stood in her way. Hold on one sec. I remember watching some Precure when I was a little kid. I haven't really watched it. I only know Precure from like a Grand Blue collab and like the odd fan art around, but then also like one of them was a collab with Grand Blue as well. It was a fun time, and also I'm interested in that latest one that's come out. More because I like a character's design in particular. Let's see, let me just check. What's the name of it again? Let me just see what series of Precure it was with Grand Blue. I can't remember which one it was again. It's based with... Let's Precure in general. What was it again? I can't remember which one it was though. It's like, which one... Okay, yeah, which one are these two from again? Cure Black and Cure White. They're from... I think that's the first No, Futari wa Precure. I think is that the first one? I think so. Let me see. Oh no, okay, yeah, it's the very first Precure. Futari wa Precure. The one who had a collar with Grand Blue. That's the one. Alright. A female final boss joined in after the two of the villains fell. She wore skin-tight clothes to emphasize her chest. It was surprisingly provocative for a kid show. Ha!
これなら最前列に座りたかったですね。
Thanks, Akari. I'm glad she's still actively around. I'm glad. I'm happy. Akari clicked her tongue in annoyance. I couldn't bring myself to voice my thoughts, but I highly agreed. The show neared its end. Somehow the villain had bested the protagonist. It was a shocking turn of events. It seemed like there was no hope. I was on the edge of my seat, dying to know what could happen next, until a female narrator went on stage. Alright everyone, let's cheer Miro Miro on. It seemed like the kids' cheers would revive the heroine. Okay, that kind of deal, yeah. Who would then go on to defeat the enemy. Ready, go! Miro, Miro! Miro came back to life with the children plus Akari's cheers. The so-called magical girl blew the villainess away with an impressive dropkick. Oh right, yeah, that's it, yeah. Like the villainous, like, yeah, they have like, they end up looking more suggestive, even like magical girl shows. The crowd went wild. High-pitched cheers echoed through the venue. Okay, yeah, what's this insurance lady as the main focus for this next arc? The insurance salesperson from earlier determinedly caught up amid all the noise. I guess she's trying to advertise? And her voice seemed to come from really close by. I look back. Okay, yeah. The sales lady's chest was more impressive than the villainess's. Her breasts, God, seemed uncomfortably squished into her blouse, making it seem as if the buttons were barely holding anything together. Everything shook with every shook step she took. I couldn't help but stare. When the sales lady noticed my gaze, he began to walk towards me. Please leave me alone, I don't need insurance. She tripped over absolutely nothing. It was all so sudden, I couldn't even lift a finger to help. All I could do was watch as her breast approached the ground. At that moment, one of the buttons on her blouse popped. This could be really bad. They're gonna spill out. Okay, the incident. In my stupor, her hand reached up and grabbed my pant. I see. But no worries, I had my belt on, which unfortunately proved to be useless when someone's pulling down with all their might. The lady was about to crash in the ground and bring my pants along with her. Nope, it wasn't just my pants. My underwear was being pulled down too. Oops. Okay, yeah, cool. And we're also like in some awkward position with like what's it called? With where we are right now. My favorite bits flopped in front of the sales lady's eyes. I heard a high-pitched scream reverberate from out the area. My memory from then on is fuzzy. Okay, this is how we get acquainted with this insurance lady. When I came to, I found myself at home. I woke up in my room. I went to the living room to find Lynn and Akari there. He looked at me with pity as I entered. Akari threw out an absurd comment. Cringiest thing I've seen this year. Ha! My memory returned and I squirmed under the agony of my overwhelming shame. The insurance lady dropped by to apologize in the evening. She bowed deeply in the entrance and she had bought a box of sweets as a gift. As if she had brought ruin upon the entire village. Well, it's not like the police got involved. At least, yeah. Maybe we were in the back row, so there was no witnesses to the event, aside from the sales lady. Despite it not being a big deal, aside from the emotional trauma inflicted on me, somebody refused to raise her head. What should I do? I invited her inside for the time being. I just accepted and opened her gift.
お邪魔します。
I guided her into the living room and motioned her to take a seat. Lilin and Akari popped in. The lady bowed to them as usual, as well, sorry. She stood up in front of her seat and lowered her head gracefully. It was an apology befitting a calm and composed adult. I truly looked up to the full-fledged members of society like her.
一応名刺をお渡ししておきますので。
According to her card, her name was Sumugi Higa. She worked for an insurance company. The area she oversaw was Hisaku Island region. Seeing her up close, she seemed quite young. Looked to be around 20, maybe a little older than that. Had foreign features, half Japanese. Her hair was slightly wavy and of lighter color. What especially impressed me about her appearance was her chest, which I couldn't stop staring at. They casually settled on top of the table. I wasn't fully versed in cup sizes, but there's something high up there, like maybe H or I.
この度は誠に申し訳なく。
That's right, in the middle of her apology. There's a lot of time to be looking at her chest.
そんなに謝ることもないんじゃない？
Lilin, the outlier of the group, spoke out of turn.
しかし非常に失礼なことをしてしまった
And
の
I'm
で。
in cringe competition with my opponent as a VN writer. Ha, ha.
パンツの中身を出しただけじゃない。
いえ、リルーさん。
Okay,
普通は出し
yeah.
たらまずいんですよ。
Once again, Lilin's like wacky ass, not even wacky, it's not great, home country stuff again, huh?
あかりが思わず顔を背けてしまうくらい大変グロテスクな。それはエロいものがついているので隠しておく必要があるんです。
が？
って言ったらダメですよ。全年齢じゃなくなってしまいます。
Could you guys please leave? You completely ruined the serious mood. I shooed them out. Fortunately, the sales lady ignored them. I don't mind it at all. Why don't we just dig into the sweets you brought?
でも
Let's just sneak a few bites. They look really good.
それが狙いだったんですね。
Nah. She finally broke into a smile. It was alluring, that of a mature adult. I opened the box to reveal 3 cream puffs. She apparently included portions for Lilin and Akari too. I handed them one over to Higa.
いいんですか？
Of course.
じゃあいただきます。
Happily stuffed her cheeks with a cream puff. It was cute and reminded me of a squirrel or a chipmunk. Ah,
お父さんとお母さんは？
dead. They're not here for various reasons. I'm living by myself.
西目くんは高校生？
Nah, I'm working.
すごい偉いんだね。
I'm not so sure. I feel like it's quite normal around here.
そうかな。一人暮らしまでできる子はそんなにいないよ。
The atmosphere eased with our casual discussion. After chatting with her, I found that Higa was actually very easy to talk to. Spoke informally and always had a smile ready. I felt a sense of security, like she would be happy to listen to anything I wanted to tell her. We ended up in deep conversation. As we enjoyed ourselves, Lynn told us what she wanted to hear, that she wanted to start preparing for dinner. I looked over the window to see that the sky outside had turned completely dark. Where did time go? I was reluctant to stop, but it's time to part ways.
ごめんなさい。長居してしまって。
Same here. Sorry for taking you for so long. Talking to you for so long. I saw Higa at the entrance. Our first encounter was an unfortunate one, but I'm happy to see her again. As I thought this, I was beginning to have my worries. I wondered if she had a boyfriend. Not to mention there was a clear age gap. Dog. If I voiced my feelings, causing her to look at me differently, I shivered. The mere thought was enough to hurt me deeply.
じゃあね。よかったらまた話そうね。
Oh, that'd be nice. See you. She casually suggested to meet again. It was so sudden I couldn't help but give her a generic response. Would I really be able to see her again? No way, she's just being polite. I know that, right? Even so, I couldn't help but grin at the thought. I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. Did I really afford to do such things? That had just happened after all. Okay, yeah, cool. We get a bit more of a push along for Lilin and Nishime's relationship. Worse than Battler. Ha. To be fair, it does work out. It's like it is just like not overactive, but like it works out for him being like a 16-year-old type deal. My body could definitely take this much. I must fix a fiddle for now too. I guess I could even look at this as a way to test my limits. Decided to sell for that. On the next day of work, I was tasked with working on the floor after a full day of training. I donned the hotel worker's uniform and put a badge on my chest, indicating I was still in training. After changing, I went to participate in the morning assembly. It seemed like Suzuki was admonishing several staff members. What he gathered for? I had no idea, but I was sure she'd explain eventually. Alright, that's it for now. Hope to see you all working hard today. She didn't. Hold on. I called out to Suzuki and stopped her. What is it, Nishime? What should I be doing? Oh, that's right. Yoshi, can you come over here? Yeah, what's up? She beckoned the female co-worker over, staff member. A person called Yoshi, who looked like a college student. She immediately struck me as a typical convenience store part-timer who lacked motivation. Ha! Yoshi can show you the ropes. I'm counting on you. What? That sounds like a pain. He'll be fine. What do I teach him? He's not ready to serve guests yet. There's something behind the scenes. We can start with cleaning. Okay. After a brief exchange, I found myself under Yoshi's supervision. I told her I did my best to learn under her, to which she replied with a curt, yeah, whatever. A clear greeting is a must. A firm response is key. None of what I was taught during my training was put into practice here. Oh, the cleaning supplies are here. Understood. I was shown around the warehouse. With the windows, put on some solution and on a cloth and wipe it down, then dry with a new one. Spray the mop 3 times with this one for the corridors. Use the vacuum for the carpet. Vacuums on the second floor, by the way. Do it afternoons only. Use a feather duster for furniture. It was my first day on the floor, so I paid close attention. I didn't utter a single word of complaint. I didn't have the answers to the questions at the time, so when she asked if I got it, I responded with a firm yes, ma'am. Okay, good luck then. She left. As I tried to get to work, the questions began to pop up. What floor should I start from? Where's the faucet? It wasn't afternoon yet, but I started cleaning anyway. I found myself frozen and overwhelmed by all the unknowns. Since Yoshi was nowhere to be found, there was no one around to ask. Why was work so hard? I had no idea what to do, so I thought I'd do the bare minimum. I tried to vacuum. I somehow managed to drag it all around the second floor. Old-fashioned business grade one, and loud enough to make me jump. The guests looked pretty irritated with the noise too. Why did I have to greet them? I was a complete lost. Someone tell me what to do. Nishimi, are you okay? What are you doing? She came around an hour later. Minnie scolded me. We only vacuumed past noon. You wake up the guests with that noise. Okay, yeah, Nishime just forgot that. It made complete sense. I was probably mindful of that. When she went on to say that I should have done the windows first, and what was I thinking? That was a bit unfair. How'd I have known that? Whatever, just have a go at it. It didn't seem like she was in a good mood to hear any excuses, so I did as I told her while she observed me. I tried applying the solution, to the washcloth as Yoshi instructed. Why are you putting on directly? The instructions to dilute it in water first. What was that girl teaching you? Called up to Yoshi. Looked like she wanted no part in this. Did you teach him how always able to do a thing? I thought I did. Well, you can't do anything, look. With the one taking the heat, I couldn't help but feel bad for her since it was my fault. I noticed the bored expression on her face. Never any ounce of remorse. Any pity I felt washed away in an instant. Wasn't the air conditioner being taken care of? Another question was thrown at me. Of course I didn't have a single clue as to what she was talking about. When I told her, I actually got mad again. Despite her anger being aimed at Yoshi, the girl in question just stood there mildly annoyed. I didn't think any amount of anger would get through to her. At this point, it had nothing to do with me. In the end, she yelled Yoshi's ear off for the rest of the morning. In the afternoon, I cleaned as originally intended. I worked under Suzuki's direct supervision and never once left my side. After proper instruction, I saw there was a little tricks to everything, from wiping the windows to vacuuming. For example, geckos would often be hiding in the aircon, so we had to chase them out regularly. Countless geckos in the walls at home. I cried from shock for the first time I saw one, but I got used to them. Do you have to kill them? No, we don't. Why would we? Nishime, are you sure you live in Okinawa? I was upset throughout the entire workday. Her anger, which should have been directed at Yoshi, bared its fangs at me as well. She raised her voice with every question I asked. If I didn't ask, I wouldn't know what to do. So I started to feel like simply not knowing was a crime in of itself. This job might not be a very good fit for me. I slip up whenever I wasn't fully paying attention, and then I get scolded. This vicious never-ending cycle. When work ended for the day, I was finally free. I let out a sigh of relief as I left the hotel. Being yelled at all day took a mental toll on me. While I didn't think much of it in the moment, when all was said and done, it stung quite a bit. I wanted to get home as possible and take a bath. My hopes were soon dashed. Due to strong winds, we will temporarily stop all ferry services. Any updates on resuming operations will be broadcast temporarily throughout the island. This day kept getting worse. I was getting cut off my only means of returning home. Residents of Toyotoki had gathered on the boarding platform. It seemed that this happened often, so they showed no signs of stress or panic. They split into small groups to talk with familiar faces. I felt a sense of deja vu. When would the ferry service resume again? Were there any places I could wait so I didn't miss the next ride home? Where should I go to pass time with Hisaku? The things that everyone else here knew I didn't. Being out of the loop was a crime. It's a clear disadvantage. The quality of life was determined by how much you knew. Okay, cool. She did mention the Hisaku, I think. A voice came out to me from behind as I wallowed in self-pity. I turned to see Higa, the insurance sales lady. I heard, but I was just wondering how to pass the time while I waited. There's no need to put up a front. I corrected myself to say I had no experience of this before, so I didn't know what to do. The term godsend must have been coined for this very moment. Higa led me to the cafe. Okay, yeah, we'll see what we end up like having with Tsumugi. Don't know yet. We'll see. Is that really okay? I excitedly perused the menu and ordered the same thing as Higa. She held the coffee cup that was placed on the table with her left hand. It seemed I was taken with the mere fact that she was left-handed. She peered into my eyes as she spoke. Oh, could you tell? A lot of stuff happened at work today. I began to tell her about my day at her prompting. Hearing myself talk about it made me realize it wasn't a big deal as I thought. Okay, just needed to vent about it. If I were to sum it up, I was damned because I was yelled at. If only my problems were a bit more impressive than that. Higa responded with a sympathetic comment to my worthless plight. I felt comfort in knowing that she was willing to lend an ear. Yeah, right. Isn't it unfair? Do I really have to put up with something so reasonable? Giving up my job. I never considered that. I need to live, so if I quit, I don't have the means to make money. She was right, but somehow I didn't want to give up. Why is that? It didn't concern me. Then who else was involved? Oh, that's right. Akari. Yeah, Akari got you the job, so... A friend helped me get the job. Higa said with a smile. It seemed as though she already knew the answer. There's a good chance that she intentionally encouraged me to arrive at that conclusion. I sipped my coffee. Here's a bit of juice with some milk taste mixed in. Is work going well for you, Higa? She laughed bitterly. Really? Oh. Okay, that's... Damn, just got fired. It was different from Tokyo where everyone knew each other. Any new business that attempted to get a start here was doomed to fail. But even so, firing her was going too far. Wait, doesn't that mean... Oh, that's... Okay, that's more like that's why you're here. I heard it's hard to find a job here. You have to go to Naha. There's a distant look in her eyes. I asked if she lived there. Oh, okay, cool. Alright, you're also here then. That's why she knew so much about the ferry. Even so, I wonder why she moved. It wasn't nice to say, but Toyotoki was an isolated place with nothing. It was inconvenient, closed off, and not to mention, there were no jobs. Of course. Alright, keep your secrets and all that. Higa murmured seductively, making my heart skip a beat. That was unfair. I was this close to taking out a loan and becoming a member of our fan club. Did you go to college in Okinawa?
大学は行ってないよ。
Oh, I didn't know that.
西目くんこそ予定はないの？賢そうなのに。
Don't have any money for that. We indulged in smoke talk. Time flew by in a flash. The ferry will resume in at 6 p.m. Passengers should now be making their way to the boarding platform.
そろそろ時間みたいだね。
An announcement marked the end of our outing. It was too bad. I want to keep talking to her.
おや、西目さんじゃないですか。
Okay.
姿を見ないのでてっきり泳いで
Hi,
たのかと
Akari.
思いま
What are you
したよ。
doing here? We met Akari at the boarding platform. Started taking dance lessons. Oh, okay. Despite being after school, she wasn't wearing a uniform. And when I pointed out that the voice acting didn't require dance skills, Akari simply stated that wouldn't hurt. It may have seemed like she was just fooling around, but she's surprisingly hard worker.
そして、そっち久しぶり。あかりちゃんだよね。ええ、まあ。豊時島一番の美少女あかりちゃんは誰かと聞かれれば私のことですが。
Akari trailed off. Her gaze was fixated on a certain part of Higa's body, like she was a researcher who discovered a new specimen.
その巨乳は取り外し可能ですか？
Thanks, Akari. What kind of question is that?
天然のものなので、それは自慢ですか？自慢じゃないよ。仲良くしよう。その巨乳を半分くれるのならやぶさかではないですね。
Thanks, Akari.
全部くれるのなら何でも望むものを差し上げましょう。
What nonsense. A forced smile was pasted on Higa's face.
それはそうと、お二人は何を？
We were just chatting at a cafe while waiting for the ferry.
エッチな話ですか？
Not pervy stuff. Work stuff. Speaking of work, Higa's currently looking for a job. Could you introduce her to a place like you did for me?
はあ？なぜあかりが先日会ったばかりの人のために頑張らなければならないんですか？巨乳をくれるのならまだしも。
It'll be okay as long as Akari got her boobs right. Nevertheless, that wasn't entirely possible, so I guess we could take it that as a no. It seemed like Akari was in a mood. Higa smiled as she said it was alright. I wanted to help her out. While she was a responsible adult, she had this magnetic charm that made me want to protect and help her. Alright. 3 days had passed. I somehow ended up on Suzuki's bad side. Every possible incident led her to ask me questions like, what is this, or what are you going to do about that? And for some reason, each time she said she would also blow up on Yoshi. I heard that Yoshi would snap any moment, which kept me on edge. To top it all off, she always made it a point to sit next to me during our lunch break. Her non-stop efforts at small talk were frankly very stifling. There's no way you'll grow big and strong with a measly piece of bread. Have some meat. At times she should share a bit of her lunch with me. Yoshi, it's your fault he's so exhausted. Give him some sides. Fine. Yoshi was also forced to give me her food. I didn't have any chopsticks on me, so she fed me with hers, looking reasonably annoyed. I felt like all of this would inevitably come to a head and end with her being a diss out of me. The thought remained in the back of my mind until an incident after work one day. Nishime over here. She called out to me. She took me to a place with little foot traffic and prepared for the worst. I prepared for the worst. Hey, this is you like? I'll make some next time. He asked for my food preferences. There was a hint of anger behind it, from what I could tell. Everyone here seems eccentric, but he seemed awfully thoughtful. After about 10 days, the yelling subsided. Not only cleaned my own supervision, I was even starting to achieve some degree of efficiency with my cleaning tasks. I also started chatting with my other hotel workers. Apparently, dragging the vacuum around was tiring labour, so everyone was grateful to have a new male colleague. It made me realise that I was mostly familiar with my female staff members. Considering the tourism scene had centred around the ocean, there were countless jobs on boats and beaches that required some form of physical labour. The men tended to do that line of work instead. Thanks for joining us. While it was half said in jest, I couldn't help but get drunk on the happiness I felt from those words.
ホテルの従業員なのだから、島の観光地や名産くらい知っておいて当然ではありませんこと？
One day, Goldilocks assigned me some homework. I'd be to ask questions like how to get to places and what to eat. I had to be able to answer them without struggle. Her assignment was straightforward enough. Right. I searched through the bookshelves in the office. Island Travel Guide. Once I read this, I'd be in great shape. What should I study up on? Okay, this is like now we just get some like local lore for like just the area. Unique food. Sokisoba was a staple when it came to visiting Okinawa. Next was rafute, which was a pork dish. Then also had champuru, purple potatoes, and sea grapes, taco rice. These were probably well known. But it turns out most of them were specialties from mainland Okinawa. The more isolated islands had different dishes. On Kume, the specialty was Japanese tiger prawn. Kume Island prawns were raised and collected in deep sea water, around 200 meters below sea level, accounting for a third of all prawn production in Okinawa, around 10% nationally. The fishermen would start catching them at dawn by rowing out in large pools on rafts made of wooden styrofoam. They would dunk the harvested prawns in cold water to force them into a hibernation-like state. Finally, they'd pack them into boxes by the kilo and fly the live shrimp out on planes. These lively shrimp that jumped out the boxes were a classy ingredient for barbecues. On top of that, experts recommend getting them frozen. If they're frozen immediately, they will maintain their fresh flavor. Food told made me drool. Yeah. For real. I gotta do something in a little bit, real quick. I gotta set some stuff up for the oven, because it'll take like 2 hours. It was just chicken, but it takes a while to cook. They're also easy to handle that way, since they didn't move. Okay, unique buildings. Historical buildings. The Uezu House was designated as a historical cultural property within Kume. It belonged to a samurai family and was built around 1750. If you look at any other old Okinawan estate from outside. Also, there's no filter on this. I mean, there's a bit of filter, but like, it's more like straight up picture than a filter. Like, it's barely a filter on this one. And most of the rooms did not have tatami installed in usual fashion. Simply lay them on the ground without securing them to the flooring. The house was also missing a pillar. Apparently it was purposely left unfinished, as an encouraging message to the family descendants to work hard. On the other hand, a keen Okinawan feature was the shisha statues. While Uezu didn't take any, they were formerly found in pairs, either on rooftops or flanking the front gates. They say those Okinawan lion statues were guardian deities of households. A key characteristic of the shisha were their open mouths. Apparently they were left open so they could swallow flames. Others say that they were intentionally designed this way to scare off anything that threatened the house residents. Okinawans used to place one statue on the rooftops, but switched to placing them on the gates, believing that to be more effective. As for why one statue became two, the people back then simply thought the two of them would be better than one. Unraveling the truth behind some highly regarded customs could reveal some surprisingly humorous elements to them. Traditions really are fascinating. Okay, sightseeing. Hate no Hama was 7-kilometer long sandbar off the coast of Kume Island. It's offshore, so you could only get there via boat, through a tour company or any other means. If you were to go on an official tour, you'd be taken to the area on a glass-bottom boat. Oh, those, yeah. You'd be getting the best in your trip. While rare, you may be able to spot some sea turtles from the boat too. When you arrive at Hatanohama, you'll be met with a breathtaking view of the sandy beach that stretches as far as the eye can see. The free time you have on your tour isn't nearly enough to explore it all, and there are numerous spots that are great for photos. Some tourists like taking photos of the area using drones, so I'm not sure if that's allowed. I don't have any Walmarts over there. No Walmarts there. Ha! Ha! I kill for any supply of rotisserie chicken. Oh yeah. The Costco chicken also just be like pretty cheap. I guess like, to be fair, I don't know. I guess like, well, yeah, over here is like, there is like rotisserie chicken like already freshly made, well, freshly cooked rather. Even like in general supermarkets. But yeah, but Costco is like the big famous one on the internet. But yeah, there's like, I think most supermarkets here do have like roast chicken. There's even like, what's it called? I haven't got from there, but like there is like these like off-license not corner store per se, but like I guess like independent stores that have like these like metal things that they cook chicken and stuff as well outside. They're like around the place here and there. Okay, no even filter here either. The Uegusuku Castle ruins are part of the structure that sits on the highest point of the island. Get there from sweeping through the island from the summit, and the changing landscape of the sugarcane fields under the clouds can't be missed. Well, you have the option of either going by car or by foot to get there. It's highly recommended you go by car. A rental car or taxi should do the job. However, there's a self-defense force on the base on the way there, so you have to be careful unless you drive through when driving yourself. No sense to help you on the road, so if you're not careful, you may intentionally wind up there. In terms of hidden gems, I may recommend Yajiyagama Cave, a limestone cave with various flora and fauna, and was formerly used as a burial site. No light source in the cave, so turning all your flashlights off would envelop you in complete darkness. When you leave the cave, find yourself in an open area with no ceiling. Light flooding in from above, as well as the ferns growing in the abundance, are true miracles of nature. Highly recommended that you cut into the cave with a tour guide. Many islanders, young generations, use the Cave 4 test of courage. Cave 4, rather. There's no spacing sometimes. Cave 4 test of courage. Extremely dangerous. There are now signs pointing to the exit for safety. With many of the island's hotels offer tour services, the Kume Island Firefly Association also offers tours of their own. All for the guidebook recommended for the group services. Also learn from the island researchers how the limestone cave came about, as well as the ecology of the plants and animals within the cave. Alright. I came to realization as I read. I was looking at the Kume Island guide. I should have been reading up on the Hisaku Island, but I picked up the wrong book. Ah. I said learn something today. Because I don't know if Hisaku's real or not. I don't know. I don't know if I don't think Toyotoki is a real island. It's just like, but it's within Okinawa setting. But I'm not sure. I didn't look up to it. I didn't look up on it. It says an incident occurred on my 11th day on the job. Setting near a bakery was quite expensive. Ah, I see. Yeah, because Costco chicken is like pretty decently cheap. It's not even that expensive for like a whole roast chicken. It lasts you like what, 3 days even. Two to 3 days, give or take. A certain incident occurred on the 11th day of the job. No level Costco, yeah. The new person will be joining us today. Okay, it's gonna be Sumugi. Suzuki informed us of a new employee in a morning meeting. She didn't do that for me. I guess as she learned from that mistake, I made it a point to set aside time for introductions. Go and introduce yourself. A feminine face popped out from the meeting room. She looked pretty young. Mistook her for a foreigner. Her eyes were really drawn to her chest, which was my eyes, with larger than the villainous from the anime festival performance. This hadn't happened before.
本日からこちらでお世話になることになった比嘉紬です。よろしくお願いします。
Okay, cool. Samugi is now working with Thing. I don't see a direction we're going in yet with her. I don't know yet. Let's see if we find out today or not. But also, yeah, BRB for like a bit. Gotta go do prep. Not prep, but put in the oven. BRB, one moment. Alright, we're back. Help you commit insurance fraud? Ha! Ha! We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. New employees, none other than Higa. A tiny name tag on her large chest. A surprising turn of events that she'd been hired at the same hotel. Once the meeting was over, I immediately rushed over to talk to her. What a coincidence. I couldn't believe my eyes.
私も西目くんがいてびっくりしたよ。
Oh, okay.
あかりちゃんが紹介してくれたんだけど、まさか一緒の職場だなんて。
Okay, Akari did end up helping her in the end. Thanks, Akari. Akari did? He had bluntly refused when I asked her last time. Did he have some underlying motive? Did he ask for something in return?
ね、食生活のコツを教えてほしいんだって。健康に気を使って。
Oh, okay. Okay. The secrets for how did Samugi get large. She probably, yeah. Pretty sure she was just probing for the means of developing a certain part of her body.
でも、西目くんと同じ職場で嬉しいな。
Okay, we'll see what Samugi does. At the very least, it's someone that Nishime does have the hots for. So I think it's more like to help push along at least Lilin and Nishime. Because we do know unfortunately Nishime isn't romantically inclined towards Akari, unfortunately. I'll teach you whatever I know, though it'll be mostly cleaning related for now. Ooh, bad news. Suzuki butts in. Unlike you, he has a pretty face, so she's been assigned to the restaurant. A manager gleefully announced. Was that unlike you really necessary? I totally sue you for that. I'll be sure to give you a good beating if you do. Why did it have to come to that? Please stop resorting to violence. Anyway, Nishime, give Higa a tour of the place before lunch. Understood. Our meeting had ended and the hotel guests were beginning to arrive. My assignment was to show Higa around. Suzuki had blamed the staff failures on the person that taught them. Giving someone a tour also meant drilling in some key pointers, so I couldn't help but feel a little pressure.
なんだか緊張してきたな。
She clasped her hands in front of her chest. I guess even adults get nervous on the job, huh?
するよ。初めてのことはなんだって。でも、大人は秘策を持っているのだ。
She took out a notebook from her bag. It's a hardcover, not expensive and high quality. Edges were worn, indicating that she'd been getting a lot of use out of it. What's that?
これはね、
Okay.
どんな本に書いてある教えを記したノートなの。
Alright. Lessons, teachings, secrets, hidden tricks. There weren't many names for it, but it seemed like this notebook was a collection of tips that seemed useful.
緊張しない方法も書いてあるの。
What is it?
まずね、心を前と後ろに分けるの。
I see. What does that mean?
心を分けて動かす部分と動かさない部分を作るの。
Oh, okay.
心を減らすと
As in physically. Well, physically, or just doing that to stop it from physically being yeah. I see.
心が動いたら止めようとしてくださいって書いてある。
Isn't that the same thing as saying, if you're feeling nervous, stop your nerves? Just don't feel nervous. How very zen. Is that why he's considered teaching? I don't quite get it myself, but the idea of self-help book was pretty profound. I could feel Suzuki glaring at me from afar as we chatted. Then to get to work. We set out to give Higa a proper tour of the hotel. Mixed in some small talk as I gave her a brief explanation of everything that was worth noting. I took around an hour, to walk her around everything. But since I was with Higa, it felt more like 5 seconds. We returned to the starting point, and I saw her off as she left to go to her post. I'm gonna start training? Right, good luck.
ありがとう。行ってくるね。
She waited before disappearing to the office. As she did, the floral scent that had surrounded me also faded. My dull life filled with colour with Higa's employment. God. Work became fun. My luck improved, and my savings grew. Higa had brought me good fortune. Gazing upon her glamorous figure gave me the energy to carry me through the day. As a boy of sound mind and body, I couldn't not look. I was at the age after all. I was the only one who couldn't resist her I was the only one, rather. There were other staff members, both male and female, who stole a glance or two. Okay, yeah. bisexual queen. She simply stood out among the rest. I firmly believed that my life was set. I continued working happily alongside Higa. My doubts faded away, but life wasn't so kind. My hopes were dashed. What happened, you ask? Something unbelievable. Several days after she joined, Goldilocks went off the rails. I'm terribly sorry. An angry voice echoed through the office that morning. Is she jealous? Let's see. I had never seen her yell like that. It seemed like Suzuki was in trouble. Even our high-handed manager couldn't raise a finger against the owner. She bowed meekly. I only learned recently that the owners seldom rebuke their employees directly. That was because they would usually command from high above. The scene I witnessed told me something had occurred that shook the very heavens they resided in. Ha! If they went as far as interacting with us down here. What happened? I spoke to Suzuki as soon as Goldilocks left. It's nothing, it doesn't concern you, Nishime. She brushed me off. I wanted to know why she was being reprimanded. Her lips were sealed. It wasn't touched upon at the morning assembly, nor did she respond to any questions regarding it. On a different day, I overheard Suzuki and Yoshi discussing something during one of our breaks. They were both smokers, so they would go to the smoking area together, right by the vending machines, and the wind cabins to carry their voices to where I was. That big boob girl was being hit on again apparently. Big boobed. That alone was enough to tell me who they were talking about. Her looks and figure really make you wonder why she started working here, huh? Exactly, this has to be a reason. She has no job, but... They weren't bad-mouthing her, but I couldn't help but strain my ears a bit more. They weren't necessarily, the two were wary of her. She was an exceptional beauty. Her looks were something the average person could only dream of. If she had taken advantage of them, she could do any job she wanted. Knowing that, why she chose to work on an island on such a small hotel on such a small island? The topic shifted into potential reasons. She probably couldn't make it in the big city. Huh? You think she ran away? Ran away? From what? Okay, what? Everyone, I guess like everyone here is like, has like, the main cast is all like runaways to an extent, huh? We'll see. We'll see how like she pans in together. Also, 1 second. Alright. From what? A creep? Even if it was Higa they're talking about, I didn't think that was quite right. The strange intel I acquired made me view Higa through a new lens. Okay, try to force me to forget about it all. Okay, now you just like sus of her. So I saw the state she was in. One day at lunch, I found Higa huddled in the corner of the office, looking through her notebook. The same one of all the tips and tricks she showed me the other day. Okay. Alright, she's kind of, yeah. Okay, she's kind of, we'll see what issues she's got going on. But it's not all good underneath. She mumbled the same passage over and over. Her intensity was quite frankly scary. Something must be putting her under a lot of pressure. It didn't seem like the right time to ask directly, so I asked Suzuki about it instead. Higa's at the end of her rope now. The owner told her so herself. A loaded response. What puts her in that situation to begin with? Little information I received only served to fan the flames of my curiosity, but she didn't elaborate. We had different assignments, and I didn't know what anyone else who would be willing to share intel with me. All I could do was support her from afar. I mean, you can ask her later, maybe. She repeated this phrase like a spell. I hoped that it wouldn't come back to bite her. I had a bad feeling. Soon enough, I found out my gut was correct. After lunch, I went to see how Higa was doing. He had been relieved from her relieved of her duties at the restaurant, and was assigned cleaning duties like me. Higa mumbled to herself as she wiped the windows. After deftly wiping down the entire surface, she started doing it again, apparently satisfied with her work. This time she applied some cleaning solution to her cloth. Everything's in a glass white frosted over. Wait, what'd you use? Okay, yeah, she's got like some issues at least. She tried, but this came crashing down. The situation reached Goldilocks' ears. Okay, she mucked up the windows. She was taking off cleaning duty. This time she was put in charge of handling luggage. Okay, she tries hard, but she just can't seem to like have it work out for her. It was clear that she was thoroughly motivated. It showed her attempt to lug 10 suitcases for a big group of tourists in one trip. Her strength was certainly impressive, but she couldn't even see in front of her, which spelled trouble. Okay, yeah. She's determined, but then it's like, she can't, like, do everything at once, sort of deal. Or, like, she just mucks up somehow. And sure enough, she's tripped and sent all the bags flying out of one of the second-story windows. The guests' underwear decorated the streets. An intense run of scolding. The anger directed at her was so fierce it left me feeling miserable too. She was then forced to do the job no one wanted, pest control. She had to search for bugs to exterminate, with a bottle of pesticide in hand at all times. Okay, but I guess it's like, we'll see the deal with that notebook though, like, what's it called? Not all self-help is like, how to say, gospel, let's say. Her mumbling terrified the guests as they tended to avoid her, just like the bugs she set out to kill. To be entirely honest, it frightened me too. A figurative black mass oozed out from her back. Your breasts are very large. You must be getting on with your boyfriend every night, huh? If you ever find yourself wanting more, I'd love to keep you company. At that moment, she bumped into a pervert. She sprayed insecticide on him without hesitation. Ugh! His advances were rejected via bug spray. Things had settled down when Suzuki came over. Unfortunately, the man happened to be a perpetual assemblyman from Naha. He fled his direct complaint, which escalated the issue. Okay, yeah, damn. She just mucks up, huh? Goldilocks' voice echoed throughout the office, full of rage. Pepper spray's a must. Ha! Higa was being chewed out once again. I took my break early to return to the office. I wanted to be able to back her if needed. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. She follows her self-help book to like as gospel, like to a T. So we'll see how she goes. It was a crazy excuse. I was on par with I missed my bike crowd, which I once heard in middle school when a teacher asked why someone was late. It drove my class wild. Goldilocks' shrill declaration reverberated through the office. There was absolutely no room for me to back Higa up. Okay, I guess Akari had to go like on a big apology spree. Did something happen? This has to do with Kiriko hiring us, right? Okay, at least Akari doesn't take it too badly. Akari glanced at Higa, but Higa stood as still as a statue, reminding me of jellyfish that had been washed ashore. Oh, okay. She doesn't know yet. Fine. I'm so sorry. As the person who made the request to hire her, I felt pretty awful. What could we have done? None of us could have predicted that he could be so reckless. The average person would never experience her endless string of failures. It was difficult to pinpoint why this happened, even from an outside perspective. I couldn't even find the right time to step in and help. Look at her notebook. Okay, yeah, that is not a good thing. Just like taking all of that so literally. She mumbled her teachings under her breath, as if to absorb as many as she could by the page. There's no trace of that confident, mature Higa I first met. He had fallen so far, all I could do was look on her with pity. Was there a reason for it that I wasn't aware of? I didn't have a clue, but whatever it was, it had broken her spirit.
絶えず自分を責め続ける。腹を切る覚悟で挑め。
Okay, yeah, don't go that far.
死を意識すれば成功する。死を追い詰められたら行方不明になろう。
Higa, how about coming over to my place for dinner? I blurted out an invitation to her and it seemed like things were going to take a turn for the worst. Yeah, I think talking things out could really help. I couldn't leave her alone in the current state. The sense of urgency drove me to action. I led her to the living room and gave her something to drink. I made her some strong green tea to help her come to her senses. Higa grimaced. You know, you're really cute. Alright, thanks, Nishime. I feel a sense of kinship with you, despite you being an adult.
それ、私がダメってことだよね。
I could help that the feel wouldn't being taken out of her sails. That wasn't what I meant, but I couldn't come up with a decent response.
幻滅したよね。私がダメな大人。
Oh, okay, yeah. This kind of thing with her. Damn.
コーヒーも砂糖を入れないと飲めないし。
Rather than being disappointed, I honestly don't get quite what happened.
今日、私いっぱい失敗したでしょ。
Yeah.
いつもあんな感じなの。
Always
私ね、仕事が下手なの。
bad at working. There's no choice of words. She said it like you'd say you're bad at cooking, technology, art, or sports.
全然うまくいかないんだ。長続きした仕事がなくて。
She began to give me a brief explanation. Apparently, she would always be fired for her never-ending failures. Because of that, she changed job many times, led her to where she was today. Ah, okay.
仕事がうまくいかないのは
Ah, okay,
私がダ
damn.
メな人間だから。
Alright, we'll go see where this goes with her.
だからね、変わ
There's
ろ
no,
うっ
like,
て思って
particular goal in
自己啓
mind,
発
let's say,
本を
compared to
いっぱい
Akari.
読んでメモしてその通りにして
Read a bunch of self-help books, write them down. Okay, yeah, it's like, yeah, you can't take that self-help stuff literally, let's say.
西目くんの前ではかっこいいところ見せなきゃって背伸びしてたけど結局バレちゃったね。
I see. It wasn't as if anything had changed now that I knew. Not only did it not bother me, but it brought down the way I felt due to our age difference. It made me feel a lot closer to her. Rather, I wanted to support her. Why do you think things always turn out this way?
頑張りが足りないからだと思う。
Higa looked dejected as he said this. He clearly believed she wasn't trying hard enough, which is why she couldn't do her job. But was that really the case? The idea made me scratch my head. Her suggestion that her problems could be solved through effort didn't convince me, because she made mistakes people usually wouldn't. So the reason behind them had to be something that only she knew. What exactly did she mean by effort? Was effort really the correct solution? Hard for me to put into words. I wrapped my brain over it and tried to console her. I think it's already impressive you're trying to do something to help your situation.
偉くないよ。当然だもん。私はダメだから人より頑張らなきゃいけないの。でも結果がなかったら何もしてないのと同じ。
You're really hard on yourself.
そうしないと私は普通にもなれないから。
If your resolve doesn't waver, I'm sure everything will come of it. Something will come of it. I can only offer empty words of encouragement. Higa didn't respond.
お待たせしました。今日は元気が出る夕食ということで外食しないと食べられないような
Okay, Akari's here
プ
as
チ贅
well.
沢なものを用意しました。じゃんじゃん食って腹を膨らませ相対的にそのバストを縮めてください。
Akari brought in some food at the right time. Mountains of French fries and fried chicken decorated the dining table. It was my first time seeing fresh fried chicken. I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. I immediately put one into my mouth. Ah, it's good. It's really good.
そうでしょうそうでしょう。比嘉さんも熱々なうちにどうぞ。
いえ、私揚げ物は。
おや食べられませんでしたか
Okay, is it from the self-help book again?
そういうわけじゃないんだけど。
You took out her notebook, opened it to a certain page.
あった。フライドポテトにはトランス脂肪酸が多く含まれるから食べるべきではないんだって。
Okay, yeah, she takes she takes like the whole life self-help advice way too literally. Like, damn, come up with something yourself for once type deal. But okay, yeah, we see like her issue now at least. So we'll see how she comes to terms with herself.
トランス脂肪酸ビッグバンの種類ですか？
Obviously not. I haven't got exactly why they were bad for you, but I felt like they might be the ones that were the source of low cholesterol. Never thought about that much
で
though.
はさっぱりした浅漬けでも持ってきましょう。
しょっぱいものはダメ。
それもですか？
塩分が日本を滅ぼすの。
うん
そう書いてあるの。
Cool. Just takes things way too literally. If that was true, then we were on a path of direct path to destruction, just considering how often we used it. Regardless, we were stumped. If she couldn't have oil or salt, then what could she eat? The answer to that was written in a notebook.
夕飯はね、納豆とヨーグルト、それから食物繊
Yeah,
維。
that's just arse. That's just bad. It was all fermented foods. As if I wondered if we had any of those in the fridge. He could told us she brought some on the way and proceeded to take them out of the bag. She had it with her all along. Our group split into fried and fermented food groups. Despite Akari making the fried food herself, she joined the fermented food group. She jumped. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, thanks, Akari. After we finished our meal, he could continue to strictly adhere to lessons her no. Okay, yeah, way too reliant on that. When Akari had her phone out at one point.
何をするんですか？
ダメ。スマホは集中力を奪うんだよ。ス
The,
マホを使う
okay.
ロンドンの若者より、牝馬族の集中力は
Huh.
40% も高かったんだから。
Okay, yeah, it's way too okay. It's reaching like the whole like self-help, but also those like I can't describe. I don't know what the word is for them, but like those like overly like I can't place it. I know what the game's going for, but it's like I can't find the term for it. But that kind of like self-help, where it's like I guess like health nut kind of deal, and it's like yeah, no, that's too much.
牝馬族って誰ですか？スマ
あ
ホ
okay.
返してください。イベントが終わってしまいますので。
Alright, gotcha, demon. Akari. No matter how much Akari pushed, Higa stood her ground. Surprisingly stubborn. She seemed like a different person whenever the notebook was involved. Hold on. Could Higa be treating notebook teaching as absolute? Be the reason behind her failures? Could that be what was messing her up? Could I see that notebook for a sec?
どうぞ。教えを吸収していってね。
I opened the notebook to find text that was written in big letters. Her messy handwriting did not match her appearance. The pages were divided into categories and were labeled with sticky notes. I glanced over the book page on the night category. Take the time to interact with others at night. Relax to prepare for the next day. Participate in drinking parties. Human connections are precious. For someone who's good at talking, become someone who attracts people. Wise words lined the page. Drinking parties were something that only adults can take part in. I'm sure I'd experience them myself once I come of age.
どれどれ？あかりにも見せてください。
Akari gave up on her phone and looked up over the notebook. I passed it to her and she began flipping through the
こ
pages.
の対人関係という項目が気になりますね。もうおかしな人
Well,
に
so
は
like,
近づかないようにしよう。
where's Lillian right now? She's just like not even here. She's somewhere. As she read that out loud, the other three in the room immediately distanced themselves from her.
おい、今どうしてあかりから離れたのか
Okay,
説明してもらいましょうか。
Lillian is here, just hasn't talked at all yet. A peaceful post-meal atmosphere settled on us, thanks to the notebook. At some point we had a competition where we tried to break down the more interesting techniques one by one. If the creators of these lessons knew of this, it definitely caused quite a stir. They shake their heads, thinking that these were supposed to help us in life. I received a message on the tablet I borrowed from Akari, which I had been using as paperweight. It was from Higa. Ever since we traded contact information, she and I have been messaging each other daily. While we only made small talk, I enjoyed the act of sending and receiving messages. I now had experience exchanging texts with a girl. It's helped me boost my confidence in life. Still, I'd rather much be talking to her face to face. I want to be able to take her in, taking her lovely floral scent while gazing upon her pretty face. Did I invite her over? What if she took it the wrong way? I fought against my own greed. While I dealt with my inner turmoil, our discussion turned to clothing.
豊時島に服屋はないよ。
Where can I go for clothes then?
気さく島だけど、今度連れてってあげよっか。
The conversation naturally led to an invitation. My heart soared. We should be shopping for clothes. We will be shopping for clothes. Essentially a date. I grew to like Higa more and more lately. My heart pounded from hearing her messages, remembering her message. Is this love? Well, around 70% of my heart reacted to Higa, so maybe not. I was just so happy. I almost forgot that her kindness could just be her being polite. I could easily see myself acting carelessly and earning myself a weird look. But thankfully, she was nice and wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do that. The fact of the matter was that we would be going out together. I wore a fresh, clean shirt on the day of our outing. I brushed my teeth and fixed my hair.
朝からどこ行くのよ。休みでしょ。
Okay, we haven't seen you in a while. We haven't actually heard from you speak. You were in the scene, but you didn't speak at all. Hisaku Island for a
何
bit.
しに？
To go shopping with Higa, so we don't need to make me lunch today. I told Lynn I wouldn't be back until later that night and dashed out the house. Decided to meet at the harbour. Okay, I guess it's like, we'll see if like Lillian gets jealous or something as well. Because there's still like bits and pieces of their relationship, but like it hasn't been elaborated on for like the past couple minutes, but like at least during this new arc. By the time I arrived, Higa was already there. She wore the same clothes she would to work, but it was business casual, so it didn't look out of place. She waved at me in her sleeveless shirt. A dazzling sight. Hi, I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
今来たとこ。船を待つんだから遅れてなんかないよ。
The conversation was one you would have on any regular date. There was one thing I could check off the bucket list. Higa took me to a clothing store in Hisaku Island. It was relatively large with both men's and women's options. Clothes for the island's younger residents would probably only be found at 2 other stores aside from this one. But since they were far apart from each other, I essentially left this place as the only viable option. Do you come here often?
私はいつもここかな。通販する人もいるみたいだけど。
Wouldn't there be a pretty hefty fee though?
そう、お金持ちの特権なのだよ。
Fashionable clothing was considered a rarity in these parts. There wasn't any merit in expressing your individuality by dressing differently from those around you. Ha! Take a brand like Gucci, ha, or Burberry. If everyone wore them, their value would plummet instantly. Ha. So in Hisaku Island's case, any clothing that wasn't found at this store was extremely valuable. Does that mean the shirt has some value? I thought them my own sleeve.
あるよ。私、最初に西目くんの私服を見たとき、
Okay, yeah, he got them like city clothes. The shirts I paid for by weight back in Tokyo were worth that much? Supply and demand. Scarcity and the power of brand names. The things I'd learned from Herb and Fox were being put to good use here. Don't know what that reference is to. I found everything I needed after half an hour. My haul included a summer shirt and a dress shirt for work. Higa had taken her role as chaperone very seriously, checking the sizing to giving her honest feedback on the clothes I looked at. Since you're here, let's look for some for you too, Higa. We walked over to the women's section.
こんなのどうかな。
Higa picked out something frilly. Reminded me of the way Goldilocks typically dressed, but drew closer to Lolita-style fashion. Why don't you try it on? I led her to a fitting room. A few minutes later, a Lolita-clad Higa appeared. You look adorable, the cutest I've ever seen in the entire universe. Her bust area made it look very suggestive, but her childlike face suited the style very well. Well, I wasn't sure that when she had to wear it, the outfit undeniably enhanced her charm.
そうかな。こんなのはどうかにゃ。
He struck a pose. It perfectly matched her clothes. At this point, she's become an idol. That's super cute. Rocking that pose. As I excitedly praised her in her outfit, she hid her part of her face behind the dressing room curtain. It seemed like she was feeling a bit bashful.
もう、褒めすぎ。
She mumbled in a small voice. My heart skipped a beat. If I were an anime character, I'd have lost around 2 liters of blood from my nose right now. Ah. To be fair, the nosebleed jokes aren't that common nowadays, I feel. Not really. Not that common. The outfit looked amazing, to the point where I was even willing to pay for it. Nevertheless, it wasn't really the most practical, so Higa ended up not buying it. It's just the time to prioritize practicality when shopping for clothes. What are you looking at? She took me to a different store. Based on the colours of the stuff here, I could immediately tell they were for older women. Were you buying something for someone? Her grandmother. Okay, cool. We'll see if we end up meeting her. Are they living with your family? I assume she was living on her own. Ah, that kind of deal. They put on a wall that statement. Maybe she didn't want me to pray further. I changed the subject. Looks like they had the same idea. I looked around the store and saw a poster that read, "Buy your darling grandma a gift for the Respect for the Aged Day." Oh, okay, that day. No daring, no darling. Yeah, darling, not daring. She had her hand over her stomach as she laughed. My heart almost lit up my chest at how cute she was. We went to a cafe after our window shopping. Higa brought up the solemn topic of work while continuing where we left off before. I was surprised thinking to myself that she must enjoy talking about it, but she started speaking as if she made her mind about something. What are you referring to? Why is that? Oh, she must have been worrying over this. She mentioned wanting to be seen as a capable adult, so it must have been a pretty big deal to her. I said it before too, but I don't really mind. If anything, I think it's really cute. There's a limit if you constantly mess up though like that. It gets to a point where you can't just excuse it as cute. I feel a lot closer to you than I would to a perfect adult. To be fair, I see in that case, fair. And yours, you're a lot easier to talk this way. Fair. She's down to your level now. He was on the verge of tears. I remember seeing on TV that while most people would judge others based on their first impressions, some were the opposite of how they appeared. That's how Higa was. Also, for some reason I couldn't help but keep spouting words of praise to her. With Lillian, I was too embarrassed to be able to tell her she was cute to her face. Why is that? Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. The difference. Yeah. Just like it's that re-establishing, that Nishime is gonna be with Lillian type deal. Or rather, that's more like the actual romantic feeling, rather than what he's doing now with Tsumugi Higa. Even when you're tearing up, you look cute. I never lied to you before. She fought to fix her goofy expression. The sight filled me with warmth and made me feel like I was flying straight to heaven. A turning point for Higa came on my next day off. Lil and I were out doing shopping. We headed to the store. Due to some bad weather, a bunch of things were low in stock. You could also count the number of perishable foods they had available. Lillian had a clear distaste for processed food, visibly drooped her shoulders. Oh, okay. We get to see your Kaneshiro now. We ran to Undercut. I was starting to feel bad about referring to him by his hairstyle, so it was about time to formally introduce him. His actual name was Joe Kaneshiro. Okay, you still refer to Kiriko as Goldilocks though. I guess to be fair, you're calling her by a nickname, while you're calling him by his hairstyle. His actual name was Joe Kaneshiro. I've known him for a while, but never had a chance to use it. I mean, he's chill. He's chill, he helped us along. As soon as he appeared, Lillian took a battle-ready stance. Thinking back on it, I suppose I never told her he was an ally now. Okay, good to see you again after a fair bit now.
もっと離れてくれる。つい手が出そうなんだけど。
おっかねえやつだな。真っ黒だぜ。
Sparks flew during their exchange, and they both took a few steps back from each other. This was important. We didn't like each other, but all they had to do was try to stay apart. I mean, just help their beef, dog. Just to say he's chill now. At that point, I noticed something. Kaneshiro, you live in Hosaku, right? Why are you here?
じいさんの家がこっちにあんだよ。忙しいのに面倒見ろって
Okay,
呼び戻され
cool.
てんだ。
Another grandfather-grandparent situation. Huh? He's surprisingly a good guy. If he's going so far as to come here for that, it's like seeing a delinquent holding an umbrella for a cat. But I guess any decent grandchild would take care of their grandparents. Is work busy?
そりゃな、そろそろハイシーズンだしよ。
If you need some help, I can introduce you to someone. I started talking business with a plan in mind. Naturally, the person I wanted to introduce was none other than Higa. It had been a week since our outing was kind of like a date. She hadn't gone so much as an interview since then. I wanted to help her. The thought was alone drove me to act.
本当か？じゃあ
I mean, what does she like with her issues regarding her notebook though? It's like it's still an issue with her that we haven't even resolved, really. But we'll see. Let me know if you're okay with it. Cause I don't like compared to Akari where like the end goal with her like audition thing was like at least like a visible goal. We don't really have like a how to say foresight, I guess, or like just some future look with no like where could thing end up going rather, let's say. We exchanged numbers and parted ways. Kaneshiro reached out to me the next day. He wanted to offer Higa an interview. When I told her that she left for Hisaku Island in high spirits, and her friendly nature got her a job, she would now be working as a marine supply store. A line of work truly fitting for a subtropical island. Alright, does she fuck up again? She surely does. You changed Joe. Well, it hasn't been long since I met... What's with the organs? Since I met Nishime, I felt like I knew him for ages. I met him on the battlefield as enemies. We spoke with our fists, occasionally shedding blood. It would have been nice if we had met as allies. We didn't have the freedom to choose how to meet people. That was because we were mercenaries, so we had to follow our employees' orders. I guess in that sense, the fact I ended up taking his hand was fate's way of toying with me. We've been sworn enemies, friends. Since that day, we've grown close enough to trade the book of Abon, referring to the Doujin magazines, lately. I could easily get my hands on the books I would have dared to show anyone. I was on the receiving end for now, but soon enough, I'll have a collection of my own to show off to Nishime. My very own collection of spellbooks and grimoires, Doujin magazines. They're able to find on this island. Okay, he's a bit toony. I was lost in thought when a young woman appeared at the store. She was the agent of my comrade sent in arms sent over.
お前が西目の紹介してきたという新人だな。
はい、日が紡ぎと言います。
そうか。まずは覚えておけ。
I put the book I was reading down and stood up.
この店じゃ俺がルールだ。命令は絶対。わかったか。
はい。
じゃあ。まず茶を入れろ。はい、
ただいまお持ちします。
She ran towards the storage room without delay. It was a strong start. This was the marine supply store. Our job was to rent out anything for water sports. This included surfing, rowing, snorkeling and diving equipment. Customers would flood the store after June, so for now the only people who came in were those who did these activities regularly. Still, our hands were trying to get full with the preparations we had to do for the summer crowd. The owner wasn't here during those times. He left everything to the part-timer, me. This goes without saying, but maintaining the storefront and handling storage went hand in hand. The owner must have expected me to clone myself or something, but that's impossible. And that girl entered the picture. The owner gave the green light as soon as he found out she was a big-chested beauty. He mentioned coming in tomorrow to observe. Must be nice to have an important title.
さてと。
I took out my manga and started reading. I threw all the storage room responsibilities to the new girl. Ha! I managed a storefront from here. But I doubt anyone will
こ
come.
の板綺麗ですね。サーフィンするやつですか？
The lady pointed at the surfboard after making tea. Some of these lines sound like Kaname Date. Ha! Ha! Ha!
そうだよ。サーフィンしたことねえのか？
海は怖くて。でもこの鳥さんのボードは可愛いですね。私もインコを飼ってるんです。
Bowder and
イン
Sashin?
コ、タマコって言うんです。
はあ。そりゃ
Oh, I
略して
see.
金玉だな。
I see. It's just to make the pun with the next line.
略さないでくださいよ。
あ、そうだ。
I suddenly remembered the task I had to do.
何ですか？
ボード。店の裏に捨てられてたやつ。廃棄しなきゃならねえんだった。
Many surfers had their own boards, but having the enthusiasm for the hobby didn't necessarily mean I had a sense to take care of them. When they broke, they were a pain to repair, and when they were too badly damaged, they needed to be thrown out. Boards were huge, they considered to be oversized garbage. Disposing of them through normal means would cost a pretty penny, so some owners just leave them on the beach. I get that traveling just to get the necessary labels is a waste of time, but in that case, they should be taking them directly to the landfill. Why leave it in the back of the store? This is a dump. Regardless, whatever that was left back had to be disposed of properly. The fee for oversized garbage was pretty hefty. To avoid that, the owner told me to break the boards down into smaller pieces and throw them out that way.
ノコギリくらい女でも使えんだろう。
Alright,
店裏の
hopefully
右側にあるから捨てとけ。
you don't cut yourself or something.
はーい。それが終わったら店番もさせてもらえますか？
ああ、店番？
お店に立つのが楽しそうだなって。
俺がルールだって話を忘れたか。
はい、失礼しました。
I glared at her and she hurriedly ran back to the storage room. This was fine. It was important to solidify the hierarchy from the outset. Okay, cool. We actually get Tsumugi's
仕事をう
POV.
まく進める方法は。
Okay. As I headed towards the back of the store, I took out my notebook. I lost any confidence as soon as I was charged with a task I'd never done before. Oh, okay, yeah. My first time working at the marine supply store, and to top it off, nothing had been explained to me. I had to do this on my own. That was more than enough to make me nervous. Okay, yeah, it works out where, like, earlier we had when, Nishime had to start off with his job at the hotel. And it's like, he went and asked for help. Even if it was, like, annoying or something. He like, if he didn't know, he asked. But in this case, she just goes to her notebook whenever she has any trouble. How to split your heart into two. I already tried this. Was there anything else I could do?
あった。直感を信じ、考えるのをやめよう。ふむふむ。
Okay, yeah.
考えてはダメ。
Now she just takes the self-help advice way too literally. I closed my eyes and started repeating this teaching to myself. Doing something you feel as if its power was diffusing throughout my body. Okay, I'm full of energy now. Let's do this.
考えてはダメ。
Okay, yeah. Issue is that she just keeps repeating ad nauseum. I recited the teaching to myself so I wouldn't forget. I reached the back of the store. I looked to find the beach spread over me. Seeing the beautiful ocean raised my spirits. I'd gone through a lot of hardship, but it made me want to keep trying to give my best. I gazed at the ocean for a while before remembering that I was in the middle of work. Where was the surfboard again? I think he said it was on the right side of the back.
右はお箸を持つ方。
Oh god, she's left-handed. Higa's left-handed. God. I took off running in high spirits. Okay, but she's also just a bit of a klutz. Or like, muck-up. This was amazing, simply priceless. A complete engrossing grimoire, Dojin. Nishime left me. Customers would come in from time to time, so I had to pause to help them with rentals. There were some beginners who wanted to sneak avoid peak season, so I had to explain everything to them in detail. Alright, 1 second. 1 moment again. Okay. Let's do a little bit more before we call it. Let's see this section at least, probably. This can only be done by an island local. Knowing the ocean at the back of your hand was key. For any business that involved the sea, you sometimes had to make some decisions based on instinct. We weren't a souvenir shop. Oh, okay, I see. Instinct. Okay, yeah. It sets up like... It seems like it's setting up something, some difference. Maybe Joe Kaneshiro will help us with Tsumugi then. There's no job for an amateur. The new girl was 5 years too early to be handling the storefront. We were getting a good amount of business that day, so I worked hard to handle our finances and whatnot. Whenever I was free, I'd take breaks and read the grimoire. I was doing some honest and good hard work. I've gone to take note of the time. Speaking of which, was I forgetting something else kind of important?
Oh.
That's right, a newbie. 3 hours had passed and I told her to get rid of the surfboard. There was just one to take care of. I didn't think it would take that long. Maybe it was because I never told her where the soul was. Was she able to find it? Worried, I searched the shelves for it. It's still here. Is she slacking? I headed to the back. The board was thrust deep in the sand. I watched her punch it with her bare hands. She let out a spirited yell and an explosive sound rang from the board. It had broken into two pieces with a single strike. The board needed to be traversed through some rough ways. There was lots sturdier than planks of wood. They were also coated in fiberglass. There's no way it would break by hitting it. I rubbed my eyes and took another look. This time she broke into quarters with an axe kick. She's a monster. The new girl noticed me and flashed me a lighthearted smile. Oh. Did she do the whole stock? Many? Did I also dispose of this one? When I looked behind her, I noticed there were several boards that had been broken into small pieces. The rental boards we had left out to dry completely disappeared. Where'd those surfboards go? I walked to the right side of the store. The boards that were disposed of were lying on the floor. I walked to the left side to make sure that the ones drying outside were really gone. Where did those surfboards go? I placed a hand on the new girl's shoulders. She was glistening with sweat from hours of work. Okay, let's see. I kind of want to see if, Joe ends up helping along Tsumugi with her issues. Because it's, doing the whole, instinct and thingy. Instinct versus, the whole, she just keeps relying on her notebook. Okay, never mind. That's my line. She had completely broken the items our business depended on. How am I supposed to fix this? All I could do was put my head in my hands. How did this happen to begin with? I see Nishime sent over quite the assassin, that bastard. Ah, okay. I do want to see if, there's any way they can resolve it. Okay, you keep getting fired. God. But, we to be fair, we're not tackling the, what's it called? The heart of the issue with her, notebook reliance. So we're nowhere. You just keep jumping jobs, but that's not the issue here. It's the whole thing. But let's see. Higa gave us the prompt report. I couldn't help but feel shocked at how quickly she managed that. She was fired. How come, pourquoi? She had a pin expression on her face. Higa brought a fine point. It was exactly that. Nothing went well because she stuck to its teachings. Just because natto is good for you doesn't mean you could live a healthy lifestyle on that alone. Too much of anything could be harmful, and that applied to these life hacks too. Higa had a tendency to go overboard with them. He didn't even know when enough was enough. Okay, now we confront the notebook problem. Cool. I couldn't help come up with a good answer. I didn't have any life experience to be offering any advice. How about not using the notebook anymore? I tried to bring it up gently. He responded sadly. It seemed like she had an unusual fixation on it. What exactly is she doing wrong? I couldn't help but ask myself at the dinner table. Okay, yeah, Akari just hangs around. Glad to see her around, even though she was the whole like, okay, yeah, I'll leave these two off in their own world. But it's like, it's nice to see her still here. I'm glad. Good to see Akari around a lot. Inferiority complex. Okay, yeah. Surprisingly smart point. Higa did seem the type to struggle with making decisions for herself. How do we fix that? I mean, to be fair, she's decently confident, but then she does have, like, support from friends. How unhelpful. Not meant to mention, not even true. Ha! She was totally nervous the day before her audition. Any ideas, Lillian? I did my question to my housemate. She placed her chopsticks on the table and took some time to think before responding. A gift from someone. I can see it. I can see it being from her grandmother. I can imagine. I can see that. Have you ever been envious because of something like that? Like, maybe because someone else has something you don't? Ah. The word has a lot of weight to it. Lillian did concern herself with basic survival needs after all. When you're giving your all just to get by, you don't exactly have much leeway to be jealous of others. Maybe we could use this somehow? No. Rather, this was going several steps back. I couldn't even come up with anything after trying to talk it out with them. Such is life. She looked a little nervous. I shifted my gaze to the stewed fish I had been mindlessly eating. It was a pretty intricate dish, so I assumed it was from a store. Did you make this? It's super good. Okay, yeah. The slow burn with Lillian and thing as well. The slow burn. Lillian nodded, seemingly satisfied. She even high-fived Akari. She really mellowed out. Okay, yeah, like, yeah, she's pretty, like, she's easing in compared to, like, her first appearance. To put it differently, she had grown. You could even say she adapted. That's a skill Higa didn't have. My heart hung just thinking about it. Hurt. We watched TV in the living room after dinner. Akari had been hanging out. Okay, we actually mentioned it. Yeah. Hanging out at her place until late. She'd just sit in the living room and read without talking to anyone. Most of the books she read were the ones she brought from home. In other words, they were from a collection of stories she had to hide from her parents. Ha! 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 She used our bookshelf to store them, since they had been completely empty to begin with. Lillian was reading with Akari as well. I wasn't sure if she was also doing that during the day, but she was going through the books at a pretty fast pace. Okay, is it like love? Is it like love story books? What are you talking about? Never even crossed my mind. Where'd you get that idea? That's because I'm broke. I wasn't frugal by choice. Ha! If I had any supply of money, I'd use it to my heart's content. Mood. I mean, she can play around as much as she wants when she's done with her chores. Well, I'm not sure there's actually much for her to do during the day. You really think so? Lillian was surprisingly honest. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. Alright, thanks, Akari. What are you teaching her? Lillian pointed out to one of Akari's books. I hereby declare Akari's collection contraband. It's a ridiculous exchange. Whatever was being shown on TV failed to register. It had gotten pretty late, so I saw Akari off, took a bath and went to sleep. It was a peaceful night, with nothing particularly special going on. Or so I thought. If you change others. The man was a drunkard. Of course he himself didn't think he was drunk. He fell repeatedly on his way home and bumped his head on the door at the entrance. The man just chalked it up all to bad luck. He took a shower on his unsteady feet. Once he was warmed up from his bath, he slipped into his futon. He opened the book he was in the middle of reading and lit a cigarette. Smoking before bed was part of his daily routine. Since he was drunk, he just read the same line over and over. It refused to register in his head. He felt he was reading it fine. Drowsiness eventually crept up to him. He didn't even realize that his eyes were entirely already closed. The cigarette he lit slowly fell out of his right... Oh, a fire. Okay. Hikaru. The incident occurred in the middle of the night. I woke up after feeling some pain in my cheeks. I looked up at Lynn by my pillow. She changed out of her pajamas into her regular clothes. I automatically looked at the clock and it says 2 a.m. What's wrong? It's really late. Huh? What do you want this late? Whoever was there kept ringing over and over. Who is it? That's super shady. Don't do that, I'll go with you. I changed and headed towards the entrance. The corridor was pitch black, which only added to the unsettling mood. If my companion was a high school-aged girl, this would be the moment she'd say, "I'm scared," and cling onto my arms. But in other cases, a role was reversed. She led the way, and I followed her from behind. Oh, okay. Why is she here? I'm scared. I really clung to Lillian. Let me in. After calming down and listening to that voice again, I realized it was sounding familiar. It belonged to Higa. She opened the door. Sure enough, our visitor was Higa. Had a birdcage with 2 parakeets in her left hand and a plastic bag in the other. She slung over her shoulder was a stuffed overnight bag. Oh, okay, she's homeless now. Oh, was she living with that person? She pleaded to us in tears. What happened? Let's talk inside. Please come in. We invited her into the living room for the time being. Seeing her in proper lighting, I noticed that parts of her hair and clothes were stained black. The dark spots looked like soot or ash. It must like she had travelled through a coal mine. I handed her a damp towel. It looked a little better after wiping her face. Something happened? I poured it on her again and she responded. Ah. Your place burned down? Why? Oh, in the apartment. Okay. The whole apartment blew up. Higa began to slowly put us in on details. The fire broke out 2 hours earlier. Started on the first floor and engulfed the wooden building in a matter of seconds. Seriously? Couldn't help but blurt it out. Just hard to believe. Higa probably felt that I actually doubted her and answered it sadly. I couldn't find the words to respond. Just when I received a message from Akari. Apartment building was destroyed in the fire. Higa mentioned living in an apartment, right? The incident caused an uproar throughout the island. I wanted to bet that she becomes a cosplayer as a callback to the beginning chapter. Ha! I could see that'd be funny. I could see that. I could see that maybe. It was nothing short of disaster. Okay, I guess there's only so many apartments on Toyotoki, so yeah. The silver lining of it all was that Higa noticed and was able to get out despite the ungodly hour. Alright, cool. Now you're still at rock bottom. Well, I could tell she had her birds in a bag. The notebook. Yeah. If only that was destroyed. But we don't know the sentimental value it has with her. We'll see. Took out a notebook from her bag. It had been inside the one she used for work. Everything else was gone. Her furniture, clothes, books and electronics. All lost to flames. I'm sorry you went through that. Yeah, not that far. Not that far. Was this really something you could be grateful for? While Higa looked calm on the surface, calm now, it made me wonder how she truly felt beneath. If she kept that up, she'd expect she'd explode. I grew excessively worried. What are we gonna do now? Overly reliant on that. I don't think you'd find that in any book. Nice. That was the opposite of good idea. Is that plastic bag in your hand? Alright. What exactly was she doing? Was going wrong? It's clear that Higa had a determination to get back on her feet. Was that not enough? Well, she just has, like, crap advice. If there's a god that can control fate out there, if you're listening, please lend her a hand. Please at least consider it.
それで家がなくなっちゃったから止めてもらっていいかな
Of course she can, right? I looked at Lynn, who replied with, why not? Considering her values, I expected her to say that the weak deserve to be punished. I don't think she's that cruel. I was glad she had it in her to be kind. We're gonna have to figure out where though. There are only 2 futons. I threw out the moldy one since I figured we didn't need it.
Sofa じゃない?
Oh yeah, the sofa. That's the only option. Higa, please sleep in my futon. I'll be on the couch.
そんなの悪いよ
I stood my ground, despite her thoughtful attempt to trade places. You should get plenty of rest, seriously. I wholeheartedly meant that. Her home had burned down, taking all her belongings with it. She was also unemployed. I wouldn't be surprised if she started to lose faith in the world. I didn't want that. She continued resisting, but once I convinced her, she went to sleep in my futon. We could plan for the future in the morning. For now, it was important for us to get some rest. Morning arrived. She woke up in time for breakfast. She looked a little better than she did last night. Seemed like she had an appetite too. I'm glad you're looking
お
better.
かげさまでね本当にありがとう
これからどうするわけ?
事後処理があるからしばらく家に置いてもらえると助かるかな
Alright, cool. We got like someone, what's it called? To bum around here now. Alongside Lillian. There's a mountain of paperwork involved for victims in a fire. Including applications for fire insurance and negotiations with the landlord. Oh yeah, they surely will be compensated, surely. Her lease would be cancelled and the amount of rent due would be calculated based on her contract. Even begin discussions with the landlord as early as today. But it takes some quite time for the fire insurance payments to take place.
家に置いてもらえるとね。
何かお手伝いできることがあればやるので、家事なら一応は。
いらないわ。私がやるもの。
Lillian was being harsh, so I tried to soften the blow. Please don't worry about helping out. Prioritize cleaning up all the cleaning up you need to do.
おお、家事と家事って読み方が同じなんだね。おばあちゃんみたい。
Chores and cleaning up. Daring and darling. The former was easy to misunderstand, but wasn't that just a matter of eyesight? Chores and cleaning up. Okay. When I told Suzuki about the fire, she put some money in my hands and told me stop complaining and go buy something sweet at the store over there. When you're not buying, you need a support system. Don't even know that, Nishime. Where you put about heart? That was harsh. Probably the best way of her being thoughtful. I bought cake on the way home. I'm back. I felt something was out of place when I entered the house. Eerily quiet. Until yesterday, Lillian would always be cooking in the kitchen when I returned home. But at that moment I couldn't hear any usual noise from the direction at all. I peeked in the bedroom to find no one there. Head to the living room and saw lights were on. Higa's voice through the door. Alright, I don't know why she just took that nickname from Joe, but sure. Huh? What was she doing in my living room? Opened the door with bated breath. Found Higa feeding her parakeets. What are you doing? Alright, I guess you end up liking Kanashiro's nickname for them. Older and Sakshin. Some unique names for birds. You recently combined those names. Joe was the culprit. To think he returned the favor of lending him my doujin magazines like this, he was beyond help. Seemed like you're in a good mood. About what? Okay. Once again, we don't know how to deal with your notebook problem. Your personality.
What
You pretty much just read some book about that, right? I don't think you really need to alter your personality at all. You're amazing just the way you are, Higa, so please don't change.
最高ってどういう意味？
While she was surprised to hear it, the greedy expression on her face told me she wanted to hear more. Seeing that side of her made my heart skip a beat. As we made some small talk, I took out the special gift I brought. I bought some cake. You want some?
おいしそう。
Thinking Akari and Lillian would want some, I brought 4 in total. I made sure to choose a variety, so each one was different. Higa chose the chocolate cake with raspberries. It seemed like something a mature grade schooler would pick.
あららら、美味しそうなものを食べてますね。
Akari and Lillian popped into the living room. They had shopping bags in both hands. Cool, yeah. Akari just essentially lives here. Must have been getting
という
groceries.
か、比嘉さんがなぜこんな時間に？
It's a long story. I explained the whole situation surrounding Higa's apartment burning down. I mean, to be fair, Akari was like suspicious that her apartment was affected.
それはお気の毒に。明かりで力になれることなら何でも言ってください。
Okay, yeah, you could probably give some vouchers or something at
あり
least.
がとう。でも大丈夫だよ。
無理はいけませんよ。このおっぱいなんかとても重そうじゃないですか。明かりが持っていてあげましょう。
Thanks, Akari. Akari lifted Higa's breast from behind. It created a magic opening in her blouse that I couldn't help but stare at.
なんて重さですか。
Thanks,
これ
Akari.
は大変ですね。
あー、すごい。なんだろう。肩が
Okay, it's
楽に
like
なっ
was
た
that
かも。
is that a, was it what's it called? That was it Ragnarok something? The anime manga with like lots of like historical figures or mythological figures. Like there's that one with like Aphrodite has like 2 people carrying each one or something like that. That's got like a slight meme of that around. He just seemed happy with Akari's help.
明かりは今日から
Yeah,
比嘉さん
Ragnarok,
のおっ
that's
ぱ
it.
いを持つ係として生計を立てていきたいと思います。見てください、西目さん。こうすると傘にもなりますよ。
Thanks, Akari. Akari forced her way into Higa's lap and held her breast up with her head. I probably look really dumb, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. Truth art has a way of putting you in and refusing to let you go. The manga's pretty peak. I have a friend that the manga was like, they like the manga themselves, yeah. I think the anime itself was like not really animated from my understanding though. Like there's like one scene it's just like 2 JPEGs fighting, essentially. Sure has a way of putting you in and refusing to let you go.
どうすんのよ、それ。
Lillian sighed. She turned the cake box around so it faced her. They were fresh, they had to be eaten today.
デザートも作ろうと思ってたのに。先に連絡してくれないと
3D
困るんだ
mostly,
よ
I see. Sorry. When it funny that 2/3 of the people watching this romance via live are aromantic? I think... Have you mentioned that before? I can't remember if you did mention that. But I remember someone mentioning they were... I see, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's like that thing of like, what's it called? It depends. Like you have like aromantic for themselves, but then they don't mind like romance stuff outside themselves, but for themselves, it's like they're not into it. But I guess in your case, you're not really into romance, I assume then. Said he is, and I'm probably aromantic. Fair. But yeah, it's like, I mean, to be fair, yeah, like, what's her name again? Forgot her name. I forgot her name. The one from ISAT. Forgot her name. But yeah, like, she's like aromantic, but like likes romance outside herself. That's probably why they were out. It was a matter of bad
別
timing.
にいいけど、作るのは明日にすればいいだけだし。
Despite her words, I can tell her mood worsened. Should I have said something? Well, she was usually on the cranky side anyway. I'll leave her alone. Okay, yeah, like these... Mirabelle, that's it, yeah, Mirabelle. Okay, yeah, like Lilin and I keep almost saying Hajime. It's not Hajime, Nishime. Like have like a constant like married couple type situation going on.
時に比嘉さん、心をいたわるために適切な書物があるのですが、興味はありませんか？
え、そんなのがあるの？
リビングに明かり文庫があるので、
Alright,
読んでください。
cool. I don't know how that would help Akari, but sure. That's contraband though. Higa's seen the type to be easily influenced by these books. She'd probably end up doing all sorts of things to me, saying, I read that my friends used to teach each other over time. That's extremely dangerous for my heart. Higa, you might just get even more charming than you already are.
だから私魅力的じゃないって。
He punched my shoulder lightly. I grew flustered. It was the first time she touched me.
ね
Okay, yeah. I put a heavier punch to my other shoulder from Lilin. Okay, yeah, Lilin can get a bit jealous. My heart didn't react one
荷
bit.
物運び手伝ってくれない？
You're asking me? I want to keep talking to Higa. Seeing me respond reluctantly, Lilin disappeared with a never mind. She had shopping bags in both hands. Okay, yeah. Nishime, don't be neglectful. What happened just now? Okay, yeah. And also, Lilin being jealous. Make us some tea while you're in there. Called out to her. Didn't get a response, but I was sure she heard. 5 minutes later, she returned. With a huffy, here you go. She already placed a can of tea leaves on the table. It was so forceful, she was basically slamming it down. She angry or something?
西目さん、乙女心ですよ。
Lilin, a maiden? No way. She had a survivor's spirit, though, through and through. I had been here with her the longest, so I knew this very well. With that said, Akari let out a deep sigh. Okay, yeah. As if I was the bad guy here. Okay, yeah. View changed to Lilin. I set a can of tea leaves on the table and returned to the kitchen. No idea why I was so irritated. Okay, yeah. A bit more slowly building up. Slowly getting there. With Lilin and Thingamabob. What's it called? With Lilin and whatchamacallit? Nishime's relationship. But okay. We'll call it here for today, though. Let's see where this goes with... what's it called? We have, like, the issue with... Higa already, like... apparent. I didn't save for a while. When did I last save here? Shoot. Okay, I mean, if the game crashed, it would have been horrible. But we didn't save for, like, 3 hours. Let's just see like how much of the what's it called CGs we've gone through, because I think like it might take like 2 more streams maybe. I can imagine. Okay, yeah, we're not even halfway through CGs yet. We got 2 Akari CGs, so we'll see where it goes. Not where it goes, but rather let's see. Like UI wise, yeah, it feels like either like 2 more chapters or 1 big chapter left after Higa's. But we'll see. We'll continue this next week. Tomorrow we got Toho, and then I'm busy on Friday this week. So yeah. Anything else though? What else is there? None in particular. Looking forward to it though. What's it called? But yeah, I really like the Kari's chapter particularly. So yeah, it's worth checking back on if you want. Okay, yeah. Anything else? But yeah, I think it will take like 2 more streams, I think. We're like 10 hours in, give or take. But it's like I'm seeing around it's like 17 hours playtime or so with this. Like at least 20 hours playtime or so. So plus with us streaming it, yeah, we might be here for a while. Yeah, because it's like I'm seeing like 18 hours, 16 hours. We'll be here for like probably 2 more streams at least. Then. But okay. Looking forward to it. I've been liking this. I've been liking this. Plus, like, it's got me not itching, more like I guess more like not itching, but like I guess the whole. I mean, to be fair, we played 13 Sentinels as well. But in this case, it's like, damn, Akari. But okay, we'll see. We'll see how it goes with Higa then. I don't know, like, if we end up getting focused on like another chapter dedicated to like Joe or Kiriko, or just we get like the big chapter with what's it called? Lilin. I mean, I think obviously Lilin will get the big chapter, but then also like there's the whole like beings of power thing that happened right at the end of Akari's chapter, or not the end, more like we learned from Lilin that things went messy for a while. So we'll see. We haven't gone back to that plot point, but it seems that's something more for Lilin's side of the story. Alright, cool. Tomorrow, more Toho as we go to the Forest of Magic. Let's see. Yeah, we'll play that. Want to see more of the Witch. Ha. But yeah, well, to be fair, Lilin's kind of like in and out the plot. Not the plot, more like involvement. But they are like going for like a kind of like married couple dynamic with Nishime, let's say. But then both of them are also like unaware of how they are. But yeah, Akari is my favorite, but I do like the characters here. But yeah, cool. On to next time, sometime next week with this game. We'll see when. But then yeah. More Toho tomorrow. Bye bye for now. Bye bye.